Heroes and demon kings coexist in this world. Heroes are those who sacrifice themselves to fight for the kingdom's sake. Conversely, the demon king is the mastermind ruling the demon realm. The world grants heroes power, and their sole mission is to destroy the demon king. Similarly, the demon king exists only to wipe out the heroes. These two opposing extremes continue to exist and fight each other. And the Legion commanders are the loyal retainers serving the demon king. The Legion consists of 12 commanders, numbered from 1 to 12. They are the demon king's subordinates, possessing incredible power and absolute ruthlessness. To them, it's better to kill by mistake than to let anyone slip away. No one has the strength to fight them except the heroes. However, there are exceptions to everything in this world. History once recorded a case where a demon killed a hero. The one who did it was the Zero commander, named Eret. He is the demon king's public trump card, the most talented and favored pet of the demon king. One day, for some unknown reason, Eret placed a resignation letter on the demon king's desk. Seeing this, the demon king became furious, clenching the pen in his hand until it snapped in half. He slammed the table, stood up, and glared at Eret with murderous intent. "Are you leaving me?" One would expect the demon king to scold or beat Eret up, but unexpectedly, he knelt down, hugged Eret's legs, and cried, begging him not to go. Eret seemed too used to this. He said nothing, just coldly looked away in disgust. The demon king didn't know why his favorite pet suddenly wanted to leave him. He wildly guessed if it was because the other subordinates discriminated against Eret for being human. But that was absolutely impossible. Despite being human, Eret is terrifyingly strong. He has reached a level of power that others couldn't touch no matter how hard they trained. Therefore, everyone worships and respects him, even the demon king. Eret is the strongest card in his hand. Messing with Eret means messing with the demon king, so no one would dare to oppose him. Eret kept his cold face and replied that no one was looking down on him. But when the demon king asked for the specific reason, Eret replied very bizarrely, "Can you kill me?" Hearing this, the demon king couldn't believe his ears, thinking he had misheard. Eret is his favorite pet. He treats him like a fragile treasure. He cherishes him endlessly. And now Eret is asking to be killed? The demon king would rather kill himself. He truly couldn't understand why Eret wanted this. He frantically shook Eret, repeatedly asking why, making him extremely exhausted. Suddenly, Eret got a nosebleed. It seemed this wasn't the first time this had happened. Seeing his favorite pet fall ill, the demon king frantically called for Eret's personal doctor. His scream was so loud it shook the entire realm. A moment later, Ben, the personal doctor of the Zero commander, arrived to treat Eret. He said this was due to the aftereffects of Eret's injuries from his battle with the hero. The demon king obviously knew about this, but what he needed was for Ben to find a permanent cure as quickly as possible. The demon king glared at Ben with a terrifying aura. If he couldn't get it done, the consequences would be unimaginable. The demon king ordered someone to escort Commander Eret back to his room to rest and recover. Without waiting long, Dr. Ben immediately grabbed Eret's hand and dragged him away like the wind. "I can walk myself. Let me lead you, sir." Very soon after, Eret was placed on a bed that had been prepared who knows when. "Oh, come on. It's just a little syrup leaking. Why make such a big deal out of it?" The doctors treating Eret pushed the bed while chatting. Did Commander Zero vomit blood again? It's the aftereffects from that battle with the hero. Having it this mild is already lucky. Even so, he's still the second strongest here, right after the Demon King. As expected of Commander Zero. Sigh, this trip is really something. Eret originally just wanted to live a normal human life, but why was it so difficult? Just imagining those beautiful days was already wonderful enough. After giving Commander Zero special care, the doctors bowed and left. Demon Zero? Destroying heroes or having boundless power? What the hell? Eret was originally just a normal human named Dien Hat. Not only that, he was the weakest human in this demon realm. Just a little pressure was enough to make Eret suddenly fall ill like today. But everyone here mistakenly believed Eret was a powerhouse, and he became Commander Zero, a subordinate of the Demon King. Therefore, he had no choice but to cling to the excuse of aftereffects from battling the hero to hide his weakness. If anyone found out that Eret had been weak as a kitten since birth, his end would definitely be tragic. Just thinking about being mocked by those demons and then skewered with a single strike made Eret feel a chilling shudder all over his body. But thinking about it again, it was thanks to this title of the strongest in the demon realm that Eret had managed to survive in the Demon King's castle until now. He was even specially and excessively pampered by the Demon King. Seeing Eret weak and sick, the Demon King immediately offered him a whole roasted pig to nourish him. It was truly speechless. While lying there lost in thought, Eret's room door suddenly opened. It was the vice commander of the Zero Legion. Ed had just returned from the human realm. Hearing that Eret had fallen ill, he immediately rushed here. He even specially brought him a new Rubik's Cube to play with, so he wouldn't be bored. Ed is one of the few demons Eret feels comfortable around. Every time he goes to the human realm, he brings something back for Eret to make him happy. Seeing Eret sick in bed made Ed extremely upset, even though Eret said he was fine. Ed also highly respected and admired Eret like everyone else, perhaps even more so. To Ed, Eret was like a savior who fought with all his might against that hero for the sake of the demon realm. Seeing Eret suffering from the injuries of that battle, Ed swore he would definitely find a way to cure him, even if he had to tear that Dr. Ben apart. It's true that every demon in the demon realm is terrifying. After a gentle visit, Ed left to let Eret rest. Come to think of it, having people care about him like Ed made Eret happy too. The Demon King also cared a lot about Eret, but it was so over the top that it made him a bit uncomfortable. But after all, it was thanks to him that Eret could live here safe and sound. That night in his office, the Demon King held Eret's resignation letter, scrutinizing it endlessly but still couldn't understand it. Eret always kept a cold face, making it impossible for the Demon King to know what he was thinking. Recalling the first time they met, Eret was already a hard-to-read person. At that time, the Demon King saw him standing and staring at the hero's corpse, so he thought Eret had killed that human. Plus, the people around added some exaggerated comments. He pierced through the hero's defenses and killed him. This made the Demon King believe it even more. To still be able to stand on his own 2 feet after such a display of power was truly extraordinary. The Demon King approached and asked for Eret's name. At that time, Eret just coldly and briefly replied, Dien Hat. And so, their agreement started from there. But for some reason, Eret agreed to join the Legion so quickly back then. Now, the Demon King still didn't know what task to assign him. Suddenly, he noticed a report on the desk. After reading it, the Demon King smiled a bizarre, meaningful smile. He ordered a Legion commander meeting to be held and notified all commanders to gather immediately. Eret would surely love this. Eret, who was resting, got very annoyed upon hearing the news of an urgent meeting. His precious moments of peace were completely ruined by the Demon King. He had just told him to rest, and now he was dragging him up for a meeting in the middle of the night. If it was a meeting among the commanders of each legion, it meant the other commanders living in the Demon King's castle were also summoned. Normally, just meeting some low-ranking demons was enough to scare Eret to death. Now having to sit in a meeting with the other demon commanders was no different from testing the taste of death. Eret's tense face made the servants around the castle whisper and gossip upon seeing it. Eret let out a tired sigh. He needed to adjust his expression so as not to cause any trouble. If he had to fight them, he had no way of winning. However, it seemed the rumors about his background and his first meeting with the Demon King had been blown way out of proportion by these low-level demons. Clearly, when they first met, Eret told him his name was Dien Hat. Yet somehow, through the mouths of these demons, it became the Demon Eret. Hearing this made Eret extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. His weakness was at max capacity, a full 100%, so how could he dare to fight anyone? It seemed the misunderstandings were getting more and more serious. But whatever, let people say what they want. Looking on the bright side, it was thanks to this that the guys here didn't dare to mess with him. If everything was exposed here, Eret would be dead for sure. Before leaving this demon territory, Eret absolutely couldn't let anyone discover that he was just a weak, cowardly human. He had to pretend to be proud and confident, acting like he wasn't afraid of anyone. Only then would he be worthy of the title of commander of the Zero Legion. At this moment, Eret had arrived at the door of the Demon King's room. He put on a cold face full of murderous intent and demanded the 2 guards open the door. When the door opened, Everyone inside seemed to have already gathered. Perhaps Eret was the only one who arrived late. The Demon King looked at him and said, "Eret, you're here." Eret immediately sensed something very strange about the atmosphere. All the Legion commanders had gathered and were present, including the commander of the 1st Legion, J.K., the commander of the 3rd Legion, Assel, the commander of the 4th Legion, Adelia, and the 6th Legion, Valentin. There was also his secret crush, the commander of the 11th Legion, Renel. Eret sat in the chair right next to the Demon King. However, sitting among so many Legion commanders made him feel terrifyingly pressured, sweating bullets. The Demon King gently asked if Eret was okay, as arriving late must have had a reason. Eret apologized and made up some random excuse to brush it off. How could he say it was actually because he kept hesitating whether to come or not? At this moment, a demon servant standing nearby offered to pour wine for Eret. On the outside, Eret kept his cold face, but inside, he was blooming with joy. This was exactly what made him hesitate about whether to attend this nonsense meeting or not. Because Eret's favorite thing in this demon realm was wine. Whenever a meeting was held in the demon territory, he always got to drink expensive wines to his heart's content. As soon as the wine was poured, Eret quickly picked it up and took a sip. But suddenly, he felt something was off. It seemed the liquid in this glass wasn't wine. Eret suddenly couldn't help but say out loud, "This is grape juice." The other commanders were extremely surprised, looking at Eret with confused and slightly unpleasant expressions. The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly dropped. A gloomy silence enveloped the entire room. Eret also realized he had just done something wrong. His face darkened. It felt like they were looking down on him. The Demon King sighed, rubbed his head, and spoke up to bail him out. "I ordered them to do that. Your love for wine is really..." But Eret still didn't understand why only his glass had grape juice. Was this racial discrimination between humans and demons? Or did they think he was useless and wanted to save the wine? Eret just sat there making wild guesses, overthinking that his true identity had been exposed. If so, the purpose of them gathering here was to execute him or announce a tragic end. While he was overthinking all these negative things, the Demon King added that Eret was the reason he organized today's meeting. Needless to say, hearing this made Eret completely despair. At this moment, the Demon King ordered the commander of the 6th Legion to distribute the documents he had submitted earlier. Valentin obeyed and began to convey everything, stating that the number of monsters had suddenly spiked. The 12th Legion, which was protecting an important village, could no longer handle it. After the monsters destroyed more than half the village, the 12th Legion and reinforcements evacuated the remaining villagers to a city with high walls. However, it was impossible to predict when that place would be ambushed again, so they needed to reinforce it to hunt down those monsters. The only thing was, it was unknown why the commander of the 12th Legion was absent from this meeting. Many rumors were flying around. But speaking of those monsters, since they were defective products, they shouldn't have been a problem. What was noteworthy was that when they gathered together, they were quite formidable. In reality, the one causing this mess was none other than the demons themselves. Among the species created by the Demon King, monsters are entities without senses, loyal only to their own instincts and desires. Therefore, they were labeled as failed products. If the rumors were true that the commander of the 12th Legion was defeated by those monsters, it was truly unbelievable. Lately, for some unknown reason, the monsters had been continuously growing in both strength and numbers. The number of heroes who used to kill monsters was also decreasing. So it wouldn't be surprising if the commander of the 12th Legion was killed by a united group of monsters. And the commander of the 0 Legion was the one who killed a hero. Eret was panicked and terrified. Were these guys planning to execute him using this excuse? But in reality, Eret hadn't killed any hero. More importantly, the one who intended to kill the hero back then was the Demon King. So it stood to reason that he should be the one responsible for this issue. Eret turned to make eye contact with the Demon King, his eyes conveying a message wanting him to say something about this matter. At least don't drag Eret into it. The Demon King caught Eret's gaze. However, probably due to a bad connection, he completely misunderstood Eret's intention. The Demon King smirked slightly and loudly declared that the commander of the 0 Legion would be sent to assist the 12th Legion. Sitting next to him, Hearing him say that was worse than a lightning strike, leaving Eret frozen stiff. That wasn't what Eret meant at all. Oh my god. Damn it. What the hell did this demon king just do? And he was sitting there smiling happily like he just did a good deed. Not only Eret, but the other Legion commanders were also quite surprised. In their eyes, although Eret was lucky enough to be trusted and respected by the demon king, everyone still harbored a certain level of suspicion towards him. Eret actually didn't want to go at all, but he couldn't refuse outright, so he pretended to say that his body wasn't in very good condition right now. Hearing this, JK initially thought Eret was making excuses because he didn't want to go. Well, he really didn't want to go. But somehow, seeing Eret's expression gave him a completely different feeling. Perhaps he was trying to suppress his anger and checking if his body was healthy enough to set off. Even though he didn't want to believe it, JK had to admit that Eret's expression was truly that of a great commander. Not only a strong person, but also someone who knew how to make accurate judgments. Eret was the living proof of the saying, "It doesn't matter how strong you are, as long as you have a cool, attractive expression." The Demon King said that Eret wouldn't have to do anything too strenuous there. He just needed to command the Zero Legion and then rest in the village. It would be very easy for him. But for the real Eret, doing any damn thing was hard. His inner self wanted to scream that he didn't want to go at all, but it seemed impossible in this situation. With no other choice, he could only take a gamble. Eret spoke while silently crying inside, saying that he would participate in this mission. That night, the Legion immediately set off for the mission. Dien continued to sigh and reminisce about his failed escape plan. This day had finally come. The more he ran, the closer the end approached. That night, seeing his luggage, the Demon King asked, "Dien, you've packed your bags? Do you want to go that badly? Sorry, I should have sent you earlier." Hearing this, Dien broke out in a cold sweat. No. Yes. I'm dying of impatience." Thinking of this, he sighed. How could he confess to the Demon King that he was running away back to the kingdom? And of course, even if he wanted to escape back, it wouldn't be easy at all. The crazy king sent him to the Demon King, and his brother hated him to the bone. Even so, it was still better than being among demons and dying at any moment. He felt depressed. No, he had to think positively. He heard that the Zero Legion was extremely strong. He would just play his role well, and they would handle the rest. Just then, a subordinate came to report to Ed. "We are about to reach the village, sir." Hearing this, Ed replied, "Maintain formation and don't let your guard down." Dien silently reassured himself. Right. There will be no reason for me to show my face." The Demon King also said I wouldn't need to do much. Well, no need to worry anymore. Just enjoy this time. Thinking this, Diane's hand reached for the wine bottle with delight. A special wine from the Demon Realm. A rare wine only found in the Demon Realm. It had a very delicate aroma that made many demons crave it. Dien smiled gleefully, recalling the previous scene. I couldn't drink because the Demon King was present throughout the meeting, but it would be a new problem if they thought I was going to give up early. Stealing a bottle of wine when the meeting was adjourned. They rumored that whoever drinks this will be on cloud 9. Maybe before I die, I should try it once to know what a specialty tastes like. Taking a large gulp from the bottle, Dien smiled happily and exclaimed, "This stuff is really good. The Demon Realm makes top-tier wine. I feel truly alive." Outside, Ed was worried when he didn't see any movement from Dien. The young man fretted. Is Lord Dien still feeling unwell? Maybe it's because of what happened before we set off. As the Zero Legion was about to move, a girl ran up in a hurry. "Lord Dien, wait. I know you like riding horses, but please think about your health too. And please stay in the carriage until you fully recover." Dien looked at the girl in confusion, thinking to himself, what is she talking about? Of course I'm going in the carriage. Who said I like riding this ferocious beast? After that, Dien walked straight inside. Fine. It just looked interesting, so I was just taking a look. This made Ed extremely frustrated. He thought sadly, I've served Lord Dien for a long time, so I know he absolutely loves riding horses. He only has this one simple hobby, and I just want him to ride as long as he likes. But the Demon King's order is to do everything for his sake. When he heard Lord Dien was going to ride a horse, the Demon King crossed his arms and shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? Do you think letting him ride a horse is good after his health condition has been diagnosed like that?" Time passed normally like that. The rider in front suddenly spoke up. "Commander, we have arrived at the village." Before their eyes was a village engulfed in the blazing red of fire and smoke. On the ground, the dead lay like fallen straw. The scene looked truly desolate. Seeing this, Ed exclaimed, "How terrible. I think the monsters swept through the village and left. They probably haven't gone far. After them. Move forward." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a horde of monsters with hideous, ferocious appearances swarmed out from inside, surrounding them from all sides. Ed was momentarily panicked. The monsters ambushed us at the entrance? "Troops, prepare for battle. Fight for Lord Dien. Everything depends on us." A fierce battle broke out. These failed products only had killing on their minds, so they frantically attacked anyone who appeared in front of them. The sound of weapons and shouting echoed everywhere, making the place chaotic and reeking of rust. Ed said with a pale face, "Damn it, there are too many of them. Ed, watch out." As soon as the shout ended, a giant monster nearly 3 meters tall appeared in front of him, opening its wide mouth to bite him. Ed stood frozen in terror, thinking, "Oh no, I let my guard down." Back at the Demon King's castle, JK was discussing military affairs with the Demon King. "Your Majesty, is it really okay with just the Zero Legion?" Hearing this, the Demon King casually exclaimed, "Oh, the mission to suppress those monsters." JK explained, "Their numbers are quite large. Should we send reinforcements?" The Demon King immediately burst into amused laughter. It's fine. The Zero Legion is very strong. I guarantee it. Besides, if anything really goes wrong, they still have him." In the battle on this side, Ed was hanging by a thread. He thought he was going to die right there, but unexpectedly, someone came to his rescue halfway through. Red blood splattered everywhere. The giant monster, after taking a few deep cuts from Diane's weapons, let out a loud roar and collapsed to the ground. Seeing that the person who arrived was his commander, Ed immediately showed his joy and called out, "Lord Dien." "Sir." He was about to express his gratitude when a sharp dagger was suddenly pointed right at him. Ed froze and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I was just about to ask for your help." Dien looked at Ed with sharp, cold eyes and asked, "You're an enemy too, right?" On the battlefield, not knowing friend from foe was deadly. Hearing this, Ed was terrified. Guessing his boss was dead drunk, he hurriedly said, "No, sir." Dien asked again, "Then, is the enemy that thing?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit by a heavy slap weighing several hundred pounds, slamming hard into his body. The demon struck so fast he couldn't react, sending him flying into a corner. Witnessing this scene gave Ed a terrible fright. He was utterly terrified. Lord Dien. When the dust settled, it revealed Dien covered in blood, looking truly pathetic. Being struck unexpectedly without knowing the reason made him lose his mind. Dien coldly affirmed, "That must be it, right?" Having confirmed who the enemy was, he immediately charged forward like an arrow of resentment to take revenge on all of them. Dien was swallowed by madness. In Ed's eyes, every one of Diane's strikes was full of power. He only needed a little consciousness to know who the enemy was. The rest would be handled by the 2 daggers in his hands. The remaining members, although bearing the title of demons, couldn't help but feel a chill when looking at the truly bloodthirsty demon frantically tearing apart the monsters before their eyes. They asked each other, "So that is the commander of the Zero Legion? The demon Dien?" Dien thought as he slashed, "Don't leave the enemy intact." Even if the enemy looked dead, he didn't stop tearing them apart. Let the enemy feel the fear. With this weak body of mine, this is how I survive in this world. Meanwhile, in another place, news of the Zero Legion had reached the ears of a special person. He sat on the throne and said sternly, "The commander of the Zero Legion?" The mysterious figure kneeling in the hall immediately replied, "Yes, sir." The spy sent to scout the demon realm reported that the commander of the Zero Legion is participating in this attack. Rumor has it that he is extremely strong and ruthless. I heard that the commander of the Zero Legion is the Demon King's most valuable subordinate. The king of the Eduardo Des Kingdom smiled slightly upon hearing this and replied, "He reminds me of someone. If that's how they want to get out of the demon realm, then we need to be prepared. I also have a bright candidate. What do you think? I will give you a chance to achieve something." The mysterious person didn't hesitate, immediately clasping his hands and respectfully replying, "I will obey the royal command." The king reached out his hand to that person and added, "Then you will become that valuable subordinate." The 8-year war to win glory for the kingdom. That place was filled with blood and bones. Among them, with the noble sacrifice of the frontline vanguard. In Diane's mind, they were actually just abandoned meat shields. This was simply hell. They kept encouraging each other in those life and death moments. "Don't falter. Fight bravely for the kingdom. I never wanted to come to this hell, or risk my life fighting. What kingdom? What a joke. I don't want any of this. I have no intention of sacrificing myself for the country that pushed me into this hell. I simply do everything to survive. I refuse to sacrifice myself for their desires. I must survive no matter what happens. And those bastards." A strange and overly realistic dream caused Dian to jolt awake in a panic. He froze, thinking to himself, a dream? What did I just dream about? It felt so real. Is this my room? Dr. Ben and Ed, who were right by his bedside, saw him sit up and immediately rushed over. "Are you awake, sir? You've been asleep for a whole day. We completed your treatment while you were sleeping. Do you have any idea how panicked I was when you came back covered in blood?" Dian replied blankly, "What are you talking about? When did I even get back here? And what about the mission?" Ed frowned and answered immediately, "The monster suppression mission is complete, sir. They fled in terror. We returned to the Demon King's castle as soon as you passed out. My apologies. If only I were a little stronger." It was only then that he jolted, realizing something was strange. "The mission is over? And what do they mean, I passed out?" Seeing his dazed and confused state, Ben offered a diagnosis. "Oh my, I think you're suffering from temporary amnesia. This injury is quite serious. Don't you remember anything? You were hit by a monster but got right back up, so we didn't think much of it." Dian was still baffled, not understanding what they were talking about. "I have amnesia?" But in the next second, Diane's face went pale. He sat silently, trying to remember everything. A series of memories flashed through his mind, and his mood soured. "Was I drunk and caused a scene? I think I just drank too much and got wasted. It wasn't an injury. I must have beaten them up while I was blackout drunk." Dr. Ben then added, "But I heard the Zero Legion completed the mission with no casualties, even though there was a horde of monsters. It's truly astonishing." Dian replied awkwardly, "No, I didn't do anything. You're being modest again. Sheesh. But I really didn't do anything, right? The Legion handled everything, didn't they?" Snapping out of his thoughts, he turned to Ed and said, "I'm sorry, Ed. I'm nothing but a burden." But contrary to his expectations, Ed smiled cheerfully and replied, "Not at all, Sir Dian. You were truly amazing. You took care of a whole mess of monsters on the front lines. You are a model commander." Dr. Ben chimed in, "But you overdid it again this time. We know you're very strong, but your body has weakened after that battle. So please, be careful." Dian turned away, pouting. "What are you people talking about? How could I possibly take on all those monsters?" Ed clenched his fists and added with determination, "I know you don't fully trust us, but you were still there for us. We will become stronger so you can rest and recover with peace of mind." Dian felt defeated just listening to them. Faced with a doctor worried about a patient who won't prioritize his health, and a fool burning with the determination to get stronger to protect his leader, he felt immense pressure. "I have no idea what these two are talking about, but I don't have that kind of power. Whatever. I just need to get out of here." Just then, the commander of the 3rd Legion, Assel, and the commander of the 4th Legion, Adelia, suddenly arrived. "Sir Dian, we heard you were awake." Assel walked in, scowling and shouting, "Lower your voice. Commander Zero needs to rest." Adelia, not one to back down, retorted, "You're even louder than I am. Why are you following me, anyway? You want me to play with you? Cut the crap. I came here to visit Commander Zero." Seeing the two of them, Dian was extremely puzzled. He wondered, why are these people here? We're not that close, so why visit? JKA, finding them a bit annoying, spoke up. "You two are being too loud. If you came to visit him, just say a quiet hello and then leave. Can't you see he's uncomfortable?" Hearing that, the two of them obediently apologized to Dian. "Sir Dian, I sincerely apologize." Internally, he just wanted to flip a table and kick them all out, but on the outside, he only dared to sigh, not having the guts to be aggressive with anyone. Looking at them, Dian thought, how do I get away from these people? Seeing Diane's silence, the 3rd Legion commander thought worriedly, crap. He must be exhausted after the last mission. I'm so inconsiderate. JKA added, I know you two don't like each other, but stop it inside this castle. Don't try to kill each other anymore. Hearing that, Dian immediately asked, what do you mean, kill? He thought to himself, who's killing who? What a ridiculous thing to say. I couldn't beat anyone even in my dreams. If these bastards find out I'm weak, they won't be merciful to me. Wait a minute. Merciful? Should I teach them about mercy so they'll be merciful to me later? They might spare me if they know I'm weak. Assel said worriedly, Sir Dian, if we're truly bothering you, we sincerely apologize. Dian smirked and replied with a soft laugh. You're right, I am annoyed. He thought to himself, I need to speak more carefully. My voice must be firm as steel, but without revealing any anger. But there's no reason to get physical just because you're angry. I don't always want to cause injury to someone. Do you understand? That is mercy. Even when someone deceives you, even towards those weaker than us, we should learn to treat those around us with mercy. Finishing his speech, Dian thought smugly, I think it worked. Remember this lesson and remember to spare me later. His words were gentle, but his attitude was menacing. This lecture on mercy was so chilling that it made everyone too scared to utter another word, other than to bow obediently and say, We will take it to heart, sir. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit off, Dian frowned and thought, What is this atmosphere? It seems I've become a preacher for demons. This JKA guy is even scared, and he didn't do anything wrong. The 1st Legion commander then spoke up. In any case, I heard you completed the mission. You must have worked hard. Adelia, having forgotten her guilt from a moment ago, excitedly continued. There's so much talk about you, Sir Dian. They say you single-handedly wiped out half the monsters. Are you all right, Sir Dian? I'm fine. Hearing this, Dian couldn't help but be astonished, silently asking himself, I wiped out half the monsters? What a vicious rumor. So I ended up taking credit from everyone else. Dian turned to Ed, feeling embarrassed and wanting to apologize, but Ed's face was flushed with happiness. There wasn't a hint of resentment or anger at all. Dian was shocked once again. What's with that expression? Assel stepped forward with a proposal. I also heard of your heroic tales and came here to ask a favor of you. Dian asked, puzzled, a favor? It's nothing major. After you've fully recovered, could I have a match with you, Sir Dian? Needless to say, Dian was terrified. He thought he must have misheard and quickly asked again, a sparring match with me? Inside, the young man was screaming, Isn't that a fight with a demon? A fight with a real demon. The commander of the 3rd Legion, an elite who protects the king, and me? After receiving the challenge from the 3rd Legion commander, Assel, it goes without saying how scared Dian was. He thought he must have misheard and quickly asked again, a sparring match with me? Assel nodded enthusiastically, yes. I keep hearing about your glorious achievements, Sir Dian. I would be greatly honored to learn a few things from you. The other two were just as excited as he was. JKA stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, That sounds interesting. He mused to himself, Come to think of it, I haven't seen Commander Zero train with anyone since he became commander. I'd also like to witness Commander Zero's skills. I wonder if he'll accept this request. The woman, Adelia, exclaimed excitedly, Oh my God! I get to witness Sir Dian in action? You know the 4th Division is the intelligence division, right? I'll summon the largest audience possible. Hearing this, Assel replied angrily, I don't care who comes to watch, but don't let anyone get in the way. Dian stammered, Wait a minute, I don't want to. But his words trailed off when he saw the expectant looks on the other commanders' faces. Dian thought to himself, I can't refuse. Imagining the scene, Diane's face turned pale with fear. Why are they deciding things on their own? This makes no sense at all. Am I going to be wiped out by this Assel guy? Dian clutched his head in fear and said, I think it will be very difficult to accept this request for a sparring match. Because of the aftershocks from facing the monsters, and my power. I might die. No, you might die. Dian talked himself into a corner, not even knowing what he was saying anymore. The more he looked at them, the more panicked he got, and the more panicked he got, the more nonsense he spouted. Assel's face had darkened, and he wondered, is he avoiding a fight? But why? Looking at Assel, Dian thought worriedly. He's looking at me with suspicion. And rightly so. Who would understand such a lame excuse? Just as Dian was struggling to explain, the guy who loves to project his own thoughts onto others, JKA, spoke up. Amazing. Even when facing a commander, you're still so confident. I was wondering why Commander Zero never spars, but now I understand. You're worried your opponent will get hurt. After hearing that, Assel turned to look at Commander Zero, bewildered. A moment later, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "No way." JKA replied, "Of course he's worried about you. That's why he refused. Besides, it's been a while since he's fought, so I'm pretty sure he'd have a hard time holding back in a match." Meaning, once the sparring match begins, it'll be a fight to the death. Assel thought grimly. He's confident that he'll be the victor. He who has always been confident in every battle, who has never been confident of victory against the other commanders. What kind of confidence is that? Is this the absolute power the Demon King has placed his trust in? After some deliberation, the 3rd Legion commander finally bowed his head and said, "This is humiliating, but I'm truly not confident I would win, and I don't want to fight you to the death. I don't dare to fight you anymore, Sir Dian. Although my pride is a little hurt, I thank you for your generous consideration." Dian froze in astonishment, thinking he really bought it. Beside him, Ed looked at his leader with a face full of pride. As expected, Sir Dian is truly amazing, making even these fearsome commanders respect him. Dian frowned at Assel, thinking, I have no idea what's going on. Oh well, as long as I don't have to spar. Assel then added, but I still won't give up. When I'm confident enough that I'm stronger and won't die, I will challenge you again. Dian was furious upon hearing this, screaming internally, but I don't want to fight. Just give up, for God's sake. The 3rd Legion commander clenched his fist and said with a cheerful smile, all right, my promise to you will be my motivation. Well then, I'm off to train right now. He's going to train right after saying that? He's already gone. Wait a minute. After Assel left with his boiling passion, he left behind a sense of terror in Dian's heart. He clenched his fists, trying to stay calm, and said, this is driving me crazy. Hearing this, JKA replied, he never had any ambition, but perhaps you've given him motivation. That's a good thing. Idalia, on the other hand, was just concerned that Assel had been too loud. Then, Dian suddenly clutched his head and staggered. Seeing this, Ed called out in alarm, Sir Dian, you have a fever again. He immediately turned to the other 2 commanders and said, excuse me, but Sir Dian needs to rest. Seeing Dian so exhausted, the 2 of them didn't bother him any longer and left together. Right. We wish you a speedy recovery. Please get some rest. We'll be going. Dian didn't reply, instead taking the cup of water from his subordinate's hand and drinking, his thoughts returning to one thing. I have to escape the demon realm. Just before leaving, JK cheerfully turned back and added, oh right. Later, after you've sparred with the 3rd commander, please let me have a match with you too. I'm really looking forward to it. Sir Dian. He was so devastated and frightened by those words that he fainted. I have to escape the demon realm, and fast. Dr. Ben and Ed panicked and rushed to give him first aid. His heart is beating too fast. Please don't die, Sir Dian. Time passed. Dian stood wearily, leaning his hand against the wall, and said tiredly, I'm dead tired. I finally managed to sneak out. Ed was constantly nagging. You should get well soon and come to the 0 Legion. Everyone is waiting for you, Sir Dian. Ben always wore a worried expression, advising. If you keep cooping yourself up in your room like this, you won't get better. And you need to exercise, too. Assel was also diligent in his reports. Are you planning to visit the 0 Legion? I'm also training very hard to keep my promise to you. The endless visits, the pinnacle of headaches. What do you people want from me? Please, just leave me alone. In his frustration, he accidentally kicked a stone, which flew and hit a demon on the head. It immediately turned around, growling and roaring. Who did that? Which bastard? Dian, having been discovered, instinctively took a step back. Oh crap, it's over. I shouldn't have hidden here. Just as he opened his mouth to apologize, the other demons bowed their heads and apologized first. Greetings, Commander Zero. We apologize for the disturbance. It is our fault. Dian asked blankly, what do you mean, disturbance? The demons didn't dare delay and immediately replied, We were teaching this one a lesson. Just a lowly incubus, yet it dared to block our path. We will handle it without disturbing you, sir. Dian looked at the incubus before him and thought, I've heard that incubi are the lowest-ranking demons in the demon realm. So this one is being ganged up on and bullied? Seeing Diane's silence, the other demon added with a strained smile, "We'll leave right away, sir." He thought to himself, I don't think he's happy. Let's get out of here. After saying that, the demons scurried away, leaving behind an empty corridor with only him and the incubus. Dian thought, they all left. Now what do I do with this kid? This is the first time I've met a demon weaker than me. What should I do? The incubus clenched her fists, her whole body trembling as she thought, he's looking at me. I've heard that he's usually very quiet, but once he gets angry, he's more ruthless than any other demon. My presence has angered him. I'm definitely dead this time. To her surprise, not only did Dian not show any disgust, but he also extended his hand towards the incubus and spoke softly. Here, can you stand up? Those bullies are gone, so don't worry anymore. The incubus was incredibly surprised. After a few seconds of being frozen, she was moved and thought, he's not looking at me with disgust, but with such tenderness. It's been so long since anyone treated me so well. With tears welling up in her eyes, the incubus looked at Diane's hand and asked hesitantly, I'm just an incubus. Don't you feel disgusted touching me? Dian didn't hesitate for a second, grabbing the girl's hand and pulling her up. His face, as expressionless as ever, said, What's wrong with that? If you say that, then I'm a human. Am I disgusting too? The incubus frantically explained, No, that's not it. How could? Dian smiled and placed his hands on her shoulders, adding, I don't think so, so it's okay. He thought to himself, this kid is also struggling to survive in this world. Meeting someone like this for the first time, the incubus was moved and said, You're so kind. I've never been treated like this before. I really want to repay you. Are you free right now, sir? Dian replied blankly, What? I have a feeling I just got myself into some more trouble. It's just a feeling. At that moment, the Demon King was also on his way to Diane's room to visit him. Looking at the empty room, devoid of any person, he wondered, where did Dian go? It seems I don't have anything to do right now. Thinking this, he replied, You mean time? The incubus, her eyes full of anticipation, immediately answered, Yes. To repay you, I'd like to take you for a walk around the garden and give you some herbs that help with fatigue. Sir Dian, I know commanders are very busy, so, if you're busy, it's okay. Hearing this, Dian was very surprised. He asked again, The Demon King's castle has a garden? There's a whole garden in this gloomy, dark castle of the Demon King. The next second, the incubus bowed respectfully and said, Yes, sir. Greetings, Sir Dian. My apologies for the late introduction. My name is Hyant. I am the gardener in charge of all the plants in the Demon King's castle. Diane's jaw dropped in astonishment as he thought, a gardener? So such a peaceful profession exists in the demon realm too. She looks like a good person. Then, he raised his hand to his chin and began to imagine. A garden. A place with fragrant flowers in bloom and lush green trees. A place with incredibly fresh air. That's the perfect healing spot I need, isn't it? Just thinking about it made Dian feel incredibly relaxed. He agreed with delight and excitement. It sounds like the perfect place for me to calm down. Can you lead the way? The incubus's face lit up as she quickly replied, Yes, sir. Please follow me. As he followed the two girls, Dian thought to himself, I can finally breathe again. They soon arrived at an extremely beautiful garden, with an entrance flanked by 2 rows of lush, climbing green roses. The incubus gestured inside and said excitedly, Here it is. Dian smiled happily and exclaimed, What a beautiful garden! The fresh scent of green plants, the clean air. But just as Dian thought this place was the most wonderful spot in the demon castle, he almost became dinner for the carnivorous plant next to him. Terrified, Dian quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding its serrated teeth. His face pale with fear, he clutched his chest and wondered, What was that? Hai immediately walked over, gently stroking the plant's stem, and said, Planty, you're not allowed to pounce on Sir Dian like that. Or, do you want to be taught a lesson again? Then the girl turned to Dian with a strained smile and said, I'm sorry, Sir Dian. I think it was just happy that you came to visit. Dian still hadn't recovered. He gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm, and thought, the first time I saw a demon weaker than me, I was a little worried. An illusion. She's not normal either. Now that I think about it, this garden, it looks normal on the outside, but is it filled with plants like this on the inside? I need to get out of here fast. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best way to save my life. Dian didn't dare hesitate any longer and immediately made up an excuse to leave. I'm sorry, but something urgent has come up. I have to go now. Hearing this, the two girls exclaimed in surprise. What? But there are even more amazing plants than this one if you go a little further inside. That's why I don't want to. I mean, urgent. I need to go see the Zero Legion at the training grounds right now. Because I've been gone for so long, I think I need to go check on them immediately. Anyway, goodbye. With that, Dian bolted, leaving the two girls standing there stunned. He's gone. Looking at how rushed he is, he must be very busy. Looking at the plant beside her, which was as gloomy as her own mood, Hai gently placed her hand on it, stroking it and asking, "What's wrong? Are you sad that he left like that?" "I feel the same way. Do you think he'll come here again?" "Yes. Next time, I must bring him a gift. He seemed to really like plants. I should give him the cutest plant here, right? I hope Sir Dian and I can become closer." On the other side, Dian still hadn't recovered from the earlier shock. As he walked, he muttered, "I'm still getting goosebumps." It was foolish to think there was anyone normal in this Demon King's castle. Yeah, my room is definitely the best. Other places are too dangerous. His footsteps suddenly halted as he hesitated. Even though I only used it as an excuse to escape the garden, maybe I really should go see the members of the Zero Legion. I caused quite a bit of damage while I was drunk, so I've been avoiding my responsibilities out of embarrassment. But the Demon King and Ed keep pestering me. Instead of lying around in your room, why don't you go to the training grounds to see your team members and give them a word or two of encouragement? Dian said with a pained expression. That's right. What he said isn't wrong. But Ed never actually said that. Well, since I'm already out, I should at least let them see my face. I can't let those terrifying experiences stop me from meeting the members of the Zero Legion. Their hard work and effort are for me, too. With that thought, Dian headed to the training grounds. Seeing the quiet scene before him, Dian sighed and said, "Just as I thought, no one's here. I've already come all this way. I should probably head back now. But running away won't solve everything. I'm also curious about how strong the Zero Legion is." Dian started wandering around, looking for a place to sit and wait for them. His eyes accidentally fell upon the wooden swords neatly arranged to one side. They train with these things. During the demon subjugation, I lost my memory and can't remember anything. This is probably a good chance to test myself. Dian picked up a wooden sword, intending to see how strong he was, but then realized he couldn't even lift it. So embarrassing. He stood there and began to lament. That's right. On the battlefield, I can't even lift a wooden sword, let alone an iron one. My strength is cursed. I should just devote all my love to daggers. Just then, the members of the Zero Legion, having finished their lunch break, flocked to the training grounds. Hearing the noise, Dian turned his head to look. The young man pouted and thought, members of the Zero Legion? When did they get here? I hope they didn't see me just now. In their eyes, the young man before them was like an evil god, his entire body radiating a dense demonic aura. But when they realized it was the leader of the Zero Legion, they rushed over to greet him with a clamor. "Sir Dian, are you okay, sir? It's been so long since you've been here. We were so worried. We just finished our break. We weren't being lazy, sir. Sir Dian, you did an amazing job on the last mission. Sir Dian, Sir Dian." From top to bottom, from men to women, everyone was as excited as if they were meeting their idol for the first time. They talked so much it made his ears ring, and he quickly cut off the greetings. "Calm down. I'm fine. Everyone, please calm down first." It didn't stop there. The demons of the Zero Legion continued to whisper amongst themselves. But he still looks so tired. Sir Dian always says that. Yeah, he can't be okay when he's always overworking himself like last time. Our commander, we will protect him until the end of our days. Looking at the sniffling crowd before him, Dian thought helplessly, why are they looking at me like that? Whatever, I'll just get this over with and leave. With that thought, Dian turned and started to walk away, saying, I was planning to come here as soon as the mission was over. But then, I couldn't, for various reasons. I'm sorry. Good job on the mission, everyone. After speaking, he immediately thought to himself, since my training method is to leave them alone, I'll say a few motivational words to be appropriate. Then, I'll wait for them to start training and watch. Diane's voice became stern as he continued. I only came to say that. Well, I'm sure that even if I say nothing, you'll still do your jobs well. Now then, you may continue your training. Just a few seconds after looking cool, Diane's ankle gave out, causing his whole body to sway. His face paled as he thought, crap, my leg's asleep. If I fall like this, I'll be a laughingstock. Hang in there. Dian knew he was about to take a tumble in front of so many watchful eyes. He'd probably have to walk home with a bag over his head. But who would have guessed? The very second he stumbled, he luckily dodged a sword strike from an assassin behind him. Everyone was astonished and exclaimed, how did you dodge that? Dian had no idea what was going on. It was only after hearing everyone's shouts that he realized he had just been snatched from the jaws of death. A member of the Zero Legion shouted in concern, Commander, are you all right? What's wrong with that bastard? Diane's face was pale with fear as he wondered, what just happened? Did he attack me? This is dangerous. I have to get out of here. Just as Dian hurriedly turned to run, he had no idea that his elbow would miraculously slam right into the assassin's face. The man took the blow, blood splattering as he stumbled backward. Seeing this, Dian pulled his hand back. He got hit. The assassin clutched his face and cursed angrily. You bastard. Demon Dian. Looking at the person before him, Dian was very surprised to see that it was a human. He looked at him and frowned, thinking, a human. How did a human get in here? If the Zero Legion doesn't know him, he must be an intruder. At that moment, the members of the Zero Legion rushed over to check on their commander. Sir Dian, are you all right? Seeing the situation turn difficult, the human tried his best to stand up and escape. I need to run. But before he had a chance to stand, Dian lifted the heavy wooden sword high and, with all his might, brought it down on the man's head. The man's eyes widened in horror, and he let out a scream before collapsing motionless on the ground. Dian thought, if I let him go now, he'll definitely be a danger later. Dian had successfully caught and taken down the assassin purely by luck. He looked at everyone with a sharp gaze and said, report to the Demon King and lock this man up. Yes, sir. After speaking, Dian hurriedly left, unaware that behind him, the members of the Legion were watching with eyes full of admiration. A blonde girl said sadly to her comrade, Sir Dian seems very disappointed in us. The young man next to her sighed in response, of course. We let this guy infiltrate the training grounds. But he was the one who caught him. The blue-haired one nearby frowned and thought. All of his movements were so fast and fluid. Sir Dian was just taking a stroll to stretch his legs, but he still dodged that attack with unbelievable speed. He even counterattacked him. Furthermore, he caught the man as he was trying to escape and resolved the situation immediately. The skill of the Zero Legion's commander is terrifying. His mere presence is enough to outshine the entire Zero Legion. I've been training harder than ever to be recognized, but his skills are far beyond my imagination. We're not even worthy of being his big toe. With that thought, the young man turned back to his comrades and shouted, Don't waste any more time. From now on, everyone, we will start training right now. We will train until we can be of help to Sir Dian. We will train non-stop from today. On his way back to his room, Dian rotated his wrist and complained, I swung that wooden sword a bit too hard. My wrist hurts so much. When I'm done with this annoying mission, I'm going to sleep all day in my room. And so he did. As soon as Dian returned to his room, he slept until the next day. As he was yawning and sitting up, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Did you sleep well? The Demon King was sitting there waiting for him, looking incredibly relaxed. He sipped his tea and said with a cheerful smile, You must have been very tired. You were sleeping so soundly. Dian couldn't believe his eyes and immediately asked, Am I dreaming? No. It's real. What dream? Your Majesty, what are you doing here? Putting the teacup down on the table, the Demon King looked at the Zero Legion commander seriously and said, Forgive me for disturbing you just as you've woken up, but could you spare a moment? What is it, Your Majesty? Dian stood up, his heart filled with worry, thinking, What is it now? I haven't caused any trouble recently. Whatever it is, I'm not looking forward to it. But since he's here and even waited for me to wake up, it must be urgent. If it's urgent. At this thought, Dian exclaimed in surprise. Is it because of the intruder? That's right. First, follow me. A short while later, the Demon King had led Dian down to a place in the castle's cellar. Looking around, Dian thought, this is the underground prison. That intruder must be locked up here. But why did he bring me here? Did that guy say something strange about me? Or is he really going to make an example out of me this time? While still lost in his own thoughts, Dian had unknowingly arrived at the intruder's cell. Seeing his bloodied body, Dian's jaw dropped in surprise. What is this mess? What happened last night? The Demon King walked over, grabbed him by the collar, pulled him back, and said, Dian, look at this bastard. Does he look familiar? The man struggled in pain. Let me go? I'll kill you. The more he struggled, the tighter the Demon King's grip became as he continued. The power he possesses could take down a demon, even though he's human. That power is even stronger when facing me, a Demon King. Hearing this, Dian was even more astonished. Being quite sharp and intelligent, Dian suspected this might be a hero. According to his knowledge, a hero facing death while fighting the Demon King had to choose one of two options. First, self-destruct to inflict maximum casualties on the Demon King. Second, use their life force to deploy their power across the continent to create a hero's remnant. Most heroes chose the second option because they feared their power would disappear. And the Empire has been searching for and recruiting those who possess these remnants. And all who possess a remnant are called unofficial heroes. But only those who prove themselves worthy through outstanding achievements are given the title of hero and rewarded with immeasurable glory. And they are exploited to the bone by the Empire. The Demon King then suddenly released his grip on the man's collar and said, This isn't fun at all. Sending a hero to the demon realm? No, it's more logical to call him a hero candidate than a hero. It must be a hero's remnant. Dian thought grimly, he's right. If this were a hero recognized by the Empire, he wouldn't be this weak. But he's still a hero. It's still too wasteful to treat him as a disposable item. There's no way they would send a hero candidate to the demon realm so carelessly. What is the Empire planning? Dian's red eyes suddenly changed. He turned coldly to the Demon King and said, Your Majesty, what is it? Please let me speak with this person alone for a moment. Seeing the look on his face, the Demon King didn't want to ask any more questions and simply agreed. Okay, I'll wait for you outside the door. Yes, sir. I'll be quick. No message, and he was only targeting me. But why? What was he thinking? Now, only the two of them remained. The assassin began to curse. DNH. You traitorous dog. You received the Empire's trust and became a hero of the Empire, but you betrayed us and sided with the demon realm. You damn dog. Hearing this, Jian suddenly covered his face and burst out laughing. I never thought he'd send me a message like this. The intruder asked, confused, What? Dian laughed so hard he was shaking, tears welling in his eyes before he finally stopped. He asked the man, All right then. You must just be a disposable pawn, right? Hearing this, the man's eyes blazed with anger as he retorted, What are you talking about? I was given an important mission by the kingdom to eliminate the traitor. Dian immediately replied, No. The proof is that you call me a traitor. Feeling that wasn't enough, his smile grew a few shades more malicious as he began to play with the man's mind. He stopped mocking him and asked, What mistake did you make with the Empire to be thrown away like this? What do you mean, thrown away? Dian stepped forward, placing a hand on the man's trembling shoulder, and continued. The Emperor knows everything. The reason I'm in the demon realm. My purpose, everything. Hearing this, the man exclaimed in shock, So he really, why would the Emperor send you here? To a dangerous place like the demon realm just to kill a traitor? He really did throw me away. Well, think it over carefully before you die. Even a fool can see that this was just an excuse to get rid of you. After clearing the man's thoughts, Dian stepped outside, leaving the assassin alone to scream and lament being deceived. I sacrificed everything to serve the Empire. The Empire? I will not forgive you. I will kill every single one of you, no matter the cost. Dian thought grimly. And this is what they call loyalty? What a waste of time on trash like this. The Demon King had been waiting for him outside for a while. Seeing Dian come out, he asked, Are you done talking? From the look on your face, I guess all your doubts have been answered. So what should we do with him? Perhaps I should use him as a pawn. Dian smiled faintly and replied, It is all as you command, your majesty. But I believe it would be best to kill him. Huh. All right then. Is that your decision? Well, whatever. I'll take care of it. But you need to learn one thing from this. The First Legion has just requested urgent reinforcements. Dian replied, At the front lines? Yes. They say this time it's not a hero candidate, but a true hero who has joined the battle. You know that humans and demons don't get along, right? If the hero appearing at the front lines isn't a toy that the Emperor just used and threw away, but a real hero, then ordinary demons are no match for him. And importantly, you're very curious, aren't you? Pay attention to the straw man hero that Emperor sent. I trust you'll handle everything just fine. Dian bowed his head without a word. And then, when his next personality awakened, he was startled and asked himself, When did I get here? After speaking, the Demon King turned to leave but didn't forget to add, You should prepare to set out. Dian's face was pale with terror as he said blankly, Prepare to go where? To my death. Not long after, the carriage and procession were waiting at the castle gate. Dian walked slowly towards them, with 2 long streams of tears. This is it, old man. I'm done for. I remember going down to the dungeon with the Demon King, but as soon as I regained consciousness, I was preparing to go to some crazy place. I keep losing consciousness, and every time it happens, I feel like I'm going insane. Is this some kind of illness? All I remember is that the intruder will die, and then the Demon King ordered me to the battlefield. Ed, in the distance, suddenly waved at him and said loudly, Sir Dian, everything is ready for departure. Understood. And the appearance of a new hero. That's right. By going out, I can see what this hero's face looks like. After all, I am genuinely curious. Seeing his commander, Ed thought happily. I know he was satisfied with the battle after suppressing those monsters, but that still wasn't enough, was it, Sir D? I heard the battlefield is very brutal right now, but he looks so happy, as if he's going on vacation. Just as he was about to get into the carriage to leave for his mission, the commander of the 11th Legion, Reinul, arrived on her magic broom to see him off. The 11th Legion commander waved from above and said loudly, I've missed you so much. Dian asked, puzzled, Reinul? What are you doing here? He thought to himself, although she looks cute, she possesses demonic energy, second only to the Demon King. I won't be fooled by appearances anymore. The girl looked at Dian with adoration and replied, I heard you were preparing to go to the battlefield, so I wanted to give you this. Looking at the necklace in Reinul's hand, Dian wondered, a necklace? Why? It looks so suspicious. Why would she give me this? It's too suspicious, I won't accept it. Reinul, unaware of this, explained cheerfully, I've placed a protection charm on it, so it can save you from death once. It's not much, but I wanted to do something useful for you, Sir Dian. Hearing this, Dian immediately threw his philosophy of suspicion out the window. He casually took the necklace and said, Thank you. He thought to himself, She gave it to me. How can I refuse? How can I refuse such a valuable item? That would be a huge loss. In that moment, Dian also absent-mindedly reached out and patted the little girl's head, making her blush so much her whole face turned red. A moment later, he jolted, realizing, I just patted her head unconsciously. Is that thing alive? That thing can move? What the? No. Those tentacles, they look so weird. But Reinul seems to enjoy it, so it's fine. But it's too scary, so I'll stop. Ed, though not the one who received the gift, was incredibly moved. Thank you so much, my lady. I know Sir Dian is very strong, but because of that injury, I'm very worried. So, thank you so much for giving that necklace to Sir Dian. Hearing this, Reinul was also deeply moved. The girl covered her mouth in surprise and replied, To worry about Sir Dian to that extent. You are truly a loyal emissary. Continue to serve my Sir Dian like this. Yes, you can trust in me. Dian frowned and burst out laughing, cutting them off. Wonderful. Just do whatever you like. Seeing this, Ed replied in alarm. Sir Dian, please allow me to escort you. No need. You stay here and play with Reinul. Dian sat in the carriage, muttering to himself, post-traumatic stress, huh? I got that reputation after killing the hero, didn't I? To clarify this matter, can this even be clarified? I didn't defeat the hero, he self-destructed. Or maybe I was injured by that explosion. At that time, I was the only comrade beside the hero. A group of heavily injured people trekking through the forest. The entire legion, but this is all that's left. We lost so many people on the way here. Suddenly, the hero stopped and said to him, Sir H. Please stay here. Dian didn't understand why he said that. He asked, Are you serious? The hero said, Yes, I'm serious. He said, I will end this war with the royal soldiers. Dian hesitated. But, the hero said, This is enough. He looked at Dian with expectant eyes and said, Since this demon king is known as the strongest in history, there's no guarantee that you will survive. We also need someone to report the outcome of the battle to the kingdom. I want you to be that person, Sir H. So please go back. You still have many things you want to do, don't you? Seeing Diane's troubled face, the hero became even more certain of his decision. I know why a war hero from the previous generation like you joined this journey. Because you need to perform a greater feat to fulfill your wish, right? If you return with the result of the battle, that will be a glorious achievement. And if that's not enough and you still want to join this battle, then you must ask the nation's permission. You're going to ask the entire kingdom. The hero was also quite curious about Diane's wish, so before leaving, he promised to find out about it after he returned safely. Looking at Dian, the hero smiled and repeated, I will return. Time passed slowly. Dian was left alone, sitting under a large tree, waiting for many days. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. How long has it been? How many days have passed, and they haven't returned? I want to know so badly, but I can't go. I don't know if it's because of shame, cowardice, or fear. Or maybe all of them. My comrade's mission was to pave the way to attack the Demon King, but I was asked to stay behind. Staying in one place waiting for everyone like this was making him so bored, he couldn't stand it anymore. Dian muttered to himself, Damn it. I just want to survive. I have to survive. But at least I should go see how the battle is going. If they win, I'll bring them back. If they lose, I'll go back and report. If I watch from a distance, it'll be fine. With that, Dian immediately got up and stealthily approached the area, but the scene before him left him so shocked he exclaimed, Damn it! What is this? Is it over? How could it be so one-sided? All of his comrades had been killed in battle, and the hero was kneeling at the feet of the Demon King. He asked, Any last words? The hero didn't answer, just smirked with a faint, contemptuous laugh. In the next second, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from the hero's body. Dian peeked at them from the high cliff. He knew the hero was preparing his self-destruction plan. Dian gritted his teeth in anger and thought, Is this the end? I have to report to the king. Who are you over there? A voice suddenly came from behind Dian. Dian panicked and quickly turned his head to see who it was. Good heavens! He had just turned around to face a terrifyingly large demon. It swung the large blade in its hand towards him. In this situation, he'd probably have to call on all 9 springs of the underworld. No ancestor could carry this burden. The massive blade slammed into the ground, creating a loud explosion. Dian had luckily jumped to the side and escaped the blow. He exclaimed in terror, Son of a bitch! Why did it just swing its sword without any warning? However, just as Dian had narrowly escaped, a series of other slashes came for him. He used his battlefield experience to try and weave through the enemy's attacks. After a while of jumping up and down, Dian was getting tired. At this rate, I won't be able to escape. I need to find a way to tie him up. With that thought, he continued to charge into battle. Dian, with his nimble body, leaned left and then right. In a flash, he had approached its foot. Dian made a cut right at the joint of its leg, causing it to kneel in pain. You little bastard. As a renowned assassin of the Empire, he had the ability to leap onto the giant's body. Dian gifted the giant a dagger to the neck. However, with bad luck comes more bad luck. His precise stab didn't have enough force to make the giant fall, but it was enough to make him stagger and pull Dian off the cliff with him. Seeing the Demon King's legion below, Dian was terrified and exclaimed, What am I supposed to do? Oh crap! Oh my god! The next second, the two of them hit the ground with a loud thud. After the loud explosion that sent rocks and debris flying everywhere, the giant demon was lying flat in a pool of its own blood. And on top of it was our oblivious protagonist, still alive and breathing steadily. He was astonished, covering his mouth and laughing to himself. I'm alive. Oh right. Is that goblin dead? I must be alive because I fell on top of the goblin. I guess if I use all my strength, I might be able to stab a goblin. No, that's not it. If I fell from a cliff, then this place must be right in the middle of the enemy's encampment. It was only then that Dian jolted, realizing the dangerous situation around him. The demons below who witnessed this turned pale and asked each other frantically, "The 7th Legion commander. Who is that human? How is he so strong?" Hearing this, Dian collapsed in pain. He was only defending himself. He never expected this to happen. He's the 7th Legion commander? That means I fell right into the enemy's camp and killed the commander of an entire legion right in front of them. Wait, what the hell? Isn't that the Demon King? He's looking at me with such a sharp gaze. His unexpected appearance threw everything into chaos. Even the hero's self-destruction plan could no longer be carried out. The hero weakly called out, "Dian, what are you doing here? You knew I was going to self-destruct, yet you still came." Dian rushed to the hero's side and replied, "I'm sorry. I wanted to fulfill my duty." Hearing this, the hero suddenly grabbed Dian and made his request. "Hey, seriously, I was hoping that at least you would survive." Dian frowned and thought, he stopped his self-destruction? He's an unbelievably kind and loyal person. Completely the opposite of what the world thinks of him. If only you could become the next hero. The other hero continued, "World, are you watching this? This is my final request. So please, let this person live. Please grant him even a fragment of power." Dian's entire body was thus enveloped in a brilliant, blinding light. The Demon King couldn't react in time and could only raise his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding yellow light. He blurted out, "That light? It's different from the light of self-destruction. Is that hero trying to transfer his power?" Impossible. How could something like that happen? Before long, the light faded and slowly disappeared. The hero had passed away in Dian's arms. Dian thought, this fool. He should have known that transferring a hero's power by sheer willpower is impossible. I can't believe he canceled his self-destruction just to transfer his power to me. Then he gently laid his comrade down. At the same time, Dian raised his hand to his mouth. Thinking carefully, I wondered for a few seconds, too. But as expected, there's no change in me. I'm still the weakest. The demons nearby saw this and began to whisper. What happened? Did that human just kill the hero? I think so. He stopped the hero from self-destructing and killed him. So cool. But I think he's in a lot of pain. If he took the brunt of the hero's attack, there's no way he'd still be okay. Looking at his blood-covered hand, Dian thought, ugh, I'm throwing up again. Is it because I fell from the cliff? It doesn't really matter. I'll never be able to take down that many demons. I guess this is the end, even though I've struggled so hard to survive. Just then, the Demon King began to shift all his attention to the new character. He approached and casually started a conversation with him. Well, how can you smile in a situation like this? Hey, what's your name? Dian looked at him suspiciously, thinking, I don't know what his intentions are, but I think pleasing him will be better for me. Then he replied coldly, D. After hearing his name, the Demon King made an offer. I like it. Have you ever considered joining the demon army? Dian heard this and thought, I'll make him lower his guard and then try to make a break for it when there's an opening. That's right, I'll join the army. Huh, what does he want me to do? Seeing his surprise, the Demon King added, let me tell you this up front. Don't worry about humans or demons objecting to this. After witnessing what happened here, they wouldn't dare, even in their dreams. Dian clutched his mouth in horror, thinking, I'm trying to survive, but I never thought I'd survive like this. The flashback ends here. Dian smirked at the scenery on both sides of the road and thought, it all started from that day. Everyone in the demon castle, including the Demon King, shares the same delusion that I'm unbelievably strong. They should tone it down a bit. They're overdoing it so much that it's making me scared for the days to come. Just then, Ed approached, cutting off Dian's train of thought. The vice commander of the Zero Legion said respectfully, Sir Dian, we have arrived. The border between the human world and the demon world. The front lines, where endless battles between demons and the Empire take place. I've come to a place like this. As soon as he saw the army arrive, the First Legion commander, JKA, immediately came out to greet them. I've been waiting for you. Seeing his haggard appearance, Dian could guess that the situation here was quite bad. Dian reached out to shake his hand and nodded slightly in response. He thought to himself, I should have refused him right then and there. But I thought I would die if I refused, so I had no other choice. Dian gave a helpless smile. But thinking back, I never had a choice from the beginning. Ugh, that's my life. Seeing Diane's unconcerned face, Chika's worries lessened somewhat. As expected, his expression has relaxed since we left the demon castle. I'm sure he's looking forward to the battle. With that thought, he added, I'm sorry to disappoint you, but the fighting has temporarily subsided. We don't know when the battle will resume, so you can prepare in the meantime. Dian was bewildered, wondering, what are you talking about? Who's looking forward to what? You mean the Legion? JKA immediately replied, no. Naturally, I'm talking about you as well. I would very much like for you to join the battle as soon as the Empire's forces begin their attack. These words were like a clap of thunder to Dian. He was horrified, screaming internally, you want me to fight too? The next morning, at the Empire's camp on the human world's front lines, the leader of the Empire had received hot news from the demon realm. He rested his hand on the table and asked grimly, you mean Commander Zero? The messenger replied, yes, sir. According to the scouting team, there are many reports that Commander Zero will participate in the battle, and the morale of the Demon King's soldiers increased significantly yesterday. In contrast, the Empire's army is. The leader frowned and cut him off. Stop. That's enough. He was worried, thinking, what a pain. Why did that cowardly bastard come all the way down here? Commander Zero is the Demon King's trump card. He's known as a figure even more outstanding than the first commander, who was supposed to be the strongest of the 12 commanders. The leaders of the upcoming battle were discussing strategy when they heard news of an uninvited guest and began to panic. An old man with a beard anxiously asked the person sitting next to him, what should we do? If this is true, there's no way to secure victory. The person in the blue cloak was silent for a moment, then replied, we will dispatch an assassin. Assassinate Commander Zero? It can't be done. The man in the blue cloak slammed the table, stood up, and said helplessly, right. If Commander Zero really exists. I know the rumors about him are extraordinary, but no one has actually proven the rumors to be true. Perhaps that Commander Zero is just a lie the Demon King made up to encourage his soldiers. The one who had just spoken was the dashing hero of the Empire, Cruel. Cruel continued grimly. If we discover the truth, with an assassin, then that would be a great achievement. The priority is to gather information on Commander Zero. Meanwhile, on Diane's side, Vice Commander Ed was carefully bandaging his leader. Diane, beside him, was thinking grimly, do I really have to participate in this battle? No matter how worried I am about the pressure or the consequences, I've never wanted to quit this Commander Zero position. And things are still going smoothly because people usually avoid me or have the wrong ideas about me. But today, I'm really going to quit this position. Seeing his leader's silence, Ed asked worriedly, Sir Dian, are you not feeling well? You keep trembling, so it's hard to bandage you. Dian forced a smile and replied, it's nothing. Yes, sir. Then I'll continue. You don't need to be so thorough. Dian added silently, I'm just here to see the face of the Empire's hero and then retreat. Ed asked blankly, why is that, sir? Looking at Ed, Dian sighed and thought, what's with that look? You're looking at me as if I just said something hilarious. It's making me feel uneasy. Immediately after, Vice Commander Ed began his speech. What did you just say, sir? We don't know when the battle will take place. The human world is right in front of us. The morale is high, so I have to be more careful than usual. You really don't take care of yourself at all. You don't know how worried I am about you. Dian knew he was worried and taking great care of him. But why do you keep following me without a single complaint? Dian stroked his chin thoughtfully. Let's see. What's so attractive about me? I cough up blood and faint easily. My skin gets damaged if exposed to the sun for too long. No matter how you look at it, I'm a useless remnant of humanity. Why does Ed continue to be my vice commander? He's less of a demon and more of an angel. Ed had now finished bandaging his master. He smiled with delight and added, with this, we can comfortably and easily wipe out humanity. Hearing this, all of Diane's fantasies above were shattered. No, I must be mistaken. Ed was still happily carrying out his duties. He said excitedly, this suit was specially made by the Demon King with magic so you can fight with all your might. It can protect you from the sun and maintain your body temperature. As long as it's not completely destroyed, it can even repair itself. Dian sighed helplessly and continued, I heard. He also used a spell to make the area around the eyes, nose, and mouth more flexible. The Demon King brags about it all the time. Ed smiled cheerfully and added, from the way he uses magic so generously, His Majesty truly values you, Sir Dian. He even placed a spell on the cloak to help you see better. Dian complained silently. Isn't it because the Demon King has too much magic and doesn't know where to use it? So he just uses it randomly to relieve his boredom? Magic is something that breaks the laws of the world. A demon's magic has its limits. The demonic energy used to perform magic cannot be restored. Furthermore, there's a rumor that the more demonic energy is used, the faster a new human hero will appear. If he's using that much magic, it means he's confident he can defeat the new hero, right? Well, it's not my problem anyway. It's all done, sir. Thank you. This suit is so comfortable. Ed's face was full of fighting spirit as he said loudly, this battle only needs the Zero Legion and you, Sir Dian. I believe we have nothing to worry about. All the members of the Legion have been training like crazy in preparation for this battle. Dian thought helplessly, I'm really not as strong as you think. Then Dian replied, then I'll go check on the 9th Commander's Legion. He looked around the tent. Ed asked blankly, what? Shouldn't you be saving your strength for the battle? I have enough strength. With that, Dian waved and left, leaving Ed standing there worshipping him, not knowing it was just an excuse. Dian's footsteps grew more hurried. As he walked, he thought, I have to take this opportunity and find a place to hide. But as soon as he left the tent, Dian ran into a group of demons. Seeing him, all of them froze. A tan demon exclaimed in terror, it really is Commander Zero. The person next to him was sobbing. We've worked so hard, but now we don't have to anymore. Hearing this, Dian complained helplessly, why don't you have to anymore? What do you mean? In the distance, 1st Legion Commander JKA and his guard had observed the whole thing. When he heard one of them say he was looking forward to the battle, the Vice Commander smiled smugly. There's no doubt about it. We're definitely winning the next one. JKA didn't speak, but he smiled faintly in agreement. As expected, the Demon King made the right decision. Just his appearance is enough to boost the morale of all the soldiers. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy, as if something was pressing down. It seems there's a bug among us. Dian looked up, his red eyes wide. He was utterly bewildered, staring into the empty space in front of him. Why did the glass fly away like that? Dian remembered clearly. I just wanted to shoo away the annoying fly that kept bothering me. He glared angrily. Why, you damn fly. Get out of here. Unable to hold back any longer, he squeezed the wine glass in his hand. A sudden, strong movement was unleashed. Suddenly, the wine glass flew out of Dian's hand, shooting straight into the air like an arrow. He watched it, stunned, his eyes wide, unable to utter a word. His eyes widened, his pupils contracting in an instant. The wine glass fell to the floor, shattering into sharp pieces. Red wine spread like blood. Dian was stunned. How did that happen? He stammered, wanting to explain awkwardly. I didn't mean to. Still maintaining a calm demeanor. That was... Dian flinched, his gaze momentarily flustered. Both of them froze as smoke suddenly rose from where the glass had shattered on the ground. Ed's eyes widened, while Dian, startled, took half a step back. Reacting instinctively, he frowned angrily. It's poison. Dian, however, was stunned. Wah! Ed looked around as if searching for someone. Dian, still startled, thought my drink was poisoned. He lifted his head, staring at the ceiling. Sensing something had just passed by, he growled warily. An intruder. The suspicious figure flashed by like a breeze. He darted through the treetops, his footsteps as light as a feather. The masked man in black panted, I need to report this to the Empire, to Sir Cruel, as soon as possible. Each footstep on the branches made a dry, cracking sound. He was stunned. The power of the Zero Legion commander is no exaggeration at all. He's truly formidable. The dark figure shot through the treetops, panic spreading through his entire body. Extremely dangerous. JKA stared ahead coldly, his face looking like he was on his period. Someone dared to infiltrate this place. Their target was to assassinate the Zero Legion commander. A sound of surprise escaped from one of the soldiers. What? The Zero Legion commander? Another asked doubtfully. But how did they get in here? No one noticed anything except for the Zero Legion commander. JKA stood tall, authoritatively issuing an order. I'll punish you all later for letting an outsider successfully infiltrate. For now, make sure there are no more enemies in the area. The soldiers stammered loudly. Yes, sir. In the dim light, Dien stood silently, his breathing heavy. Dien was extremely tense. Whoa, I really could have died just now. Beside him, Ed bowed his head in guilt. Sir Dien, I am truly sorry. He couldn't stop blaming himself. Because I was too foolish, I couldn't sense the intruder's presence until it was too late. Dien was a little surprised. I didn't think they could get past you. Then he thought cautiously, and that shows just how skilled the assassin is. He sighed. I should stop this whole Commander Zero thing. Because of this stupid position, even those bastards from the Empire want to kill me. Dien grumbled, complaining about his fate. Because of that damn assassin, I didn't even get to drink my water. Then his eyes suddenly landed on the bottle of wine being held carefully in the pink-haired guy's hands. He called out softly. He jumped, respectfully replying, Yes, Sir Dien. I will gladly accept any punishment you wish. He seemed to be plotting something. Before you poured my drink, the bottle was unopened, right? Ed was bewildered. Yes. The pink-haired guy froze when a hand was placed on his shoulder, letting out a yelp. Dien snatched the bottle of wine from his hand. The pink-haired guy jumped. He frowned. You're sure the poison was in the glass and not the bottle, right? He spoke slowly, as if considering something important. That means... A glint of light flashed in his eyes. He raised the bottle with a hopeful expression. I can totally drink this, right? He was excited. Even though it's fine. In a certain room, the gray-haired man stood solemnly. In front of him, Cruel rested his head on his hand, gloomy and exhausted. A heavy voice rang out. He is very dangerous. Cruel rested his elbow on the table, frowning tensely. He was lost in his own memories. The panicked voice of the masked man still echoed. It seems the rumors aren't wrong at all. If things continue like this, the Empire won't stand a chance. His eyebrows knitted slightly, as if he were pondering something unbelievable. That assassin was no pushover. Yet he came back looking so stunned. Cruel tapped his fingers on the table. Now that we've confirmed that the Zero Legion commander is indeed as strong as the rumors say, he reluctantly said, we'll need that bastard to defeat the demons, since they have the Zero Legion commander on their side. The blonde officer was slightly surprised. You mean the other hero in the Empire, sir? Cruel had a hint of regret. That's right. But since he's not here right now. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, he bore the solemn demeanor of a true leader. So we will retreat. The blonde officer was indignant, his eyes flashing with anger. But if we retreat, won't it look like we're running away because we're afraid of the Zero Legion commander? Once they start looking down on us like that. Before he could finish, Cruel repeatedly stabbed the tip of his knife into the table, trying to suppress his boiling anger. We will retreat. But if any of those bastards follow, we'll just have to ensure their absolute demise. Then he lifted his head slightly. A desolate land without a single ray of sunlight. We don't need to raise our weapons to seize that useless piece of land. We need to make those demons think that way. Cruel calculated. We will withdraw our troops without showing them our weakness. And we need to indicate that we will not fight unless they invade the human world. The officer was startled. Yes, I will relay the message to everyone. But what will we tell the Empire? Cruel's expression darkened. He emphasized each word. The order I received was to reclaim the Empire's land that was seized by the demons, not to expand our territory into the demon realm. His back was pressed against the map spread on the table. Cruel continued. We have already reclaimed the Empire's land. He bowed his head slightly. We don't need to cause any more friction between the two worlds. So we have decided to withdraw our troops. That is what we will report. After speaking, Cruel told himself, that's right. This is fine. Then he clenched his fist. I don't need to overdo it and ruin my debut as a hero. I've come this far. I won't let anything tarnish my heroic reputation. Cruel let out a sigh. Let's hope the Zero Legion commander doesn't take his anger out on the innocent. The officer was still very worried. I heard that the Zero Legion commander rarely takes to the field himself. Do you think we'll be safe to withdraw? He continued. That's a relief. If that's the case, let's proceed with the plan. Before the words were out, a soldier ran in. He screamed, "General!" He was panicked, his jaw dropped. He stammered, "The demon army is charging, and their leader is the Zero Legion commander." Cruel was stunned, frozen for 5 seconds. The officer beside him was horrified. He gritted his teeth. He frowned. Damn it, Cruel was a little panicked. He thought, nothing is going according to plan. Outside, Dien was crazily slaughtering a soldier. His blood splattered everywhere. Dien was in agony. He burst into a fit of insane laughter. A long laugh echoed through the blood-soaked space. Ha ha, ha. Dien spun the sword at his side as if playing with a toy. The blood on it splattered in an arc. Then, without hesitation, he swung his arm and slashed again at the soldier's arm. The soldier was horrified. His mouth hung open as he stared at his half-missing arm. He screamed, "Ack! My arm!" Fresh red blood splattered into the air again. Dien tightened his grip on the knife. He repeatedly skewered the soldier. Beside him, Ed choked another soldier and lifted him high, making eyes at Dien. Ed thought, he drank the whole bottle. Now he's completely wasted. However, this is for the best. Because of Sir Dien, everyone's morale is very high. He decisively threw the man to the ground, causing him to cry out. The soldier rolled on the ground, scrambling backward. His whole body trembled like a machine. A demon. Dien stood tall like the god of death descended. The soldier sat paralyzed on the ground in panic. He rolled his eyes back, a half-smile on his face. The soldier still hadn't escaped his terror. If he wasn't a demon, then who was? His pupils lowered to glance at the soldier on the ground. The soldier was so scared he could have wet himself. Tears streamed down his face because there was no one to clean them up. But reason pulled him back. His hand reached for the sword beside him. If I want to live, I have to fight. He raised the sword in front of him, pointing the tip at Dien, fearfully backing away. Don't come any closer. Then he glanced at the soldier who had just died. Will I become a corpse like that one? He gently grabbed the sword pointed at him. The soldier had probably made a mess down there already. Someone please. Dien lowered himself. Why are you cowering down there? He teased gently. If you want to live, you have to resist. The soldier was still trembling like a leaf. He couldn't utter a word. Help! Dien raised his hand, ready to send him to heaven. If not, you'll lose your life quickly. Like this. The soldier still held a glimmer of hope, praying for someone to come and save him. Save me. Suddenly, a deafening explosion tore through the silent space. A blinding light erupted from the thunderous blow, setting the entire scene ablaze as if it were being consumed by fire. The soldier had just been given a bonus point thanks to a star of hope. His mouth hung open, and he cried like a baby wanting to be fed. The blow had sent Dien flying, causing him to tumble to the ground. He groaned, scrambling to get up. Ed rushed over like the wind. Sir Dien. He came to Diane's side and helped him up, carefully examining every nook and cranny of his body. He frowned worriedly. Are you all right? Then he glared, shouting angrily. How dare you injure Sir Dien? The silhouette of a warrior silently appeared. All eyes were glued to that tall figure. Everyone was astonished. That person is. In that breathtaking moment, hope was rekindled. A hero. The voice that rang out was devoid of emotion. I was planning to kill you in one blow. Ed's eyes widened in astonishment. That's a hero. Dien, beside him, groaned in pain. He shouted worriedly. Sir Dien, are you okay? Dien gasped for breath. He reached into his shirt as if to pull something out. A brilliant purple light erupted, illuminating his blood-stained palm. Ed exclaimed in shock. This is... He suddenly remembered. The protective necklace from Lady Rhynule can save him in a life-or-death moment. Ed was astonished. If it weren't for that, Sir Dien would have died from that attack. The air around them was as still as death, so tense it was suffocating, causing everyone to freeze. The soldier, as if he had found the bright moon of his life, burst into tears. The new hero of the Empire. He reached out as if to grasp the hero's halo. He was moved. The star of the battlefield. Cruel. The soldier, as if mesmerized, scrambled towards Cruel. Finally, In a flash, Dien swung his knife, grazing the soldier. The slash made him freeze, leaving his words hanging. Was saved. He was slashed straight across the neck. He stared in horror. Huh? Wait. He moved so fast that the soldier's head had already fallen to the ground, but he still managed to leave behind his last words. What the? Dian stepped up to face Cruel. He smirked. So, you're the new hero. Cruel maintained a humble attitude. That's what people call me, but I still feel I'm not worthy of the title. Dian clenched his dagger, the corner of his lip twitching upwards. That's right. I've heard a lot about you. He feigned a friendly smile. But strangely, your voice sounds very familiar. Have we met before? It's nothing. Can you take off your helmet? Cruel was wary. You want me to take off my helmet in front of an enemy? I refuse. But he thought to himself, I find him very familiar too. Dian acted nonchalant, twirling the dagger in his hand as if it were a toy. I guess you wouldn't drop your weapon for me either. Cruel was still lost in his own world. This is the first time I've met Commander Zero, so why? Dian tightened his grip on the hilt. He slipped back, taking a stance like a beast about to pounce on its prey. Well then, in the next moment, his entire body shot into the air like an arrow, heading straight for the enemy. Dian charged forward, extremely eager to run Cruel through. Perhaps I'll have to take it off for you. Fortunately, Cruel lived up to his name as the star of the battlefield. Wherever Dian's dagger went, he dodged, lightly and flawlessly. Even so, the terrifying power combined with Dian's drunken state still managed to surprise Cruel. He's so fast. In just a moment, I lost track of him. Cruel swung his sword. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the two weapons slammed into each other. He quickly identified the direction of the attack. But that doesn't mean I can't keep up with your movements. The two figures simultaneously jumped back. Each footstep that landed on the ground created a violent shockwave that seemed to tear through the air. Their feet glided across the ground at terrifying speed, creating long trails of smoke. True to his name, Demon Dian, he charged forward with his dagger, a savage smile on his face. You dodged that, huh? Not bad. Cruel charged forward at the same time. In a brief instant, they were close. A blinding light flashed across the night sky as their sharp blades met. Dian said mockingly, Come to think of it, you said the title of hero was a bit much for you, right? Should I help you confirm that? He replied cautiously, I don't think you have a reason. In a flash, Cruel knocked the dagger away. He growled, To do that? The air around them seemed to be torn apart. But for an elite warrior, Cruel could immediately tell. Even though his speed is formidable, his attacks, he carefully sensed it, don't have much force behind them. Immediately after, Cruel decisively knocked Dian's dagger away, sending it sticking straight into the ground. Dian was astonished, his hand trembling. Cruel took the opportunity to charge forward, swinging his sword in an attempt to eliminate the person before him. But unfortunately, a drunk Dian was no different from a mad dog. His eyes widened, and he quickly pulled another dagger from a pouch on his pant leg. Without hesitation, he raised the dagger to block Cruel's blow. The violent collision between the two weapons created a terrifying friction. Dian gritted his teeth, his hand trembling as he tried to block Cruel's slash. It seemed that in a contest of endurance, Dian was truly much weaker. So he jumped up, delivered a kick to his stomach, and then leaped away. Both of them slid across the ground. A cloud of dust rose, obscuring the space. He was a little confused. Why are his attacks so weak? Is he holding back? I don't know if he's hiding his true abilities or just not interested in this fight. But the more you're like this, the more of an advantage I have. Dian tilted his head. He knows, doesn't he? Suddenly, he smiled. A smile as bright as a flower. That's right. But that's enough for today. Cruel was frantic. He really wanted to finish this madman off right then and there. How dare you? The fight isn't over. Who gave you permission to stop? Dian said calmly with a smile. No, it's over. You killed the 9th commander. He frowned mockingly. And yet, even after reclaiming the territory, you weren't satisfied and continued to invade the demon realm. We were just taking back what belongs to us. Faced with his nonchalant attitude, Cruel roared, Are you kidding me? Without letting him ramble on, Dian continued. Anyway, he spread his arms proudly. We shouldn't waste any more energy. Why don't we just agree that each side will protect its own territory? Dian's words made Cruel ponder. He's right. I don't need to go beyond the limit to fight after we've already reclaimed our territory. But if I continue, I can eliminate Commander Zero. Dian used a provocative tone. Or does the new hero here want to start a war? I don't think your soldiers would be happy to agree. Cruel froze. He glanced back. Most of his soldiers were seriously injured. The few remaining were already in heaven. It was only then that he suddenly realized. I just lost my cool. Cruel sheathed his sword. I'll stop here for now. We've suffered heavy losses. It's not wise to continue fighting. It would be smarter to retreat as planned to preserve our forces. Dian turned and left, waving goodbye as he went. All right. He jeered. I hope we don't meet again. I hate your voice, you know. Cruel still looked back with regret. When Dian was completely gone, he turned back and said to his soldiers, we will retreat as well. The two of them went their separate ways, seemingly never to meet again. But who knew? Perhaps fate would bring them together again. Amidst the bustling crowd, Dian walked silently. In that sea of people, whispers and murmurs could be heard. They finally made the demon army stop. Not to mention how many hardships we've been through since we got here. It's all thanks to Sir Dian. JK glanced over. Retreating like this is really not worth it. But I have to accept it. This should have been the perfect opportunity to attack since the Empire's army has lost morale and suffered heavy losses. He was cautious. I'm sure he has a reason to stop the fight, since he was so looking forward to it. I shouldn't say anything. There's no reason to upset him. JK patted Dian on the shoulder comfortingly. Good job. Dian froze for a moment. This damn body. Then he collapsed. Ed frantically caught him. Huh? Are you all right? He collapsed onto his shoulder, lamenting, this useless body. Then he trembled, clinging to JK. JK put his arm around him to support him, frowning. His whole body is burning up. He was fighting in this condition? He thought deeply. I was wondering why he retreated in the middle of the fight, but it seems he was thinking about the next battle and suppressed his desire to fight. The enemy won't realize his health condition. Our soldiers will maintain their current morale. Both Ben and Ed were frantic. They ran over to support Dian. Sir Dian, are you okay? JK was still lost in thought. In any case, if he had failed, it could have affected the morale of the entire demon army. So he took the initiative to retreat. Ed shouted worriedly. He must be exhausted from fighting in such a terrible condition. Ben kept his cool. Quick, bring him inside. JK was still deep in thought. Truly extraordinary. What a brilliant mind. Ben and Ed helped Dian inside. Well, we'll be going first. JK didn't forget to add, take good care of him. Then he was lost in thought again. Commander Zero suddenly appeared and saved the situation. In his mind, the scene of his first meeting with Dian and the 500 demon brothers appeared. He killed the 7th commander and prevented a potentially disastrous defeat for the demon world. Moreover, the demon king took him in and accepted him into the ranks of the commanders. JK was somber. Although I know I can't deny his contributions, I still can't stop myself from having doubts. Now, perhaps things are different. He smiled faintly. But today his actions have proven himself worthy of the title of Commander Zero of the Demon Realm's army. JK felt a huge weight lifted from his heart. Just leave the rest to me, Demon Dian. Elsewhere, the purple-haired guy jumped. My lady, what's wrong? Raniel's face darkened. It's broken. She angrily grabbed the purple-haired guy's shirt. It's been destroyed. The purple-haired guy's mouth hung open in fear. Destroyed? You mean the castle's seal? This is serious. What if a magical beast gets inside the castle? Raniel threw the purple-haired guy away. She rolled her eyes. Not that. How could a mere magical beast break my seal? The necklace I gave to Sir Dian was destroyed. Her eyes were welling up with tears. Her pupils shimmered as if she were expecting something. I'm sure. Sir Dian is in mortal danger right now. What should I do? The purple-haired guy sat helplessly in a corner. Suddenly, Raniel shouted, I have to go to him. The purple-haired guy was horrified. What? He knelt down, raising his hands as if to cling to a sliver of hope. You can't. Where do you think you're going? The Demon King ordered you to guard the seal. Raniel ignored his pleas. She was burning with anger as she led her soldiers forward. Don't worry, Sir Dian. Raniel is on her way. As soon as Dian was brought back to the castle, the Demon King was already waiting there. Welcome back. The man smiled and waved. Well done. Dian nodded slightly. He looked exhausted. Your Majesty. Ed, beside him, also bowed respectfully. The Demon King cheerfully patted Dian on the shoulder. I heard from JK. You've achieved great things again this time, haven't you? You never disappoint. So, how was your meeting with the new hero? Dian let out a breath. He replied coldly. About the new hero? I have something to report to you. The Demon King jumped, observing him carefully. From his mood, it seems he hasn't completely calmed down from the battle. The man's voice was grim. Shall we go inside and talk? The 2nd Legion commander also wants to report information about the new hero. Dian was weary. The 2nd Legion commander. He felt this guy was a nuisance. He whispered in his ear, Sir Dian, these clothes suit you so well. Next time, please wear the whole set. The Demon King clutched his stomach, laughing so hard he cried. From your expression, it seems you don't like the 2nd Legion commander very much, do you? But he's very busy right now, having to sort through a pile of information. The 2nd Legion commander was sprawled out on a table amidst a pile of papers. I have so much work to do. I bought so many clothes for Sir Dian to try on. The man's voice was grim as he comforted him. He won't be able to leave his office for a while, so don't worry. Go change, and then come to my office. In a luxurious room, a thick stack of documents was thrown onto the table. The Demon King gestured politely. Take a look first. There's some very interesting information in there. Dian nodded slightly. He slowly narrowed his eyes to read. Then he suddenly jumped. Dian raised an eyebrow. This is... Suddenly, a piercing scream pulled Dian back to reality. Sir Dian. He opened his eyes wide. Huh. He was bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Where am I? I'm in the Demon King's castle, right? When did I get back? I was just on the battlefield a moment ago. Below him, Raniel was a mess of tears and snot, crying so hard that a patch of Diane's clothes was soaked. She sniffled. Thank goodness, you're okay. Dian was startled. Raniel. He froze for 5 seconds, still not understanding what the hell was happening. What does she mean by that? I just wanted to get drunk before I died. A memory flashed through his mind. He froze. Dian was extremely startled, his face darkening. What? I passed out after drinking that? I only had 1 bottle. Has my tolerance gotten worse? My liver is the only healthy organ in my body. Below, Raniel was still hugging him tightly, crying pitifully. They said the necklace I gave you was broken, so I rushed to the battlefield but only heard that you had returned to the Demon King's castle. Anyway, I'm glad I got to see you as soon as I arrived. Dian suddenly flinched. The necklace that Raniel gave me, wasn't it supposed to save my life at least once? It broke, which means I almost died? Raniel was overjoyed. You cornered the hero and even reclaimed the demon world's territory. That's our Sir Dian. Diane's face darkened. I must have gotten drunk and caused a scene again. Do I really have to quit drinking? Raniel was still hugging him tightly. Sir Dian, you're so cool. Suddenly, Dian noticed the crumpled documents in his hand. Huh? What am I holding? The picture of the person on it caught his attention. Both the name and the information about that person. Hero Cruel H. Dian frowned and smirked. Huh. This is a name I could never forget, even in a million years. The person I can't help but love, my brother. In a flash, Cruel's image passed through his mind like a summer storm. Unpleasant memories suddenly flooded back. Dian, covered in blood, squatted next to a body. Opposite him was Cruel. He was angry. Dian. He was sobbing, tears streaming down his face as he looked at the corpse. Then he looked up and pleaded, Help me. Cruel was furious. He gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and drew his sword. Dian was still pleading. Please. His eyes flashed with surprise, tears still streaming down his face. It's unclear what the hell happened. Only that after that, blood splattered, staining the entire space red. Dian squeezed the paper in his hand. He frowned. So he's a hero. Since when? He casually patted Raniel's head. She was confused, blushing slightly as she looked up. Sir Dian? Dian suddenly grew somber. Sorry, something came up, so I have to go. Raniel touched her head, still feeling a little confused. Okay, stay safe. The purple-haired guy was worried. Commander Zero is truly terrifying. Why do you think he suddenly got so angry, Miss Neil? Are you okay? Raniel's face darkened. Sir Dian is angry? Then she suddenly brightened, her face as fresh as a flower. So charming. The purple-haired guy was starting to lose his patience. I'm quitting immediately. Dian was alone in his bedroom. He looked like a CEO waking up every morning in a room with a 5-meter bed. He was angry. Emperor, you damn bastard. You knew everything that happened, and still let Cruel take the position of hero. Dian frowned. Just when I had to return. Now that I've seen the scroll, I can remember more clearly. A stream of memories flashed back. The Demon King leaned in and asked, Dian, isn't it time for you to go to the Empire? Dian looked up. That's right. As long as you permit it, I will also find out more information about the new hero. The Demon King smirked slightly. All right, go. After all, if you stay away from the Empire for too long, they'll start to get suspicious. With that, he placed his hand on his shoulder. A purple light emanated from Dian's chest. Magical power swirled around his body. Immediately after, a magic circle appeared, glowing with intricate magical lines. He thought to himself, a seal, a magical trace, and a kind of guarantee. The Demon King smirked slightly. Of course, if you find anything useful, you must tell me. Commander of the Demon Realm's army. Dian coldly adjusted his collar. The Demon King continued, and hero of the Empire. The flashback ended. Our conversation went like that. Dian frowned in confusion. Why do I have to be a spy for the Demon King? With this mark on me, it's definitely not. He clutched his head. I'm sure that every time I'm under too much pressure, I lose my memory. Every time I lose my memory, I'm almost crushed by the pressure. If I don't want to lose my memory, I can't get depressed. How is that even possible? Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Sir Dian. It's Ed. Dian came to his senses. Come in. Ed walked in gently. I heard from His Majesty. You'll be returning to the human world today. Dian thought to himself, I thought he'd gone missing. He must have been with the Demon King. He replied coldly. That's right. It's time for me to go back. And I have some personal matters to look into as well. Ed frowned worriedly. Dian continued. Do you have something you want to say to me? Ed was wary. He hesitated before replying. Honestly, His Majesty. A memory suddenly flashed through Ed's mind. The Demon King had roared. What do you think about becoming a Legion commander? Ed was startled. Yes, Your Majesty. The Demon King was stern. Because the position of the 9th Legion commander is currently vacant. The Demon King said nonchalantly. That's right. We've always had all the Legion commander positions filled. I had to put you in the position of vice commander of the 0 Legion. The man said decisively. But in terms of skill, you're more than qualified to be the commander of a legion. I'm offering you this position. What do you say? Ed was deep in thought, frozen for 5 seconds. He thought to himself, a legion commander. He clenched his fist. While serving under Sir Dian, I had completely forgotten about this. But it's the position I've always dreamed of. Ed bowed slightly. If I become a legion commander, what about my position as vice commander under Sir Dian? The Demon King was still calm. We'll have to recruit someone new. Someone to rank below you. The man tilted his head slightly. Well, I'm not forcing you. So take your time to consider this. But if you ultimately refuse, this position will fall into the hands of another bastard. Are you really okay with a weaker junior becoming your superior? Ed clenched his fist with determination. Just as I thought. The position of Legion Commander. The flashback was cut short when Dian asked blankly, Did the Demon King say something to you? He thought to himself, did he get scolded because I got drunk? Ed's eyes widened in surprise. He shook his head, smiling faintly. It's nothing. Then he thought, it's definitely better not to tell Sir Dian. Ed was excited. If you're planning to leave right away, I'll inform the chef so he can prepare food for your journey to the human world. Dian's face was emotionless. Thank you. Then he thought, he must have something he wants to tell me. But I don't want to force him. A soldier walked in. He was respectful. Sir Dian, your carriage is ready. Dian replied, I'll be right out. Dian carefully reminded him. Ed, take care of yourself until I return. With that, he froze. He bowed respectfully. I wish you a safe journey, sir. Dian was lost in thought again. Does he want to give up the position of vice commander because I'm too difficult to serve? He suddenly stopped walking. Then he hesitated and said, Is there anything you want? Ed was confused. Dian blushed slightly. I'm going to the Empire now, so maybe you want something that can only be found in the Empire. He started muttering to himself, causing Ed's eyes to widen in surprise. It seems you like snacks from the Empire. Maybe I'll get you something that can be preserved for a long time. Anyway, I'll get a bunch this time. So if you need anything, just say so. Ed burst out laughing. The haha. He thought to himself, in the entire demon world, Is there any other superior who worries about their subordinate to this extent? He replied cheerfully, I don't need anything. Dian was skeptical. Really? Then I'll just pick out a few suitable things myself. Ed followed him worriedly to the door. He didn't forget to remind him. Most importantly, you must wear the necklace that Ben gave you at all times. And when you're in the human world, remember to wear your cloak. Dian waved as he walked away. All right, I know. He thought to himself, and there's no other superior who needs so much help either. Ed shouted so Dian could hear. I will wait for your return, Sir Dian. But the fact that Sir Dian needs me doesn't bother me. This must show that I respect Sir Dian much more. He remembered the broken flashback from before. In front of the Demon King, Ed said clearly, as expected, I do not want to become a Legion commander. His eyes lit up. I prefer being Sir Dian's vice commander. And above all, I want to be useful to him. Ed bowed. I wish you a safe journey. He seemed to hold great respect for Dian. So, Commander Zero, no matter where you go, I will always be here waiting for you. In the name of the vice commander. In front of a magnificent castle, 2 guards stood watch with neat uniforms and long spears in hand. The short-haired guard yawned. It's so quiet today, too. The other one was on alert. Someone's coming. In front of them, Dian, in a black cloak that covered his entire body, walked calmly, step by step. One of them shouted, causing Dian to freeze. Halt! This is the residence of Count H. They raised their spears to block Dian's path. The Count has currently left his residence. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Dian's voice was grim. Open the gate. The short-haired guard was startled. What's with his attitude? Isn't he afraid of becoming an enemy of Count H? He shouted. If you come any closer, we will attack. Dian just slightly removed his hood. He also pulled down his mask. I just want to enter my own house. You dare to stop me? The guard jumped. Master. Dian hadn't even fully stepped into the house when the servants were already in an uproar. The Count has returned. Everyone hurry. The door creaked open. Dian walked in calmly. He familiarly tossed his suitcase to the butler who was waiting right at the door. The other maids bowed respectfully. Welcome back, master. Dian raised an eyebrow in confusion. He thought to himself, I told them they don't need to greet me like this. Suddenly, another person in leather shoes approached. He was respectful. You have returned, sir. He placed his hand on his chest, bowing respectfully. Master. Dian thought to himself, he's been here since I inherited the mansion. Seeing Rimber again makes me feel like I'm really home. He was visibly pleased. It's been a while, hasn't it? Rimber smiled kindly. Indeed, master. It has been a very long time. It's been 6 months, hasn't it? Were you successful in your expedition? At the mention of this, Dian suddenly froze. What? Then? That's right. Everyone thinks I participated in an expedition to punish the monsters under the king's orders. He lowered his voice. I have returned, having completed it. Suddenly, Rimber reached out and touched the bandage on his face. You're injured. The air fell silent for a moment as Rimber placed his hand on his cheek. He was apologetic. I could not join the army to punish the monsters with you, as I am just an old man. Dian blushed slightly, removing the man's hand from his face. It's okay. I'm not a child. Rimber smiled faintly. That's right. You are now an honorary count. Rimber walked beside him. He suggested softly. You must be tired after your long journey home. Shall I have someone prepare your room? Dian didn't turn his head, just coughed lightly. No need. I will go to see the king now. Footsteps echoed on the cold marble stairs. A tired sigh escaped. I just want to lie down and rest. Behind him, Rimber was surprised. Immediately, he replied without hesitation. Yes. Please prepare at once. Dian thought to himself, I'm sure the king already knows I've returned to the empire. Suddenly, he stopped in front of a tattered red cloth. The tattered cloth fluttered, revealing the image inside. Dian was tense. Beside it, a black-haired boy and another person who looked like a younger Dian appeared in the frame through the tears in the red cloth. Dian was deep in thought. I also need to ask him about Cruel. Behind him, Rimber stood silently for a moment, his gaze following that figure with a hint of unease evident in his expression. Rimber bowed his head slightly. I will go at once, master. In an office elsewhere, Ulas T said tensely, Dian H has returned. He rolled his eyes mockingly. The king's dog. He's returned to his master, has he? What shall we do? A footstep echoed, followed by a faint, shadowy figure. Cruel walked in arrogantly. Ulas T said sarcastically, "Sir Cruel, your brother has returned." He frowned. "I will send a request to the Assassin's Guild." Ulas T rolled his eyes as if he were mad. "Good heavens, Cruel. What if you get caught?" He smiled with satisfaction. "We still have one more card to play, don't we, Celine?" Celine was calm. "Are you referring to the Revolutionary Army, sir?" Ulas T replied, "That's right." He continued, "If that group of people who are desperate to kill the king gets involved, then even if we get caught, it won't matter." Ulas T rolled his eyes with satisfaction. "I don't think Sir Cruel would overlook something so obvious." Cruel glanced away. "Sorry, I will contact the Revolutionary Army immediately." Ulas T smirked arrogantly. "I wonder how skilled the king's hero is." Honorary Count DNH. Joyful shouts echoed in the luxurious room, where the crystal chandeliers reflected sparkling lights like stars in the sky. "It's done." Standing amidst the splendid scene was DNH. He exuded the aura of a majestic and cold nobleman. A maid exclaimed, "It suits you so well, master." Dien let out a breath. So chaotic. Bathing, changing clothes, all done in a flash. Finally, it's done. The maids looked at him with sparkling eyes. "This outfit is so." Soft light filled the room, which was adorned with elegant flowers. His appearance exuded nobility and arrogance. A soft exclamation was heard. "Doesn't the military uniform make him look more outstanding?" He leaned slightly, resting his hand on his knee carelessly, his expression indifferent. An internal scream rang out like thunder. "No way. The trend these days is to look serious." Inside, he was screaming, "And who is that?" Diane's face darkened. "All the outfits are white, so what are they even discussing?" Rimber approached and advised, "Master, the sun is still strong, so please wear this mask." Dien politely took the item from Rimber's hand. "Thank you." Suddenly, he became serious. "Rimber, I know it's late, but thank you for taking care of the mansion while I was away." Rimber was moved. "I can die without regrets now. The little master has grown up and become a great count. I am truly honored to have your recognition." Dien was a little confused. "Don't say that. You're still healthy." Rimber wiped away a tear. "Not at all. I have a lot of aches and pains now." He lowered his voice. "I was planning to discuss my retirement after you returned, master." Dien was horrified for a moment. "What? He's going to retire? No way. He manages everything. Manpower, property, finances, and resources are all under his control." Dien was worried. "Where would I find such a talent?" "Rimber, can you reconsider?" Before he could finish, the man dropped a bombshell. "I was just kidding." Dien froze for 5 seconds. Rimber chuckled. "My only joy is seeing you flustered. So don't mind this old man." Dien was so angry he was speechless. This old man. He cheerfully pushed him. "Anyway, the carriage is ready. You should go." Under the clear blue sky, a magnificent mansion appeared in all its splendor. Dien climbed into the carriage. He instructed, "I don't need that many guards. I just need a few to follow behind." One of them hesitated. He narrowed his eyes. "Not many people in the Empire know I'm back, so it won't take long." The soldiers were respectful. "Yes, sir." The leader of the soldiers ordered, "Half of you, with me. We're leaving now, so stay in formation." Dien sat down quietly. He let out a breath. "I had to flatter the demon king in the demon realm, and now I have to flatter the emperor of the empire." He frowned, feeling it was extremely troublesome. But the emperor is just as scary as the demon king. Dien was lost in thought. He is a king who ascended the throne by eliminating all his rivals. The 9th prince, who killed all his siblings, and crowned himself while still bathing in a pool of blood. That is still a topic of debate even 10 years later. The discussion never ends, even for the sake of the kingdom. The king who is compared to a tyrant, Eduardo, sat arrogantly on his throne. "I seized this position through the bloodshed of many people, so I want to replace the name of the old kingdom and declare that this country will be under my rule with a new name. This country will henceforth be called the Empire." Dien couldn't stop thinking. He declared that the country would be called the Empire from then on. The Empire. He named the country with a ridiculous decree. Of course, other countries wouldn't stand by and watch. And so the war began. The war that changed my entire life. The 8-year war was very long. He rested his head on his hand, feeling that life was incredibly terrifying. Damn it. It was literally hell. Even though half of my memories are gone. Because it was too horrible, I don't want to remember anything. Otherwise, why do people say ignorance is bliss? Dian was lost in thought again. But the empire took over a third of the continent, and has become a vast empire led by a warlike and tyrannical king. He frowned. Thanks to my achievements in the war, I was granted the title of honorary count. Even though I don't remember my memories of the war clearly, I'm sure I fought desperately to survive. A war for territory between humans and nobles. It dragged me into its vortex, and I couldn't escape. That's why I now have to travel between the demon realm and the empire, with two identities that can never be revealed. Dian was astonished. A sudden shock like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Dian shouted, "What's going on?" At that moment, a fierce battle was raging. The soldiers swung their swords and charged into battle with unknown enemies. He was horrified. What the hell is happening? Then Dian suddenly realized. The Revolutionary Army. How the hell did they know I was back? They even came all the way here. He hurriedly tried to flee. This is bad. I should get out of here. Suddenly, from behind, a burly brown-haired man charged forward to attack Dian. He quickly recognized the enemy, but he was still grabbed by the neck. He forcefully pushed him into the carriage, leaving behind a trail of faint white smoke hanging in the air. Dian was being choked and coughed a few times. KHH. He still didn't understand what was happening, a little bewildered. Who is this? The burly brown-haired man's eyes were wide, his expression as hungry as a predator. Found you, dog of the empire. The organization formed during that fierce 8-year war caused by the empire's invasions everywhere. It was a formidable alliance. It was an association with the symbol of a white bird. The Revolutionary Army. During a turbulent period, in the process of the empire's invasion of other kingdoms, tragic events occurred. Every place they passed through was left in ruins. Their homes and villages were all invaded by the empire. Furthermore, the most important things in their lives were destroyed at the hands of the empire. That was family, soulmates, unfortunate people who died unjustly because of their inhumane actions. This ignited the hatred of the surviving youth. What else could be expected from those who had nothing left to lose? They cried tears of blood and despair. Then, when they had no other choice, they did everything they could to destroy the empire and the emperor. Back to the present. A burly man with a large scar on his face was squeezing Dian's neck with one hand. With the other, he raised an axe, intending to finish him off. His voice was threatening. Found you, dog of the empire. His airway was being squeezed tighter and tighter. Unable to stop his wheezing, he cursed silently. That damn emperor. His trembling hands wanted to resist. His face hardened as he stared straight at his opponent, assessing him. He's created a bunch of madmen just like himself. At that moment, a thought crept into the scarred man's mind. Whatever their beliefs are, I don't care. But I don't want to be their victim either. His hand pressed DNH down, the grip tightening. He said contemptuously, I was worried because you call yourself a hero of the empire, but it seems you're just a useless bum. His legs thrashed. He gasped for breath and replied, I'm not. A lackey of the empire. The man froze for 5 seconds. He was stunned when he heard his words. Then the scarred man released his grip, scratching his head in confusion. I'm sorry. What was your name again? He was still in a headlock. Clearly, DNH. That's my name. As soon as he heard his name, he flew into a rage. He grabbed his collar and lifted his entire body up, roaring, Are you messing with me? Then you really are the emperor's dog. He was caught off guard by the sudden attack and quickly tried to explain, My name is DNH, but I'm not his lackey. He looked at the brat in front of him and confirmed, white hair, red eyes, and an arrogant attitude. Just like the rumors. As if to counterattack, he was now fumbling for his dagger, flustered because he couldn't find it. My dagger? Where's my dagger? In his mind, he pictured the scarred man being stabbed to a pulp. As soon as he lets his guard down. But to his surprise, the man's face was cold. He had guessed what he was about to do and used the shaft of his axe to block the dagger aimed at him. DNH grimaced, furious. He blocked it. On the other side, he was enraged by the bold move. He slammed his body down with a thud, raising his axe high and shouting, Don't mess with me. Anymore. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining his white mask. He was gradually losing strength, letting out a soft hiss. Realizing his condition, "This is bad. I can't breathe." The burly man began to doubt the weakling in front of him. Are the rumors just nonsense? How can you be a hero of the empire? His eyes burned with a murderous glint. He raised his axe, wanting to finish off DNH. His voice was decisive. If you have someone to blame, blame your emperor. He didn't forget to insult him. Fake hero. He had now tilted his head as if he had fainted. The axe was only inches away from him. Suddenly, an arrow flew by. A firm voice called out, "You bastard! Stop!" The arrow was aimed straight at the axe, causing it to fall from its owner's hand. He was surprised by the sudden foul play. The axe fell from his hand and stuck straight into the floor of the carriage. He took a slight step back, not believing his eyes. He turned around, wanting to know who the hell it was. He roared, "What the hell?" A man with a cunning smile approached, his voice sounding pleased. This man seemed proud to see the scene before him. It hit. More surprisingly, he brought an entire army with him. The most prominent were two tall men, one with short reddish-brown hair, the other with long purple hair that fell over his face. The common thing was that they both had eyes like bullets aimed at the scarred man, who seemed to be a reckless youth. Cold sweat trickled down his nose. The revolutionary soldier looked at them in astonishment. He immediately recognized them. Wait a minute, the Empire's crest. An alliance with the symbol of a creature with the body of a lion, but the limbs and beak of an eagle placed before two crossed swords. None other than the Phantom Knights, an association of people with familiar backgrounds. The demons born from that 8-year war, led by DNH. At that moment, he roared in panic. "How did you find me?" "Stop them." A Phantom Knight, holding a bag in one hand, couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh with the other. "I don't think we can let you go. Should we slaughter them all?" After saying that, he burst into cackles. But this alliance didn't stop there. The terrifying thing about the Phantom Knights wasn't their skills. Perhaps the reason was the immense loss, because they no longer had a country, no longer had a family. At that moment, the eyes of the Phantom Knights lit up. Against the backdrop of a fiery red sky, they wore a cunning smile that seemed to want to bore into their target. Then, without hesitation, an entire army in red and white uniforms, holding long, sharp swords, charged forward, creating a resounding tremor on the ground. A man with a grim face gritted his teeth. Kill them all. These damn revolutionaries. Perhaps because they acted without thinking, their minds were all equally brutal. So they were extremely brutal. The blade had already made a deep cut on the back of a revolutionary soldier, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The man screamed. The short, reddish-brown-haired man was the one who struck, not forgetting to growl a few words. He decisively ordered the others. "You know what to do, right? Don't let them die an easy death." On this side, the long-haired man was still frantically stabbing an unfortunate man in a green shirt. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. He laughed heartily. "Who cares? Let's just have fun." As expected, the power of this army was not to be underestimated. Their ability to slaughter was indescribable. The remaining men in the revolutionary army stood frozen, watching their comrades fall one by one. Blood shot out in streams like fireworks, soaking the ground. The scarred man now knew fear. His face darkened, furious. "If I face those bloodthirsty bastards, it will be a great loss." He looked at them with resentment. "I have to finish off this hero bastard quickly and then retreat." He was so focused on the Phantom Knights that he didn't notice the weak, white-haired, red-eyed man. Suddenly, he frowned. Feeling a pain, he turned his head. And oh my, his hand had been clawed open by DNH. Since when? Fresh blood flowed continuously. The wound looked like it was about to tear open, looking incredibly disgusting. He screamed in pain. At that moment, the entire space shook with his piercing scream. He was in so much pain. He reflexively threw him to the side, causing him to hit the side of the carriage hard. His hand trembled as he touched his torn wrist. A few pieces of flesh, the red blood was slowly drying. The bone-deep pain was slowly creeping in. He couldn't bear it and trembled, letting out a few gasps. His face darkened. It seemed like he was so pained by his sinewy hand that he cursed out loud. "My hand! You crazy bastard!" DNH was now standing behind him, laughing heartily. "You're like an egg trying to be smarter than the chicken." Behind the mask, a smirk could be seen. He raised his hand, stained with his blood, and provoked him. Sorry about that. I was planning to tear it right off, but I'm too weak right now. With that, he picked up the scarred man's precious axe, raised it high with both hands, and said his goodbyes. I've lost my way with you now. Let me see you off. His eyes were now no different from flames, glowing red like two bright headlights. He was now in a cowardly position, unable to do anything but glare and hiss. You. Without making him wait long, he sent him to heaven with a single blow. He lost control and fell out of the carriage. A loud thud. It seems he was a bit cruel to strike in front of his comrades, causing the other guy to cower in fear. His blood gushed out like a waterfall. He gradually lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. After washing his hands with a bit of blood, DNH finally showed his face, stepping down from the carriage. A man in his gang was stunned and stammered. The man's voice was full of astonishment. Commander. He opened the door, appearing in his majestic white uniform, now stained red. He still wore a satisfied smile. Looking at the bloody giant who was now motionless on the ground, he thought to himself, he's dead. He stood tall, looking down at the scarred man. Without a shred of pity, a wicked thought appeared. Should I continue? His eyes were only half open. He was firm. That's not enough. He smiled mysteriously, a beastly plan forming in his mind. I need to make an example of him so no one else dares to attack me. Once he had the thought, he could not do it. I can't stop. He approached and sat on the unfortunate big guy's body, pulling out a dagger as if he wanted to stab him a few more times to vent his anger. Just a little more. He helped himself, stabbing the dagger straight into his forehead. It seemed to have completely destroyed his brain. His blood vessels were like a ticking time bomb that had just been activated. With just one touch, it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. He pulled out the dagger, red blood still dripping, as if wanting to finish the job, to make sure that. With that, like a psychotic killer, he unhesitatingly swung the dagger and stabbed him repeatedly, as if to satisfy his craving for the pungent red liquid. He watched the fresh blood splash onto his face, his mouth still lifted in a satisfied smile. He had now turned into a beast. No one would forget this scene. The underlings of GNH were now in awe. One who had just finished off an enemy raised his blood-stained sword and exclaimed, "That's our commander for you." So brutal. Another was sitting on a pile of green-shirt corpses, realizing his presence wasn't really necessary. It seems like he didn't need our help from the beginning. At this point, one looked at the two cowards supporting each other behind him and said contemptuously, "He's fine, of course, but these chickens probably wouldn't have escaped death." A weak, green-haired man who looked like he was about to collapse was clinging to the red-haired man beside him, casting a wary glance at the man in front of him. The underling now had a half-smile. He promised, "If it weren't for us, these guys would probably be dead already." The green-haired man was now utterly humiliated, avoiding his gaze. "Deal with this brat." DNH slowly stood up amidst a large pool of blood, his killing intent radiating. What are you doing?" His hands were now stained red. He unconsciously raised them to wipe his mask. His deadly gaze looked forward, signaling, "There are still enemies over there." He ordered coldly, "Kill them." Now, in front of them were the two remaining members of the Revolutionary Army, trembling in fear. The long, purple-haired man confirmed the target, taking slow steps as if playing a game of cat and mouse. One of them trembled, letting out a soft hiss, realizing his pathetic life would not be spared. Scene change. It was now dark. The carriage, adorned with a few red stains from DNH, stopped in front of the grounds of a magnificent, splendid castle. It was like a bright diamond in a coal field. The two guards at the gate returned to their solemn posture. The red-haired man frowned and wondered, "Why is the carriage so dirty?" The other gray-haired man seemed to realize something, shouting, "Wait a minute." DNH stepped out of the carriage, looking as cool as a soldier in a Korean drama, while the guard was still astonished. "That's not dirt." This man shouted, "It's blood." Seeing him approach, the gray-haired man raised his hand to signal him to stop. "This is the royal palace. You cannot enter without an invitation." He didn't waste words, replying coldly, "I am GNH." His face clearly showed his annoyance. His sharp gaze looked at the man in front of him, his voice annoyed. "I came to see the king." The two guards seemed to have been instructed beforehand, saying in unison, Our apologies, sir. The gray-haired man said this, but he couldn't stop the thoughts in his head. I know the king has great respect for Sir DNH and has made a special exception for him to come whenever he wishes. He was now losing patience, growling. Where is the king? The gray-haired man replied fearfully. He is in the banquet hall. He was slightly surprised. The banquet hall. The castle, seen from above, showed its splendor even more clearly. The lights shone brightly against the dark sky. The guard quickly added, "There is a party to celebrate the new hero's appointment." He immediately sneered, saying, "The new hero?" At this moment, his brother, Cruel H, was in the banquet hall, kneeling solemnly before the king. He could already guess what was happening. He asked the guard, "My brother must be here, right?" In the splendid banquet hall, an air of luxury seemed to permeate the atmosphere, covering every corner with a majestic and noble aura. The light from the huge crystal chandeliers hung down like a shower of sparkling stars, illuminating every detail of the exquisite vaulted ceiling. The king sat with his legs crossed. In front of him was Cruel. His satisfied voice praised him. "So you have reclaimed the territory that was seized by the demons? Excellent." He knelt on one knee to show his respect, humbly replying, "I was only doing my duty." At this point, the king stood up, clearly declaring, "Today, we will celebrate the birth of the new hero, Cruel H, and congratulate his first victory." The guests turned their eyes towards the two of them. The king raised his glass of red wine and continued, "So let us enjoy this joyous occasion." Just as he spoke, Dien appeared from nowhere, looking like he had just returned from battle. The people around were astonished. What? Some people didn't want to tolerate the filth that was walking in and immediately complained, "He's covered in blood." The party was full of nobles. Suddenly, a nobody appeared, which they couldn't accept. "I don't know who he is, but that's so rude." Even though he wore a hooded cloak that covered his head, someone still saw his face clearly and exclaimed, "Wait a minute. Does he have red eyes and white hair?" Alithia couldn't help but be surprised and covered her mouth with both hands. LV Fio also couldn't believe his eyes, vaguely recognizing him. That person is. He realized who it was. The honorary count of the royal family, DNH. Dragging his blood-soaked feet up the stairs, Dien met his brother's gaze. Without paying any attention to his brother, he walked straight past Cruel like a gust of wind. Dien walked step by step towards the king, the trail of blood from his footsteps staining the red carpet. He let out a breath, a not-so-positive thought in his mind. It seems my dear brother has somehow been appointed a hero. With that, he stopped before the king, knelt on one knee, and bowed. "Greetings, your majesty." He raised his hand to lower his hood, his gaze firm, not forgetting to introduce himself. "Your servant, DNH, respectfully greets the king." The whispers grew louder. "Look at all that blood." An old woman covered her mouth with a fan, leaned her head towards the man beside her, and began to add fuel to the fire. "I heard that Dien is the vampire count. Did the H family adopt a vampire and raise him?" The man, upon hearing this, didn't hesitate to stir the pot. "I heard he was oppressed since he was young. Did the H family shun him?" Ulas T looked at him, raising an eyebrow slightly. "DNH." He smirked, silently praising his courage. "It seems you survived and returned. How resilient." The bloodstains marked every step he took, causing everyone to stir uncontrollably. The king glanced over, his eyes soulless but full of thoughts. Looking at the young man before him, the king spoke. "It's been quite a while, hasn't it, honorary Count DNH?" He smiled faintly. He continued, "It's true that I said you could come to see me whenever you wished." He was being sarcastic. But to come here to the palace looking so disheveled? What kind of disrespect is this? Dien, covered in blood, bowed his head low, a trail of blood following him. His eyes hardened. He lowered his voice. "My apologies. I was ambushed on my way here." The smile remained. The king's voice was interrogating. An ambush? Who would be so bold as to attack the kingdom's hero? A thought hidden from everyone crossed his mind. "It's a good thing I had knights escort you." Dien didn't know what to say, just bowed his head in anger. The king, in a majestic posture, handed his wine glass to his servant. He looked at him and said, "It seems you have many things to say to me. Why don't we go somewhere else? I also want to hear many things from you." When the two were in a private room, The king sat with his legs crossed on a red sofa, resting his chin on his hand and starting the conversation. You said it was an ambush? It must have been the Revolutionary Army. There's no doubt about it. DNH sat on a similar chair opposite him. He was worried about Diane's condition. Those scoundrels. Are you all right? Do you need me to call a healer? Looking at the man in front of him, he thought, the kingdom's hero? DH. He had a calm expression, replying softly, I am fine, Your Majesty. At that moment, the king's thoughts continued. It's too obvious. All the looks he gets are very negative. He still rested his hand on his chin, looking at him as if admiring a handsome man, his mind silently cursing. What a bunch of fools. What talent do they have to compare with DNH? DNH's background was anything but ordinary. He was the vanguard in the 8-Year War. After the battle, the image of him standing proudly on the cliff was truly hard to erase. He wasn't just all talk. He had achieved more than all the rest combined. During an unforgettable time, when he left with the title of the Empire's first hero, Dien walked out of a battle of attrition with his comrades in his arms. Truly admirable. He had successfully repelled the noble army, saving countless comrades, something no one before him could do. A hero defeated by the Demon King would inevitably be thrown as food for the hungry demons. The fate of the defeated was just that tragic. With no strength left to resist, dozens of ghost-like monsters would tear them apart, smelling the fresh blood and feasting on it. So imagine what would have happened without Dien. If DNH hadn't successfully saved his comrades like that, countless souls would have died at the hands of the Demon King. True gold does not fear fire. This saying is truly fitting for that hero. It was an extraordinary feat to face the Demon King, although it came at a price that was not cheap at all. But if you're going to do something, you have to do it with all your might. Back to the present, the king spoke up, breaking the silence. Have you found a way to break the curse? Dien was stunned. The curse. Then he realized what the king was talking about. Ah, he means the Demon King's seal? It's a symbol combining overlapping circles and triangles. He raised his hand to adjust his shirt, replying slowly, Not yet. I still haven't found it. He turned his head to the side, smiling faintly and thinking, It's not a curse, just a tracking spell. But the king thinks I've been weakened by the Demon King's magic. The king's gaze remained fixed on him, his brow slightly furrowed. He silently rebuked him. He still has that indifferent attitude, disregarding his own health. Perhaps his only purpose in sending him was one thing. I sent him to the demon realm only because I hoped he could break that curse. He raised his teacup and took a sip. He continued, I think you should return to the demon realm to find a way to break that curse. It's a pity to have to send a talent like you back to that hellish place. Dien sat opposite, listening to everything he said but thinking differently. He sent me to be a spy, but he's trying to justify it with a nice reason to comfort me. The king put down his teacup, which clinked against the saucer. He then asked, Has there been anything noteworthy at the Demon King's castle lately? Dien replied, feigning hesitation, Nothing new. But the king, curious, urged him on. But what? Back in the past, Dien was grabbing the shoulder of the man who had just coughed up blood, laughing maniacally as he interrogated him. He recounted, I met the assassin you sent to the Demon King's army camp. His eyes became sharp. He continued, Notably, he was a candidate to be the new hero for the Empire. Why did you send him to the demon realm? The king crossed his arms, showing contempt for the man. That's right. He was a lowly piece of trash who insulted the name of a hero. Then he answered his question. I knew he would die before he could do anything in the demon realm. But perhaps thanks to some talent, he was still able to escape from there. He tilted his head, smiling at him as he replied. But thanks to that piece of trash, you've gained even more trust in the demon realm, haven't you? He uttered a few words that stunned him. Commander Zero, Demon Dien. It seemed he knew every move, even what he looked like in the demon realm. Dien jumped, his face darkening. He knows that much already? He immediately bowed low, lowering his voice. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I had no way to refuse the Demon King. The king, seeing his distress, reassured him. It's all right. I didn't say that to reprimand you. He turned his face away, smiling as he praised him. The more trust you gain in the demon realm, the more information you'll be able to obtain. To be trusted even by the Demon King, you are truly talented. Taking another sip of tea, he turned to ask him, Now, don't you have something you want to ask me? This is your last chance. Dian was silent for a moment, hesitating, not knowing how to begin. He then uttered a familiar name. Cruel H. Without any regard for anyone, he looked at the king as if he wanted to eat him alive. He growled, "Why did you make him a hero?" He was blunt, not mincing words. "You already know the reason, your majesty." Dian seemed to harbor an unforgettable resentment. He was furious. "My only regret is that I couldn't kill Cruel H." He recounted, "He is the only survivor of the H family besides me." The painting in his house reflected this. Even though it was covered by a torn curtain, the tear happened to reveal his brother's face. He corrected himself. "No, he is the only one left of the H family, the one who saved and raised me, DNH." As a child, he had always loved the family portrait of four, so much so that he was always found gazing at it intently. Suddenly, a voice called his name. Dian. It was his brother, Cruel. He was standing on the stairs, calling him. "Father and mother are waiting." He immediately turned around, his innocent face with flushed cheeks. He whispered, "Brother." He then hurriedly followed his brother, his childish voice saying, "I'm sorry, brother. Is it lunchtime already?" Cruel turned and walked ahead, reminding him, "It's okay. Hurry up." He ran to grab his brother's hand, asking fearfully, "What if you get scolded?" "All because of me." Pulled gently by his younger brother, he turned his head to look. Suddenly, he pulled his hand away from Diane's. He rubbed his hands together, turning his face away to answer his younger brother's question. "My hands are dirty. I'm late because I was just training. Let's go." Dian looked at him, confused, letting out a soft, "Ah," as if he understood. Unable to hide his awkwardness, he looked away and said, "Sorry." At that moment, the sadness was clearly visible on his face. He thought, "It's okay if my hands are dirty, too." With that, the two brothers walked through the vast grounds of the castle. Dian trailed behind, calling, "Brother, wait for me." As he walked, he thought, "He's so fast. I can't keep up." Cruel stopped abruptly, causing him, who was following by inertia, to bump his face into his back. He cried out, "Oof." He turned to look at his younger brother, who was rubbing his face, and said coldly, "You must really like that family portrait, huh? You stare at it all day." He was overjoyed, smiling so wide his eyes crinkled as he replied, "Yes. Every time I look at it, it makes me feel happy to be in this family." He was cold, as if to extinguish the little one's joy, and said, "It's just a picture." Dian scratched his head. Cruel replied, "Yes, but it's still." Cruel turned and walked away, his face still emotionless as he told his brother, "All right, don't wander off and just stay in your room." He clenched his hand into a fist. Dian, older, remembered the childhood memory, hesitating. "But, brother." On the way to the dining room, he accidentally overheard two maids talking. One asked, "Isn't the second young master's red eyes and white hair a bit scary?" The one opposite replied, "Yeah, that's right. Why is he the only one who's different?" Since childhood, a scary feeling had always followed him. "I've always felt lonely." The other maid continued, "I wonder if he's really a child of the H family." She kept chattering away, not knowing he was nearby, hearing everything. A deep sadness flickered in his eyes. But every time he looked at the family portrait, he was affected by those words. His feet lingered there a little longer. That familiar feeling was always there. "I feel like I'm still a part of this family again." The image of the family of four gathered together was always what he loved most. But he always had an impossible wish. "I wished that I was born with black hair and blue eyes like the H family." At that moment, in the large dining room, the light from the crystal chandelier brightly illuminated the entire room. The two brothers' father sat at the head of the table, his stern voice echoing, "Dian." Cruel. The two children were there. Sitting on one side was their mother, her face firm. Though his voice wasn't too harsh, he was enough to make the two brothers tremble. "Didn't I tell you to hurry up? For the royal banquet, tonight." Their mother looked at Dian and asked worriedly, "Dian, are you not feeling well again?" She was worried about his health. "It's okay if you stay in your room if you still have a fever." Cruel looked at his parents and bowed his head. "I'm sorry for being late." Dian, who had just climbed onto his chair, quickly answered his mother, "It's okay. I want to go." She received the answer, still unable to sit with her worries. But their father saw his wife's excessive worry. He reassured her, "Calm down, my love. We can't let Dian stay at home forever." She couldn't help but raise her voice. "How can I calm down? What if something happens? The boy is already frail." At this point, unable to contain his anger, his face darkened. He slammed his hand on the table. "So you intend to lock the boy up forever?" He growled. "We haven't even let the boy attend a banquet with the king, and rumors about him have already spread throughout the empire. We can't live like this forever." His eyes were as sharp as a razor directed at Dian. His voice was firm. "Do you understand, Dian? You must always be careful when you go out. You must not let others know your flaws." He was stunned, only 2 words echoing in his head. "Flaws." He bowed his head low, stammering his reply to his father. "Yes, I will remember." His face clearly showed his sadness. He felt as if he had disappointed them. "My parents must not be happy with me." The maid's words echoed again, making him even more sensitive. "An appearance that doesn't resemble the family and a weak body. I am the reason the family cannot continue to maintain the title of count." Suddenly, Cruel's voice cut through his negative thoughts. "Well, I heard that father has hired a new sword master." He rounded his eyes in surprise. "Is he changing the subject because of me?" He couldn't believe it and immediately denied it. "No, that can't be. My brother isn't interested in anything that doesn't concern him." His father laughed loudly, looking pleased. His voice brightened. "Because your swordsmanship is getting better and better." His brother's words truly had weight. The atmosphere in the room changed immediately when his brother spoke. His father looked at him, his attitude full of expectation. "It's very difficult to find a good sword master." His mother couldn't contain her joy either, excitedly adding, "Even so, weren't you very interested when you saw the boy's progress?" He was now like a spare part, only able to remain silent. He secretly admired him. "My brother is so amazing." Looking back at him, Dian felt worthless. "And I'm just a flawed child." And sadly, even though they lived together, he still felt lonely. He had found the answer. "That's right. This loneliness is entirely because I'm weak." Though sad, he still tried to reassure himself. "It's okay. After all, I'm still a member of the family." With that, he set a standard to pursue. "If I try hard, I'm sure I'll be like my brother." And his wish would come true. "Then my parents will love me more." Now he was wearing a suit, preparing for the banquet. Suddenly, a shrill voice called out, attracting his attention. He looked towards the person approaching. He asked back, "Are you talking to me?" In front of him was a group of 3 arrogant noble children, uttering words with a mocking tone. "That's right. Are you DNH?" He looked at the group, not understanding what was about to happen. It was the first time he had been approached like this, a little surprised. "They're talking to me. This is the first time someone has taken the initiative to talk to me." He was visibly happy, his eyes shining brightly. He asked a few questions. "Hello." As happy as he was, he didn't forget his father's words, thinking, "I'm very happy, but what if I do something rude?" The boy, seeing him dazed, asked, "Why are you alone?" Dian quickly answered, "My family went to meet my brother's new sword master, so..." He looked at him contemptuously, letting out a harsh word. "Humph, you were left behind." Without letting him answer, the wide mouth smiled mockingly. He looked down on him. "You really don't know?" Dian was stunned, not yet recovered, letting out a soft gasp. The orange-haired boy continued, his tone truly sour. "The rumor that you're just a nuisance to the family has spread everywhere." He didn't know when to stop and just kept shouting. "Were you really imprisoned by your family all this time?" Dian was indignant, immediately speaking up to defend himself. "No, that's not it. It's just that my body isn't well." The boy approached him, their shoes touching. He shouted in a grating voice, "Liar." He pointed straight at Dian's face, a mocking smile on his lips. The kid with the unhappy mood, white hair, and red eyes is anxious. "Anyway, your family won't love someone like you." At that moment, his face had darkened. He gritted his teeth, unable to resist. The boy continued, "The family will abandon you." He was about to insult him with some ugly words. "You monster." Before he could finish, Dian, who had been provoked to the point of anger, swung his hand and punched him in the face. He shouted a warning at him. "Don't laugh." Already frail, he was the one who got hurt from punching someone. He was rubbing his reddened hand from hitting the person. He still couldn't stop shouting. "What do you know to say that?" My family treats me very well. At that moment, the other boy approached, raised his hand, and punched him back, a painful blow to the face, shouting, "How dare you?" Dian hissed in pain. The orange-haired boy, though young, already had the blood of a gangster in him, causing him to continuously kick. He punched him while cursing, "You think because you have the H surname, you're part of the H family?" He became more and more aggressive. "You're a monster. You're just a good-for-nothing." He gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and delivered a final, hurtful blow. "The H family will abandon a monster like you." Being insulted so harshly, a thought crept into Diane's mind. "No, I'm not a monster." The orange-haired boy still showed no signs of stopping. The other boy in his group, seeing the situation getting tense, came over and grabbed his shoulder, trying to pull him away while intervening. "Hey, stop." His face was bruised, but it seemed the emotional wound was more painful. "Family." Suddenly, a familiar voice called out his name. Dian. Hearing someone call his name, he turned his head towards the sound. Cruel was now rushing over, asking worriedly, "What's wrong?" He approached him, his face worried, constantly calling his younger brother's name. "Dian, Dian." He was now growing weaker, tears streaming down his cheeks. He looked at his brother, his mind blank. The sun had now reached its peak, bestowing its warm light upon all of humanity. Now, at the H family's castle, a voice spoke up. "What's the situation?" In Diane's room, a physician was examining him as he lay unconscious on the bed, his face serious. "The boy's body is extremely weak," he continued. "Furthermore, he is very sensitive. We must be careful with sunlight. If he is to live, he needs special care. For now, we can only be sure of keeping him alive." Behind them, his worried mother was leaning against his father, whose face was as cold as if nothing had happened. His mother was horrified. She covered her mouth with both hands as if she couldn't believe it. To that extent, her husband was also helpless, his hand on his forehead, sighing. There has never been a child of the H family like this before. How could this be? At that moment, he had woken up. Seeing his worried parents, he thought, "Father, I'm sorry." He reached out, wanting to touch them, promising in his subconscious, "I will try harder." Though it was just a thought, his weak voice could be heard, echoing, "Everyone, don't be sad." With that, his hand fell into someone else's. None other than Cruel. He took his hand, softly calling his name. "Dian," he asked in a low voice, "Are you okay?" He hesitated. A happy smile bloomed on his face, as if his heart had been warmed. "I love this family more than anything." His brother beside him still spoke in a calm, comforting voice. "You don't need to worry about anything." Suddenly, he changed his tune, uttering a sentence as if to insult him. "After all, no one expects anything from you anyway." He rounded his eyes, stunned by the words of his esteemed older brother. The two words that haunted him the most now echoed in his head, making him feel like he was about to explode. "Monster." He gasped for breath, his eyes wet with tears, letting out a soft hiss, his breathing becoming faster and faster. It felt as if someone were choking him. Suddenly, he sat up. It turned out to be just a nightmare. Waking up from the obsession, he was confused, not knowing what was real and what was not. "This is..." With that, someone called his name loudly, the sound echoing throughout. "Dian." At this point, his parents burst into the room. His mother, worried, asked her son frantically, "How could something like this happen?" "A fight in the palace." His father's face hardened, disappointed in his weak son. "What did I tell you? You have to be careful when you go out. And yet you caused something like this." Dian trembled, replying in a small voice, I'm sorry." He bowed his head, not daring to look them in the eye. He wanted to explain. But father, that child was the one who started it." How could he forget that scene? The scene of that boy repeatedly punching him in the face and uttering those harsh words. "You think because you have the H surname, you're part of the H family? You're a monster. You're just a good-for-nothing." The scene of him puffing out his cheeks and threatening him. "The H family will abandon a monster like you." He was the one who started it. He was the one who insulted his family. The two words, monster, were now like a curse that clung to him. Dian covered his mouth in fear. At the same time, a thought ran through his mind. After all, father won't listen to what I say anyway. What if father thinks the same as them? At this point, He didn't want to explain anymore, just replied to his father briefly. After all, it's not like that. His mother covered her face in pain. His father then gave him an ultimatum. It seems it's still too early for you to go out. You are forbidden from going out for the time being. His face was grim. He looked at his son in front of him as if he were a creature that shouldn't exist and said in a voice as light as a feather, "You will stay in your room and reflect on your actions." This feeling, it truly scared him. I don't want to be abandoned. He buried his face in his blanket and sobbed, thinking, everyone must be so disappointed in me. Anyone in this situation couldn't help but have negative thoughts, and he was no exception. I want to be loved by them. I mustn't bother them. But if I don't make an effort to make up for my shortcomings, he was firm, telling himself, so as not to bring shame to the blood flowing in me. A voice called into his room. "Dian, are you not leaving your room today either?" It seemed to be a servant. Seeing no answer, another person quickly replied, "All right, don't say any more. It would be a shame not to go see it now. Who knows why he has to be so diligent?" They had no idea that inside the room, Dian was buried in a pile of books, seemingly studying something. His hand held a pen, constantly taking notes. New knowledge. Outside, a faint laugh could be heard. Ha ha. This probably succeeded in attracting his attention. He approached the window, his hand on the curtain, ready to open it. This sound was unmistakable. Everyone's laughter. That's right. Outside in the courtyard were his parents and brother, laughing and playing happily. His father spoke up. "That's right. You have to do well, Cruel." His brother replied, "Yes, just leave it to me." His mother covered her mouth and giggled. Both of them placed their hands on their precious son's shoulders, looking very much like a happy family. He looked down from his room, a feeling of jealousy clear in his eyes. Then he turned away and opened a drawer. Inside was a long wooden stick. He reminded himself, "No, I mustn't crave it." He raised the wooden stick, imagining a sword in front of him. He looked at it with a serious gaze. A wave of determination surged in his mind. "If I work harder, everyone in the family will know." Without hesitation, he swung the stick with all his might, imagining himself swinging a sword. He concentrated intensely, always reminding himself of the reason he started. "If I want everyone to love me, I have to be stronger. Today, I will swing the stick for another 30 minutes. It was now getting dark. In the castle, the sound of Dian practicing his sword still echoed. Sweat dripped onto the floor. He thought to himself, so tired. He let out a hiss of breath. He wanted to rest so badly. "I'm dead tired," he told himself, "but I can't stop." His breaths came out more and more frequently, yet he still pushed himself. Continue. He struggled. Just a little more. At that moment, Cruel came from nowhere and snatched the stick from his hand, shouting, "Dian, stop." He had pushed himself too hard. But luckily, he wasn't dead yet. Just a little red blood started to flow from his nose. Dian looked at his brother, weak. He grabbed his shoulders, shaking him hard and yelling, "What on earth are you doing?" He stammered, I was just training my physical strength." Before he could finish, Cruel couldn't control himself and lost his temper. "I told you not to do these pointless things. Just stay quietly in your room." He delivered a final blow that stabbed at his self-esteem. "You don't need to do anything." Dian bowed his head, blood having already dripped down to his chin. He smiled faintly. "My efforts are so pointless. What's the use? I'm just a spare. I'm a good-for-nothing." Not seeing him answer, he called his name. "Dian." At that moment, he replied to him, "I know." His eyes became emotionless. He wore a manufactured smile. He continued, "I won't do anything." The thought that he was useless had already been ingrained in his brain. "No one expects anything from me." With that, he politely shooed Cruel out. "Brother, I'm sorry, but I need to rest now. Can you leave?" He walked to the door, not leaving immediately, looking at him with a mix of belief and doubt. He was deep in thought. So, to become a member of the family. Dian stood at the window, the light from outside not enough to illuminate the entire room. He asked himself, to receive everyone's love, what do I have to do? Scene change. Sometime later. Now, a hand was knocking on the wooden door a few times. Butler Rimber stood at his door, asking softly, "Are you still dining in your room today, sir?" Dian was sitting in a corner of the room, asking out, "What about the others?" At this point, he was a 14-year-old boy, but why did he look so pale? The butler was about to answer him. The master and the madam. Before he could finish, Cruel pushed the door open and walked in, his face serious, cutting him off. Mom and Dad had something urgent come up, so they went out. Time flies. Now he had become a 17-year-old boy, looking much more mature. He looked at his brother, asking in surprise, "Brother? Aren't you training?" He picked up the chessboard on the table and replied, "It was finished this morning. Come here, Dian. Play chess with me." Listening to his brother, he no longer struggled. After giving up all efforts, sometimes his brother would come to his place to play chess. He replied to his brother, "Yes, I'd be happy to." Cruel paused slightly, wondering, using honorifics? Looking at his younger brother in front of him, he lowered his voice. "Are you busy by any chance?" A very bitter thing. Mom and Dad have never come here. At this point, he was contemptuous. He curled his lip and replied, "Are you kidding me, brother? No one ever comes to see me. I just stay in my room. What could I possibly be busy with?" He even thought to himself, "Oh my, why is he suddenly being sarcastic with me?" He walked to his chair and confirmed, "I'm not busy." Cruel focused on the chess game, not forgetting to tell Dian about recent events. There's been a lot of noise lately, so Mom and Dad are very busy. Perhaps he misunderstood his parents. Is it because they're busy that they're like this? But he gently moved a chess piece. He immediately convinced himself with what had been stuck in his head for the past few years. It's clear that Mom and Dad don't want to see my face. He realized everything. Even though I know he's lying, I still want to believe that reason, but his face was full of thoughts. He replied. Dian recalled when he was in his room, sometimes, while sleeping. He saw his mother briefly watching him sleep. It must be because my mother came to see me alone that I believe it. He had already made up his mind. I've decided not to expect love from my family anymore. At that time, his mother had caressed him, whispering, "Dian, I'm sorry. Sleep well." At that time, he sniffled, tears soaking his pillow. He cherished their small actions. Even so, he didn't feel moved. I find it funny to hope for it. But somewhere inside him, he still wanted to believe in that cold affection. Even so, it could be that they're too busy to come. Cruel stopped completely, looking up at his younger brother and whispering, "Perhaps in the near future, it will be difficult for me to play chess with you." He smiled faintly, immediately dismissing his previous thought. "I don't expect anything either." His face was momentarily sad, but then it passed. He replied to his brother, "I'm sorry. You've always made a point of coming here, so it must have been a bother for you." Cruel quickly explained, "That's not it. If a war breaks out, each family will have at least one person drafted." He was talking when suddenly the door was pushed open with a bang. Two guards burst in from nowhere. Cruel's face was annoyed. He turned to them. "What is it?" While Jian was still gaping, stunned, not knowing the situation, he continued, "Who dares to enter without permission?" One of them spoke up, cutting him off. "We came to deliver an order from the Empire." He looked at the two of them and asked, "Which one of you is DH?" He looked at him, bewildered. What the hell is going on? The butler bowed his head and looked at Dian, who was playing chess with his brother. "Because that is the day, DNH." He was engrossed in thinking about his next move when suddenly a clenched fist appeared in front of him, startling him. The man, in a neat uniform with shiny brown hair, seemed to be from the royal court. He stood before Dian, his voice stern. "Come with me." Before Dian could understand what was happening, he grabbed his arm tightly, frightening him. "I'll explain as we go." Specifically, without waiting for his consent, the brown-haired man in the neat uniform dragged him away, causing him to stumble and cry out, "Wait." The two men waiting outside the door saw the scene and couldn't help but comment, "That kid is DNH. He looks so frail. Can he even hold a sword? He'll probably be thrown onto the battlefield." Cruel, seeing his younger brother being taken away for no reason, rushed to stop them. He grabbed the brown-haired man's hand and frowned. "Please wait a moment. The one who was summoned is not Dian. There must be some misunderstanding." The brown-haired man shook his hand off and just glanced at him. "This is an official notice from the royal family to the H family. We are just following orders. Specifically, you should discuss this with your parents. This is definitely not a misunderstanding." With that, he and his two comrades dragged Dian away decisively, causing him to fall into thought. What is all this about? He thought of his parents who had heartlessly sent him away. Did Mom and Dad decide to send me to the battlefield? My body isn't well. If I'm sent to the battlefield, I'll surely die. What should I do? He imagined his mother's expression at that time. Jian, I'm sorry. He was terrified, tears welling up in his eyes. No way. He snapped out of it, but the door behind him had already closed. He tried to turn his head back and shout, but all that answered him was a deathly silence. The door remained tightly shut, not moving at all. His face darkened. He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he was seeing. Tears just streamed out. Does everyone want me to die? He gave a bitter smile, tears flowing like a river. Because I'm just a good-for-nothing who only tarnishes the reputation of the H family. In the end, my family has abandoned me. Scene change. A sword was thrown at him with a voice saying, "Take it." In a room filled with hammers and swords, Dian stood trembling, clutching the sword like a treasure. The brown-haired man held a sword in his hand, admiring it as he announced, "All of you will soon be sent to the front lines. If you don't want to die, then train." Dian held the sword in his hands, his face pale, devoid of blood. His eyes stared blankly at the sword. So heavy. Darkness enveloped him. Dian stood alone in silence, his legs heavy with fatigue and loneliness. Whispers echoed in his ears. Is that kid Dian H? A member of the prestigious H family? Why is he here? Aren't the children of noble families supposed to be in a safer place? I heard he was abandoned by his family. Hearing these words, he could only bow his head in gloom. A faint light shone on his platinum hair and face. The voices hadn't stopped. Look at him. He can't even hold a sword. He'll probably die right away. What a pitiful child. Tears welled up in his eyes. He gritted his teeth in pain. I don't want to die. Scene changed to the battlefield. His small figure stood, holding the sword with difficulty, standing out against the deadly orange-red of the sky and the endless slaughter of the front lines. From that day on, my life returned to hell. He stood in the middle of the battlefield, unable to hold his sword. His neat uniform was now covered in dirt. He kept staring blankly into space, his face pale, not a drop of blood left. The screams echoed endlessly in his ears. Suddenly, someone rushed at him from behind, startling him and making him turn his head. Blood splattered all over him. Every day, we fight without end. He crashed into him, causing both of them to fall to the ground. Two swords were stuck in his back, blood gushing out endlessly. He died with his eyes open. Everywhere there were screams and the smell of blood. Dian couldn't bear it. Tears just streamed down his face. His small body was crushed, unable to get up. He writhed and screamed, I don't want to. I don't want to die. I don't want to. He tried to lift his head, tears still streaming down his face. Another man was cut down right in front of him, blood splattering everywhere. His heart screamed, I don't want to die in this place. Nemesius, having just killed a man, shouted angrily at him, Snap out of it. How long are you going to be like this? If you can't use a sword, then use another weapon. Seeing him, his eyes lit up. Tears still streamed down like a bullied child seeing their parents come home from work. He was still shouting, If you don't have a weapon, then bite. Unexpectedly, he threw a small dagger to the ground. Even if you're a child or weak, no one cares. Here, you have to fight to survive. He picked up the dagger. It was much easier to hold than the sword. He trembled with fear, tears streaming down his face like a river that couldn't be stopped. He gritted his teeth and sobbed, his heart already having the answer. That's right. I can't die like this. Tears still streamed down his face, but his eyes no longer held fear. Instead, there was determination. I have to survive, no matter what. And so, day after day, and killed again, until one day, he couldn't hold on any longer. He clutched his head in torment, suffering in silence. It terrifies me. Dian sat slumped over. He wore a brown cloak, covering his mouth with his hand as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this body. When can I go home? He bowed his head in exhaustion, his face dark, running away and hiding again. I want to go home. In the next second, Dian charged like a madman, stabbing the orange-haired man who had just flown past him, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He coughed once, then died. He thought to himself, killed again. He wore a brown mask stained with fresh blood, his platinum hair slightly messy, revealing only his soulless eyes looking down at the ground. Dian sat on the corpse he had just killed, fresh blood soaking into the ground, and staining his clothes. He looked up at the sky and asked, "Is there happiness?" He had become a cold-blooded demon, no longer having the innocent heart of the boy he once was. He thought, "I'm still alive." Scene changed to a warm sunset. At a well-fortified camp, the commander announced, "Receive the comfort items in front of you." Dian sat resting in a corner. He had washed himself clean, no longer stained with fresh blood. In one hand, he held a red cup, in the other, a piece of paper. His eyes stared blankly at the paper, thinking bitterly, "They're sending comfort items again? This is the first time this has happened since I got here." From his corner, he watched his comrades read the comfort letters sent from their families. One was so happy he was crying. "Look, my daughter just learned to write and sent me a letter." Another was also happy. "Haha, that little girl must have tried so hard." Another shouted, "I miss my mom's cooking. I want to eat it so badly." Only he sat in the corner, talking to himself bitterly. "What am I still hoping for?" He opened the paper. "Of course, I don't have any comfort items." Instead, in his hand, was a letter appointing him commander of operations on the front lines. He crumpled the letter in his hand, a savage smile on his face. The demon inside him was slowly awakening. At that moment, I made up my mind. The family pushed me into hell. I will do the same to them. Scene changed to a magnificent, luxurious house. The door slowly opened. A bloodstained hand was dragging a corpse in front of Diane's parents. Blood trailed from the corpse all over the floor. That bloodstained hand was Diane's. He had returned for revenge. His mother reached out her hand, but was pushed away by the bloody hand. The demon inside him thought, Finally, I did it." He wore a white shirt stained with fresh blood, his face a demonic mask, devoid of any emotion. He held a small dagger and pointed it straight at his parents. "I came to say hello." His father stood sternly, frowning slightly at him. His mother trembled, cowering behind his father, her voice trembling. "Jian." In the next second, he rushed forward and delivered a fatal blow to his father, straight through the heart, causing blood to splatter, but his face showed no emotion at all. The man only managed to cry out once, blood spraying from his mouth, before dying instantly. His mother was terrified, rushing forward and calling out, her voice trembling like a leaf. My husband." He stood there calmly, adjusting the dagger in his hand. The demon inside him appeared again. "For so many years, I have always wished for something like this." Without waiting long, he immediately swung the dagger as fast as lightning towards his mother, whispering, "Hello." Blood splattered all over the room. 3 bodies lay under his blade. The once luxurious room was now covered in fresh blood. The demon appeared again. "Finally, I have achieved my wish." He bent down to support his mother, who was lying on top of his father, a bitter smile on his face. "Ha." Dian raised his hand to wipe his face, causing blood to stain his platinum hair and handsome face. His heart screamed, "It hurts so much." But his mouth still wore a bitter smile as he muttered to himself, Ha, good. Very good. You shouldn't have done this to me, when I still craved your love. You should have done better, shouldn't you?" His heart still hadn't stopped screaming. "Why do I feel so much pain? This is what I've always wanted. Just for this." Suddenly, the door was opened. Cruel stood right at the door, his voice filled with disbelief. He dragged his tired, blood-stained body towards the door, tears having already started to fall without him knowing. He spoke. Cruel was startled, sweating, his voice trembling as he shouted, "What on earth happened?" He reached his blood-stained hand towards him, pleading for help. "Help me, brother. Please help me." In the next second, the cold-blooded demon inside him resurfaced. The 2 streams of tears still flowed, but his eyes were different. "Help? Cruel helping me." Seeing him suddenly stop, he opened his eyes wide in confusion. The demon inside him roared, "Ridiculous." Immediately, he picked up the dagger, his eyes sharp as he rushed towards Cruel. He also quickly drew his sword, gritting his teeth in response. Seeing him draw his sword in response, he opened his eyes wide, tears still streaming down his face. He mouthed the words, "An outsider." The demon inside him thought, "Finally, you've turned your back on me too." He dropped the dagger, clutching his head, tears streaming like a river before Cruel's blade, which was pointed at him. "Kill me. If you don't, I'll die of sadness." He raised his blood-stained hand, blood already flowing from his mouth. He stared at that hand, unable to believe it. Dian knelt before Cruel, dropping the dagger to the ground, thinking, finally, my strength has reached its limit. This damn body. The demon inside him still refused to give up. I can't lose my mind here. I have to kill. Cruel. Cruel gritted his teeth and swung his sword at Dian, his eyes showing no willingness to do this with his own hands. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, waking Dian from his dream. Hey, Count. Liner stood before him, smiling warmly. I was wondering what you were thinking about. She was Rin Liner, captain of the Latte Knights. Dian smiled happily and patted her on the shoulder. Liner, long time no see. She immediately bowed her head. Rin Liner greets the Count. He thought to himself, among all those crazy people, Rin Liner is the only normal one. I'm really happy. No, that's not it. This is a royal banquet. The two of them stood in the middle of the banquet, surrounded by people laughing, talking, and dancing together. Dian touched his clothes, his face dazed, a question mark in his mind. I remember my carriage was ambushed by the Revolutionary Army. When did I get to the royal palace? And I've even changed my clothes. Seeing his expression, she asked worriedly, You don't look well. Did you hear some bad news from His Majesty? He denied it. No. He just stood there, dazed, his face blank, asking a billion questions. When did I meet the Emperor? If so, my stress must have shown. I don't even know how I dealt with the Revolutionary Army. I have a bad feeling. I shouldn't think about paying back debts anymore. He turned his head and asked Liner. Anyway, what's this banquet about? Liner's face froze, a hint of fear in her reply. Are you joking, sir? His face was very serious, not a trace of jest. Seeing this, Liner quickly continued. No, you probably really don't know. This is a banquet to celebrate the new hero. Cruel, in a neat and splendid suit, approached and said, This is a banquet to celebrate the hero, Cruel. You've arrived, D. His face darkened as he glanced at his brother, thinking, Damn it, why did the dream have to be so brutal? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Cruel walked majestically towards Dian. He thought to himself, No wonder I had a nightmare. But he still greeted him. Long time no see, brother. He looked at his brother's face, assessing him. Green eyes, black hair. Completely different from me. There's no doubt about it. Those are the characteristics of the H family. And he's someone I don't want to see a second time. He stood next to Liner, crossing his arms majestically in front of his younger brother. Cruel bowed his head slightly and began to speak. A few days ago, during the expedition, I encountered the Zero Commander of the demon world. He stood with his arms crossed, feigning indifference. But inside, he was trembling. Could it be he's recognized me? He looked up and spoke seriously. Seeing the Zero Commander skillfully stir up the atmosphere on the battlefield reminded me of you. Seeing his brother's attitude, Dian could only open his eyes wide, his mouth shut tight. He still hadn't stopped. The Demon King's killing intent is very strong. He frowned slightly, making an offer. I heard you are a very skilled commander in boosting the morale of the soldiers. If you were to command our army. Hearing this, he bowed his head, covered his face, and cried out, I'm sorry. There was truly nothing left to say. Dian moved closer to Cruel, looking straight into his eyes, a smirk on his face. I can't do things like fighting like you. So you don't need to make up hypotheses like that. He frowned, looking down, not very pleased. That's right. Looking at his appearance, Dian silently remembered. The same eyes as before. Not caring about anything at all. Dian gritted his teeth in anger and thought, You bastard. He turned his back and walked away angrily, still looking back to add. The main character probably has to go now, right? I know how to enjoy this party myself, so you don't need to worry. He thought to himself, talking to him. I'd rather eat more pudding. It would be less of a waste of time. He was so angry he even dropped it. He turned to get a red pudding and took a big bite, thinking sulkily, this unlucky banquet. I have to hurry back as soon as possible. Cruel still stood there, watching his retreating back. I heard you just got back from exterminating monsters. He looked disgusted, trying to stuff a bunch of pudding into his mouth, holding it tightly, screaming in his heart. Why does he keep making me talk? I don't want to talk to him. Just go away. Dian stuffed more pudding into his mouth, his face dark. He bent down to leave, but his brother still offered his concern. Are you hurt anywhere? He squeezed the pudding container in his hand, his voice annoyed. This is so annoying. Why are you like this today? I can take care of my own body. No, you don't need to worry about me now. Even if I get hurt, I will never show it in front of you. Hearing him say that, his brother seemed to be at a loss for words, his eyes wanting to say something but unable to form the words. He continued, as always, you just need to stand and watch from now on. He thought, the day I was dragged to the battlefield. Like everyone else, he just stood and watched. The space now seemed to contain only the two of them, facing each other. The air was eerily quiet. Liner, standing beside them, could only remain silent, not daring to utter a single word. Dian tilted his head back and slurped down the entire bowl of pudding, his eyes looking up at the ceiling in a huff. All right, let's not talk anymore. Coming to the palace today has been nothing but annoying. Cruel looked at him with guilt. Dian, breaking the tense atmosphere, Ula's tea, approached, clapping and smiling brightly. Such deep brotherly love. He saw him and immediately recognized him. Duke Ula's tea, Starby, the leader of the nobles who opposed the emperor. Seeing him approach, Cruel politely bowed his head. Your Grace, the Duke. But he raised his hand as if to stop him and glanced at Dian. We've already greeted each other. In the next second, he suddenly turned to Dian, extending his hand with a bright smile. Count H, this is the first time we've met like this, isn't it? I've often heard stories about you. It's a pleasure to meet you. He was startled by the sudden greeting, a thought rising in his mind. But why is he talking to me? He looked at Ula's TS hand, deep in thought. His hand was still holding the bowl of delicious pudding, not responding with even a handshake. Suddenly, he turned away, his eyes indifferent. At the lively banquet, everyone was stunned to see his attitude, ignoring the Duke's greeting. A few girls standing at the banquet table were gossiping, sweating for Dian. What's going on? Is H looking down on the Duke? Another girl also spoke up, as expected of Dian H. An honorary count having such an attitude towards the only Duke of the Empire. Ula's T, seeing his attitude, just smiled without getting angry. Cruel, standing beside him, could only hold his tongue. Dian turned away, but there was something wrong in his eyes, a storm brewing. Count. I know too, but... He covered his mouth, his cheeks puffed out, his face turning green as if he were about to vomit. Sweat streamed down his face. His mind was racing, but he couldn't open his mouth. My mouth is full of pudding, so I can't open it. First, I have to swallow all of this. Ula's tea stood before him, his expression gradually darkening. He was sweating with fear, trying to chew without being obvious. Wait, the Duke looks like he's about to explode. No, after I open my mouth, I have to shake his hand immediately. Breaking the tense atmosphere, LV Fio approached with a radiant greeting. Hala, Izie, long time no see, Duke Ula's tea. Dian was startled. The Crown Prince. He was the Crown Prince of the Empire, LV Fio D. Z. Dian's mouth was full, and he scowled. He bowed his head and thought, is there honey here or something? Why is everyone gathering here? Anyway, I have to greet him quickly. But LV Fio didn't come to greet him, just silently passed in front of him and glanced at Ula's tea. The Duke has been visiting the palace less lately. You seem very busy. Ula's tea bowed his head. I am very sorry for this, Your Highness. Dian was confused, thinking, why? Why in front of me? LV Fio smiled brightly. No, what's there to be sorry about? I should be the one apologizing. The Duke has his own business, and I was being rude. But he thought to himself, he just arrived and is already looking around at Count H. What is he plotting? What a cunning person. He glared, thinking, I can't just stand by and watch. He frowned, clenched his fist, and a flame of determination ignited. I will protect Count H. Dian, standing behind, was chewing away. Even though I don't know what's going on, this is a good opportunity. I have to swallow quickly. As he was trying to chew, Alithia rushed over and hugged him, causing the pudding in his mouth to spray out. She shouted happily, Count. She didn't know what was happening, hugging Dian's arm tightly and leaning on him, saying to LV Fio, you too. If you were coming to see the Count, you should have called me. She was the princess of the Empire, Alithia Terrace. In the next second, she turned to Dian and whined, Count, I really missed. Before she could finish her sentence, a voice shouted, "Alithia." That voice belonged to Fio. He looked extremely annoyed. Ula's T and Cruel were also staring at her. Dien slumped down, the pudding spraying onto the ground, forcing him to cover his mouth with his hand. His face darkened. Alithia sat down with a plop, frightened. "Count. Blood. It's blood." Fio also rushed over in a panic. "What happened? Royal physician. Call the royal physician quickly." The red mess on the ground was the pudding that Dien had just been stuffing into his mouth. He darkened his face, wanting to go hide on a mountain immediately. His mind screamed 2 words. Princess. It was because she had hugged him so tightly that he was now in this state. He wanted to explain. No need to call the royal physician. That's not blood. He was immediately silenced by Liner, who covered his mouth with a handkerchief. "Don't say another word, sir," she explained to everyone. "It was my carelessness. I realized the Count's physical condition was not good." He wanted to scream in frustration and explain. "It's not blood, it's pudding. Listen to me." Suddenly, a stern voice from afar caught everyone's attention. "What's all the commotion about?" The king, wearing a red cloak with a white fur collar, was incredibly majestic. The person walking beside him was the first hero of the empire, Nemesius. Dien saw the king approaching and felt anxious. Damn it, the emperor is here too, and General Nemesius behind him. Alithia clasped her hands over her mouth, her cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as if she were about to. "Your Majesty, it was me. It was because of me that the Count coughed up blood. I was so happy that I couldn't control my strength." Fio stood up to protect her. "I apologize. I will strictly discipline the princess in the future." The king objected. "No, the Count is also a hero. How could he vomit blood just from a hug from the princess?" He bowed his head in thought. On his way here, the Count was ambushed. He must have suffered internal injuries then, which is why he just vomited blood. Dien wanted to scream in his heart. "No, it's driving me crazy. Damn it, those who are more sensitive to the smell of blood than anyone else. Could it be that the perfume here is too strong, so no one noticed?" The king stood before Dien. "Shall I call the royal physician now? Don't push yourself." He was frustrated, telling himself, before this misunderstanding gets any bigger, I have to explain now. Liner stood beside him, worried. "Can you walk on your own, sir?" He bowed his head and gestured with his hand. "It's okay, I'm fine." Fio turned to the king and said, "His refusal must be due to the demon king's curse." The king agreed. "That's right. If it's due to the demon's curse, calling the royal physician would be useless." Dien felt helpless. "I have to explain, but how can I explain in this atmosphere?" "Well, since it's already come to this, I'll just pretend to be in pain and go home quickly. I've met the emperor and achieved my goal. That's enough, let's go." He bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, in any case, I must be going now." He thought to himself, because of the stress, my physical condition really doesn't look good. His face darkened. "I apologize for not being able to stay until the end of the party." Suddenly, he felt like he was going to fall. "Damn it, I'm dizzy." The king was startled. "Count." Before he could fall, a hand grabbed his arm and supported him. Dien swayed, his eyes dazed as if his blood pressure had just dropped. He thought, "Phew, I'm alive." The person who caught him was Cruel. He glanced over. "Thanks." Realizing the person who had just caught him was Cruel, he immediately shook his hand off, a storm brewing inside him. "I can't even live in peace." Cruel looked at the hand that had just been shaken off, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes a little sad. Dien gritted his teeth, his face red with anger. "I don't need your help." He cursed silently. "Damn it, why was I like that just now?" He looked down, his eyes sharp, gritting his teeth to suppress his extreme hatred. "In the 8 years I spent on the battlefield, my hatred for this person has not diminished at all. It's so disgusting to see him come here and pretend to care about me. Someday I will definitely." The king suddenly patted Dien on the shoulder, breaking his train of thought. "Count Dien H." He whispered in his ear, "You don't look well. Go back and get some good rest." He was panicked inside. A dismissal order? Normally, this could be considered an insult, but a little explanation. A dismissal order is an order to dismiss guests that the host of the party dislikes. He immediately turned and walked away, his voice echoing back. "Forgive me. As I said, I will go back and rest." His mind was now a little relieved. For me now, that is concern. He had walked out of the banquet hall door, thinking, if I had stayed any longer, I really couldn't have stood it. Ulas T stood with his arms crossed, scrutinizing Cruel's attitude as he watched Dian leave. He was still staring at the door, lost in thought. He looked at him as if he had realized something, his eyes not very friendly. The banquet ended as the sky turned to night. Cruel and Ulas T walked together in the grounds of the luxurious castle. Ulas T, wearing a cloak, walked ahead with his arms crossed and spoke up. As expected, His Majesty is very generous with DNH. To dare to have such an attitude at a party hosted by the royal family, towards the main character of the party. And yet, the emperor still covered for him with the excuse of his poor health. Who would dare to reprimand DNH's rudeness now? Suddenly, he stopped and turned his head. Sir Cruel, as expected, you are very tolerant of your younger brother. Cruel replied calmly. As the main character of the banquet, I just wanted to be more concerned about the atmosphere. Ulas T frowned slightly, smirking. Don't worry, I don't misunderstand. I know what kind of mood you came to me with. Can you become our backer? H remembered the conversation between the two of them when they were in the office. At that time, Cruel was stunned. A backer? What are you talking about? Ulas T propped himself up and sat leisurely on the desk. It's that thing, you understand. He bowed his head, his eyes sharp. If the Duke becomes my backer, I will also become your strongest sword. Ulas T thought to himself, a pitiful man who lost his parents and family at the hands of his younger brother. If his goal was just to survive, there are many ways, but his eyes clearly showed a probing look. That's fine. I'm not a foolish master who kicks away a loyal dog that comes to my door. But I'm curious about one thing. What reason made you come to me? He thought. Why me specifically? Ulas T was filled with doubt. Is he a smart person or just a fool? Cruel bowed his head and replied. This time, it's for protection. He looked at him and smiled. At that time, you said your purpose was for protection, which always made me very curious, but today I understand. He thought of the scene where Cruel had to fight Dien and continued. Cruel H wants to protect himself from DNH. He closed his eyes, his voice soft. Is that right? He lowered his face, his heart heavy. Ulas T immediately turned his shoe forward. If so, then you and I are on the same path. We must eliminate DNH, the Emperor's dog. Cruel stood right behind him. I will do it. He continued to walk, his hand on his left chest, his eyes dazed, a smirk on his face as if he had just taken too much. He thought to himself, actually, the Emperor's dog is just an excuse. Suddenly, his hand clenched his shirt. This aching heart. Dien had just arrived at the mansion. As he stepped out of the carriage, he must have sneezed continuously. Ulas T, on the other side, was still thinking, that man is a huge hidden danger in the Empire. He stood in front of the mansion, looking incredibly cool, his platinum hair styled in a 73-part. On Ulas T's side, he still hadn't stopped, his heart full of determination. I must destroy him. DNH. Liner walked behind Dien, concerned and worried. Are you sure you don't need me to help you inside? He scratched his head. I just need to go inside and rest for a bit. Suddenly, he smelled something burning, thinking in confusion, why? What's that burning smell? Liner and Dien were stunned and froze. In front of the mansion door, a fierce fire was raging, turning the luxurious mansion into a chaotic mess. People were gathered around. He was startled. No. When I left, the front yard was still intact. How did the fire get so big? Suddenly, he saw the Phantom Knights frantically rescuing people from the fire. He was confused about what was happening. The Phantom Knights? What are they doing here? His face was dazed. He thought, is it raining? He closed his eyes, reassuring himself. That's right. This is just a hallucination. Because I've been too stressed lately. In the next second, he couldn't remain calm. What? I can feel the heat from the fire. This isn't a hallucination. Dien pointed at the fire in a panic and shouted, Damn it! What are you doing? Why are you here? Everyone was startled and turned their heads, shouting loudly, Commander! Commander! Another one shouted, You idiot! You can't call him Commander now, you have to call him Count. Suddenly, a bomb was thrown into his hand from somewhere. He quickly caught it but seemed unconcerned, shouting in annoyance, Since when did my mansion become a breeding ground? After saying that, he raised his hand to look at it with suspicion. What? This is... He thought to himself, do we really have to use a bomb? Liner's jaw dropped in fear. Hey, Count. That is... Dian was now terrified, his eyes wide, sweat streaming down his face, his mouth frozen. He immediately used all his strength to throw the bomb far away, thinking, anyone can see it's a bomb. The bomb he threw rolled under a bush in front of the mansion door. Boom. In the next second, the bomb exploded instantly. The deafening explosion was accompanied by a fierce blast. He raised his hand to cover his face, his previously styled hair, now slightly messy, sweat streaming down his face. He gritted his teeth and endured, thinking, these crazy dogs. Why are they playing with this thing in the yard? Liner asked worriedly. Count, are you all right? A long-haired man also rushed over. No, Count. From the spot where the bomb had just exploded, a pair of legs staggered out, leaving him with a question mark. His body was covered in wounds. He whispered with difficulty, as expected of a hero, returning the unexpected bomb with such precision. He was quite surprised to see the man walk out. The blond young man standing next to Dian was very surprised. There's still another one. The long-haired man was no less surprised. What? So there's still another one. Dian frowned, his eyes helpless as he thought. I knew what that thing was, that's why I threw it away. Seeing the dove logo on his arm, that was what made Dian unable to remain calm. That pattern is clearly, he shouted. The Revolutionary Army has infiltrated this far. The long-haired man understood. I see. The blonde-haired man's face was as excited as if he had just done something of great merit. Some revolutionaries threw a bomb at the commander's house. We quickly arrived and subdued them. As soon as he finished, Diane's next words made the members of the Phantom Knights speechless. You guys, why did you come to my house? They spoke up, wanting to explain. But, Commander, that... He clutched his head, turning his back to them. Weren't the Phantom Knights reorganized into an official knight order under the royal family? He glanced at them, his eyes probing, his voice still a little angry. Could it be, you were kicked out? They hugged each other, smiling foolishly like idiots. Hey, Commander, are you worried about us, Commander? It's so sad. Why is the Commander like this? The Commander's house is also our house. How could we abandon the Commander? It's true that something happened, but we weren't kicked out. Dian lost it. You didn't fall? These things, take this off. Sir DNH. Dian walked away helplessly. Those crazy people. Liner stood with her hands on her hips, lecturing. Why are you being so disrespectful to the Count? You four are the only ones who dare to act like that with the Count. He glanced behind him, thinking, no matter what, the Revolutionary Army. It seems that just ambushing my carriage wasn't enough. They also ambushed the Phantom Knights, the Knight Order under my command. It seems they're desperate to kill me. What on earth did I do? Suddenly, he saw two revolutionary soldiers sitting there. He was horrified. There's still one alive. The other one realized he had been discovered and was frightened, helping his injured comrade up. Damn it, we've been discovered. He quickly pulled his comrade and left. Dian was speechless. Are you trying to escape with someone right in front of me? No. If I want to get information about the Revolutionary Army, I must capture one of them alive. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar. Rimber came out of nowhere and took down the two men instantly. He was startled. Rimber. He smiled kindly. I almost let you get away. He was horrified, unable to believe it. This person is definitely not just an ordinary butler. He walked gently in front of Dian. This old man greatly admires you. Seeing you stand still, I thought something big was about to happen, but I didn't expect you to catch the bomb and use it to counterattack. Suddenly, his expression changed, becoming serious. But what happened in the palace? He seemed very concerned. You look tired. Dian frowned. It's nothing. Liner quickly stepped forward to explain. On the way to the palace, the Revolutionary Army ambushed the Count's carriage. In addition, the fatigue from the journey home has affected his internal injuries. He understood. No wonder. You returned so quickly. The surviving member of the Revolutionary Army was captured. The butler smiled. I will handle the rest. Please go inside and rest, sir. The orange-haired man from the Revolutionary Army gritted his teeth. DNH. He remembered the words he had been told. There are 3 major obstacles to overthrowing the emperor. First is the commander-in-chief during the 8-Year War and currently the emperor's guard, Nemesius. Second, the one who stabilized the people with excellent policies and financial management skills, Prime Minister Adam. And the commander of the vanguard during the 8-Year War and currently considered the emperor's dog, DNH. Dien turned his back and walked away, giving instructions as he left. Then I'll leave you to handle the rest. Rimber agreed. I will welcome them properly. The orange-haired man's eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Dien, thinking, because he mainly operates in the shadows, monitoring and predicting his actions is not easy. This time, he withdrew his troops under the pretext of exterminating monsters, but, in reality, no one knows what mission he is secretly carrying out behind his back. He remembered the warning he had been given. If the Revolutionary Army wants to succeed, they must not let DNH live. Even though he had been captured, he was not subdued. Even if I fail, the Revolutionary Army will never give up. You dog of the Emperor. The brown-haired man furiously grabbed his collar and shouted, What? This guy. The brown-haired man's eyes widened, and he gritted his teeth. Who did you say is the Emperor's dog? Since being dragged into the 8-Year War, our commander has never held a sword for the Emperor. The orange-haired man was confused. Huh? That. He grabbed his collar tightly and shouted, We are just. The orange-haired man frowned, his eyes waiting. If so, then what is it for? He shouted, You don't need to know that. Anyway, don't bother someone who is tired. He angrily swung his sword and shouted, I hold my sword for DNH. Blood splattered everywhere. Rimber stood with his hands behind his back, glancing back. He frowned. There are more things to deal with now. The only one, who was captured alive, is now dead. He whispered, I must report to the Count that he was killed by a dog. A quaint European street with gray-tiled roofs and distinctive brick and wood walls. The sky was gloomy, creating a cold feeling. A few people walked on the street, talking. The atmosphere was quiet, tinged with the color of time. A little girl was sitting huddled against a red and gray brick wall, her hands wrapped tightly around her knees and her face bowed down. Her body trembled from hunger and cold. The dim light further emphasized the feeling of loneliness, of pity. The little girl said in a weak voice, So hungry. She thought back to before. An older man was grabbing her shirt, his face angry, shouting, Do you know whose stuff this is that you dare to touch it? The little girl was panicked, her eyes welling up with tears, trembling as she begged, I was wrong. I was wrong. Her eyes were sad. She thought, I haven't eaten or drunk anything since that day. At this rate, I'll die. The little girl sat huddled on the ground, hugging her knees against the brick wall. She was sad. In the slums, people die all the time. It wouldn't be strange if I died too. But if I die, will anyone be sad? Suddenly, someone approached, their voice saying, Look, they're all dead. The little girl was surprised. Huh. A boy with blue hair handed her a loaf of bread. He said, There's no other way. I'll specially bring you this. The little girl held the loaf of bread in her hand. She asked blankly, Isn't this bread? Where did you get this? The boy replied, The relief school. The little girl continued to ask, The relief school? He smiled. That's right. The relief school distributes free bread and water to the people in the slums. She was worried. For free? No way. Isn't there some kind of drug inside? He shouted, Not at all. How could I give you something like that? The uncle from the stall next door ate it first. Nothing happened. The little girl replied, But if it's that uncle, whether there's medicine in the bread or not, he would eat it right away without noticing anything. The boy was angry. You don't believe me? There's really nothing. I saw you were so pitiful because you've been starving for a whole week, so I gave it to you. He angrily raised his hand, intending to take back the bread. If you don't want it, then give it back. The little girl held onto the bread. But if it's a relief school, isn't it related to a religious group? If it's a religious group, don't you have to donate money to get support? She held the bread in her hand. There's no way this is free. Why would they give out bread and water for nothing? The boy stood up abruptly, clenching his fists. If you don't believe me, fine. I'll go to the Salvation Church alone. Her eyes welled up with tears as his face darkened. If you don't believe me, you're the only one who'll lose out. Just throw that bread away. She looked crestfallen. Suddenly, She shouted, wait. Her mind raced. That's right. What if the bread and water are poisoned? She ran after the boy. Wait for me. I'm going to. She thought, whether I die of starvation or poison, it's still death. She grabbed his hand. If they're really giving out bread and water like the rumors say, he pulled her along. Then it doesn't matter if it's salvation or a curse. A week after arriving in the Empire, the burnt section of the mansion had been mostly cleaned up. Lodgings for the mad dogs, who were unexpectedly returned, had also been prepared. Now, their only job was to rest and enjoy a normal life before being summoned by the Emperor. Dian pressed a hand to his aching head as he processed the backlog of documents. That's what I thought, but you're saying you want to build another dam in H's territory? Are you insane? Do you know how much money and time that would take? Who proposed this anyway? Rimberg stood before Dian, his hands clasped behind his back. It was I, my lord. Dian suddenly became enthusiastic, slamming his hand on the desk. Even though I'm only temporarily governing this territory, I can't neglect its management. Building a dam isn't a bad thing. Do it. Dian closed his eyes, thinking. After that day, I can't bring myself to object to anything Rimberg says. If anyone else had brought this proposal, it would have been tossed out long ago. Suddenly, he heard a voice from somewhere. So what? Commander Lai. He pulled back the curtain to see two people arguing. These guys. Yesterday, you took all our food, and now you're destroying our property. A mocking voice replied. You're getting mad over that? How petty. Dian stood on the upper floor, thinking. I expected this, but the Count's knights and the Latte knights don't get along. I'm not sure which side is the problem, but a long-haired man was grabbing the collar of another man. So what? What are you going to do about it? Dian put a hand to his forehead, exasperated. The Latte knights. Don't they have anything better to do? Rimberg stood behind him and exclaimed, His Majesty originally sent them here to assist the Count, but Rimberg continued, now that the Count's personal guard has returned, he no longer assigns them any missions. All they do now is train and wait. Dian had a headache. Why did His Majesty have to send them back here? He thought, watching them laze around reminds me too much of the demon realm. I can't believe I'm actually missing the demon realm. Rimberg exclaimed, Isn't it because His Majesty cherishes you so much, Count? Dian frowned. What do you mean? Dian sat in his chair and spoke. Rimberg, you've been working too hard lately. If you need a rest, just tell me. Rimberg stood with his arms crossed. You're already treating me like a senile old man. I'm quite hurt, you know. He hesitated. But, Rimberg continued, normally, unless it's for treason, His Majesty would never so easily dispatch the royal guard to help someone. No monarch would do such a thing without immense trust and determination. Dian was surprised. You really think so? After hearing that, Dian's face showed clear exhaustion and despair. He thought to himself, isn't it more likely that he tried to keep them but couldn't stand it, so he sent them back to me? These mad dogs would be more behaved under His Majesty's command. Anyway, why is there such a huge pile of documents to deal with? Dian said in a tired voice. Dian picked up a document, his expression turning serious. After that day, I offered H's territory to His Majesty. It's only a temporary assignment, so why is there so much to handle? Dian continued. If His Majesty truly cherished me, he would have taken this territory back completely. Rimberg was stunned into silence. A moment later, he exclaimed, It seems you haven't heard the news. A week ago, His Majesty officially granted you, the Count, full ownership of H's territory. Dian's face darkened. I had no idea. The Emperor. Rimberg gestured with both hands, exclaiming, The official document must be somewhere in this pile. Dian, exhausted, put a hand to his head. I have to find a way to return H's territory. He bit his lip, thinking to himself, damn it. He bestowed upon me the title of Count, and when he told me I would only serve as a margrave, I let it slide. But, a margrave, a count whose territory borders another nation. The title is Count, but the treatment is that of a marquis. He continued speaking, I hate H's territory. I have no good memories of that place. Do I like it? No. It's pretty much the worst place ever. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. I can't let this go. Sooner or later, I have to return it to His Majesty. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door. My Lord Count, His Highness the Crown Prince and General Nemesis have arrived. Dian froze. The Crown Prince and the General are here? Why so suddenly? He continued to think. No, more importantly, General Nemesis. That man despises me. As the general was let in, he thought to himself, is that a family portrait? It seems H brought quite a few things with him when he moved here. The guide's voice rang out. Thank you for waiting. This way, please. I will lead you to the drawing room. Opose said to Dian, I apologize for arriving so suddenly. I have something I wish to discuss with you, Count. The scene changes. Opose is talking with Alithia. The revolutionaries who attacked the mansion were captured alive by Count H, weren't they? Alithia was dejected. Count H. Opose gave a strained laugh. Why are you so down? Alithia covered her face. Will he hate the sight of me now? He'll definitely hate me. It's over. All my efforts, all this time. Opose replied. Weren't they useless from the start? Alithia slammed the table. She stood up and slammed it again hard. You have to admit it, don't you? I'm beautiful, right? And I'm an imperial princess. I've never fallen for or pursued anyone before. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She spoke in a romantic tone. That's why I'm a little clumsy. Opose was stunned. Alithia was worried. But I really didn't mean for that to happen. And yet, Count H vomited blood. Opose forced a laugh. That wasn't your fault. She thought. Of course, I did rush in rather rudely, but... She continued. I should probably go and apologize, right? He asked back. You're planning to go see him in person? She replied. He held the teacup in his hand, his voice turning serious. Absolutely not. I won't stop you from doing things within reason, but this is out of the question. He continued. Whether you visit the Count at his mansion or invite him to the palace, it will start malicious rumors. She looked sad. But that would be good for me. If the rumors became true and led to marriage, then... He set the teacup down. Alithia, to put it nicely, you're innocent. To put it bluntly, you're a foolish princess. You don't love Count H. His words stunned her. That's just a persona Alithia created to deceive everyone, he said in a pensive tone. Her face darkened. Even if it's not love, as a pawn of the imperial family, I must do everything for the imperial family. Opose gave a slight smile. If you make it that obvious, people will start to doubt your foolish princess act. If you want to give up, I'll always welcome it. She sighed. All right. In a game full of clever people, the nobles can't make a fuss about the matter of an heir. Anyway, my plan with Count H hasn't failed yet. I've expressed my feelings for the Count, and everyone knows it. If they have any sense, no one will dare to dream of pursuing Count H. A talent like the Honorable Count H, on the imperial family's side. No, on His Majesty's side. Opose reached out and patted Alithia's head. She hesitated. Brother. He smiled brightly. All right. Since you want what's best for the imperial family, everything you do is justified. Even though you say that, if you want to stop, you can stop at any time. She replied. Thank you, brother. She smiled. So, can you help me find out what the Honorable Count H thinks of me? He asked back. What? No, wait. Why are we back to this again? She placed a hand on her cheek, making a cute face. He's a talent that His Majesty treasures. It would be awkward if the feelings between you two were hurt because of what happened, wouldn't it? Opose thought to himself. I came to confirm whether the Count was offended by the princess's rudeness that day. But, since I'm already here, I can't really stop this. The Count will surely side with the Emperor. Diane's face was pale with fear. He thought, why on earth are these guys here? Diane placed a hand on his chest, showing his reverence. Diane H is honored to meet the future of the Empire. Opose smiled. I apologize for the sudden visit. Please, make yourself comfortable. Diane sat down, worried. Thank you, Your Highness. May I ask what brings you here today? Opose closed his eyes and raised a hand. I came because I have something to discuss with the Count. I heard the general also had a private matter with you, so we came together. We're all busy, so let's get straight to the point. The general shot him a glance. Diane was terrified. Yes, he thought. Is he trying to kill me with that glare? Why does the general hate me so much? It's not just simple hatred. There's something more. Opose began to speak. First, I want to apologize to you, Count. Diane replied. Your Highness, if you are apologizing for the sudden visit, there is no need. Opose laughed. Haha, that too, but mainly for what happened at the party. The princess's behavior at the party was quite rude and improper. Diane looked embarrassed. At that time, Opose continued, I have strictly disciplined the princess. It will not happen again in the future. Diane replied, it was a small matter. You don't need to apologize, Your Highness. Ulpos added, good. I'm glad you weren't offended by it. Dian thought it was quite surprising, but it's not the first or second time. In any case, her actions were well-intentioned, so it would be a bit much to get angry. Ulpos pursed his lips. And actually, I have a favor to ask of you, Count. Dian thought, of course. His real purpose was something else. Count, if you don't mind. Dian clenched his fists. He wondered, what kind of favor would require the crown prince to come all this way? Ulpos said something that made Dian freeze. Would you become my friend? Dian replied. Ulpos extended his hand casually. For a while now, I've wanted to get closer to you, Count, but you've been too busy. It's been very difficult to even get a chance to see you. Dian had a look of confusion, his mind filled with question marks. Your Highness, you came all this way just to say that? Ulpos lamented. The crown prince must always bear a heavy responsibility. I can't do anything according to my own will. Even if I want to become close to someone, I can't just casually seek them out and speak my mind. Even for private matters. Ulpos blushed, embarrassed. That's why I used the party incident as an excuse to come here. I wonder, are you uncomfortable with my proposal? Dian thought, what? What is the crown prince saying? There's no way I'd accept such an absurd proposal. No matter what, I would never dare to do that to your highness. His face darkened, and the atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Beside Ulpos was Nemesis, tall and exuding a chilling, killing intent, as if he would strangle Dian if he refused. He wore a crisp and stern white uniform with red trim. His golden eyes seemed to pierce right through you. Dian asked again, his eyes wide. I see. This is truly difficult. Dian was afraid. He hesitated before replying. Become friends with the crown prince? That is a frightening thought. He thought to himself, whoa, I feel like if I refuse, he'll kill me on the spot. I have to agree, I can't resist. Ulpos excitedly grabbed Dian's hand. Then from today on, we are friends. I will work hard to make us closer in the future. Dian said fearfully, yes, your highness. Ulpos spoke cheerfully. His Majesty's most trusted subordinate is now my friend. I'm truly delighted. Dian's face darkened. I am deeply honored. Ulpos thought to himself. He can clearly see the responsibility that comes with this, yet he doesn't refuse. He truly is a man of feeling, quite different from the rumors. It would be wonderful if I could truly become close with the Count. Ulpos continued. Then from now on, whenever you come to the palace, please stop by my place. We can spar, drink tea, and share interesting stories. Dian imagined all of that, horrified. His eyes went wide, and his jaw dropped. Dian stammered, that might be a bit. Ulpos chuckled softly. I've heard the answer I wanted to hear. I must be going now. Dian tried to stop him. No, why? Ulpos smiled. No need to see me out. The general has something he wants to discuss with you. Ulpos walked to the door, waving goodbye. General, I'll be taking my leave. Dian still had something to say. Your Highness, what about? Nemesius bowed his head. Travel safely, Your Highness. As Ulpos stepped out the door, his voice echoed back. I look forward to our next meeting, my friend. Dian was in despair. Wait, don't leave me alone with the general. Only Dian and Nemesius remained in the room. He was crying internally. What am I supposed to say? Nemesius spoke. Honorary Count, Dian he. It's been a while since we've had a moment alone like this. Dian turned his head, hesitating. It has been a while. Have you been well? Nemesius continued. Well then, since I'm rather busy, I'll be as brief as possible. Nemesius's face was serious. His Majesty wishes to take custody of the revolutionary the Count has captured. His eyes glared. The goal is to round up and eliminate the entire revolutionary army. Of course, you were the one who captured him, Count. If you do not wish it, you may refuse. Dian glanced at him. No, of course I'll hand him over. I'll lead the way. Please follow me. In his mind, he thought, brief. Good. I didn't want to talk long with someone who dislikes me anyway. I'll hand the man over quickly so I can get some rest. Dian pointed to a brown-haired man covered in dirt, looking utterly miserable. This is the one. He's been tied up securely, so you can take him away. Nemesius glanced at the bound man, then looked back at Dian. 3 revolutionaries came to attack. 2 of them are dead. According to the report, one died in an explosion. His eyes narrowed. The death of the other one was not clearly reported. Dian was confused. I'm sorry, but what exactly does the general wish to know? Nemesius said decisively. Dian he. I want to know how that man died. Nemesius added, I am not one to hate others without reason. During the 8-year war, I learned the truth while observing from a post near the battlefield, the truth about the extreme changes in Dian He's personality. At a desolate, ruined encampment, for the first time, a nobleman was sent to serve as a common soldier. Furthermore, the child I had placed in the camp was always keeping an eye on you. Nemesius approached a young boy. He asked in a low voice, Are you all right? The boy, too weak to survive on the battlefield, had chosen cruelty as his means of survival. To live, he had slaughtered countless lives and nearly went mad. The boy's body trembled violently. Nemesius placed a hand on the boy. You've been locked in here for 3 days. It's time to pull yourself together. He thought, he has struggled through so much until now. He continued speaking. No one can blame you for the path you chose to survive. However, you must still bear the guilt of that choice. As a result, every time the child fought, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, and the boy looked up. What are you saying, sir? Gradually, his personality began to split. He smiled. The wound should be fine, sir. One face, then a darker one. No, it's not about that. It's about the battle not long ago. A voice called out. General, no, if it can change it will. It's more accurate to call it a persona. The boy's face was blank. I don't know what you're talking about. The crazed persona focused only on survival, participating in bloody battles. The normal persona only remembered ordinary battles and his everyday self. Two personalities coexisting. Dian smiled. I was so tired I don't remember clearly, but the enemy was wiped out. And I survived again. I am truly, incredibly lucky. Is that possible? No. You are a man shouldering a burden of guilt too heavy to bear, and you are using the most extreme method to escape it all. The general's gaze was as sharp as a blade. No, I'll rephrase the question. How did the other man die? You remember, don't you? Nemesius thought, pretending you know nothing, pushing everything onto the persona you created to escape reality. How long can you deceive yourself? I've always found you disgusting for abandoning your humanity. Dian casually replied, that other man. Nemesius glared. But if now, you are not like you were then. I will. Dian continued. Coincidentally, I wasn't present, so I don't know the specifics. But I heard he was mauled to death by a stray dog. Nemesius turned his head. Although it's just a precaution. He started to walk away. I see. I must be going. I know the Count is busy, so there's no need to see me out. Dian bowed his head. Yes. Then, travel safely, General. The general was furious. As I thought, no change. It's impossible to believe a stray dog wandered into Count He's mansion. It's obvious he killed that man himself. He used that nauseating persona again this time. Nemesius left the mansion with heavy steps. The weakness of a man who shoulders great responsibility could become a disaster. That is why Dian He is an extremely dangerous element. Nemesius walked out with a cold expression. He wondered, but why does His Majesty keep Dian He by his side? He turned back to look at the mansion. Dian, who had been dozing off, suddenly woke with a start, drool dripping from the corner of his mouth. Rimberg suddenly appeared. Have you come to your senses, my lord? Dian was flustered. I was just resting for a moment and fell asleep. Startled, Dian asked, have you been waiting here this whole time? How long was I asleep? Rimberg replied, you only dozed off for a moment, my lord. He closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly. More importantly, is your body all right now? You have no idea how surprised this old man was to see you faint. The Count wondered, faint? Then he gave a forced smile. I've rested, so I'm fine. The old man was still not reassured. I have called a doctor to examine you. He continued, although your body is weak, you fainted due to an accumulation of too much stress and fatigue. Dian frowned. I see. Lately, my head has been aching in the back every day when I wake up. Rimberg proposed. Therefore, this old man is extremely worried about you, Count, and has a suggestion for you. Dian felt uneasy. What is it? The old man lowered his voice. What do you think about ordering the Latte Knights to go subjugate some monsters? Dian was surprised by this suggestion. Subjugate monsters? I'll think about it. Even without that, they've been running around causing one problem after another lately. If I let them go burn off some energy, maybe they'll be a little more behaved. He pondered. Dian covered his mouth, his eyes wide. I don't want to be the only one breaking my back working while they're out having fun. Rimberg beamed. I knew the Count would agree to this. As it happens, a horde of monsters is loitering near the border of our territory, so we can send them there. Diane's face lit up. Then please proceed with this as quickly as possible. He was overjoyed inside. Just getting those lunatics out of my sight will make me feel so much better. That was my thought, but a long-haired girl was riding a horse. It was Liner. She exclaimed, Count, we're almost there. Why was I dragged into this too? Diane's expression darkened. He was riding with a troop of soldiers. Liner turned her head and said to Diane, My Lord Count, we're almost at the border. Diane grimaced. I'm very curious. Why on earth did I have to come here too? A soldier with a scarred face replied, My lord, what are you saying? How could we possibly go on such a fun mission by ourselves? Several other voices chimed in. That's right. The Count sits in his office all day, so you must be bored. We know that taking care of us must be tedious for you. You must be feeling restless, not having seen blood for so long, right? Diane gritted his teeth, thinking, No, you crazy bastards. What are you talking about? It would be better if I could live my whole life without seeing blood. I was originally going to refuse to the very end, but a soldier grabbed Diane's leg, wailing, My Lord Count, let's go kill monsters together. Diane shouted, You lunatic. Let go. 3 soldiers in striking white uniforms stood side by side. The one in the middle, with brown hair covering his eyes, spoke up. The Count isn't part of the Latte Knights. The one on the right, with neatly parted dark brown hair and a sinister smile, said, How could we go to such an interesting place by ourselves? The one on the left, with brownish blonde hair, added, Let's go together, Count. Diane was sweating bullets. He thought, Interesting? They're insane. Subjugating monsters near the border. What part of that is interesting? He stammered, I have to handle. Shocked, huh? Rimberg suddenly spoke up. It's all right for you to go, my lord. For a week, this old man has troubled the Count a great deal. I feel very sorry about that. So please consider this a short vacation. The 3 soldiers' faces were filled with emotion. They thought, as expected, he's so busy he doesn't even have time to join a monster subjugation. Our Lord Count. It's so heartbreaking. What should we do? Indeed, besides us, no one can save the Count. The 3 of them shouted, See? The butler agrees too. Let's go? Let's go together. Diane was horrified. No, not you too, Rimberg. Rimberg was stern. And if the Count goes, won't the one hiding in the mansion follow? He closed his eyes. This old man will definitely catch that rat. The Count just needs to get some fresh air and come back. Diane scratched his head, grimacing. He's already said that. I can't say anything more. That's right. I have to catch that spy. Diane reconsidered. Otherwise, I really will die soon. The brown-haired soldier smiled. It's just us here, so you don't need to be so on edge. I heard that not long ago, you left the monster territory all by yourself. With a cheerful face, he said, Now we're back again. Diane bit his lip, thinking, No, that's because I had a comfortable rest in the Demon King's castle. So this time, please let me rest comfortably too. A soldier pointed at a group of monsters. Monsters! Everyone, prepare for battle. All right, let's wipe them out. A soldier with a sword leaped off his horse. Diane was annoyed. These crazy bastards. I miss the demon realm. Still, my body feels great. Liner sighed. Phew. Diane thought, that's right. Liner must be tired too. A person who could manage the Phantom Knights. A knight personally recommended by the Emperor. Unlike those mad dogs, this was a true, talented knight to the core. He smirked, thinking, if it were Liner with her abilities, she could easily join a better knight order, but, I'm sorry, is this the feeling of parents with unruly children? Liner turned her head. She asked, My Lord Count, are you not joining the fight? Diane replied, First, perhaps we should let them enjoy this to their heart's content. Liner was surprised. So you do care about them, as expected of the Count. He thought, care? How could I possibly squeeze in between those lunatics? Please, just end the fight without me having to lift a finger. A brown-haired soldier was grabbing a blonde soldier by the collar. They were arguing. Hey, you bastard. I was about to kill that one. Why did you steal it? The other guy flipped him off. It's not like whoever catches it first gets to be its owner. A black-haired soldier called to Diane. Hey, my Lord Count, aren't you coming over? It's the Count's vacation, but it seems like we're the only ones enjoying it. Dian waved his hand, grimacing. I know how to enjoy my own vacation. Don't worry about it. The soldier shouted again. We're almost done. Hurry up and come over. At this rate, there won't be any left for the captain. Dian was angry. I'm absolutely not going over there. Just finish it quickly. Suddenly, Dian sensed something. And how am I supposed to intervene in that battle? I have a feeling something bad is about to happen. An arrow flew towards Dian. He turned his head. The arrow struck his shoulder. He cried out in pain. Liner was horrified. My lord Count, are you all right? He clutched the arrow in pain. If I hadn't turned, it would have hit my neck. Where did that arrow suddenly come from? Many questions popped into his head. An ambush? Who? The kingdom across the border? No, unless they intend to start a war, there's no way they'd do that. He seemed to realize something. If that's the case, then there's only one possibility. Someone sent an assassin to kill me. A figure completely cloaked, with only their eyes visible, stood in the bushes. Damn it. He dodged it. He prepared to draw another arrow. Dian spoke. Those tedious bastards. Liner's face darkened. Hey, my lord Count. He continued. Liner, cut this thing off. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Stand close so they can't see. Liner hesitated. But if we do that, later, when we remove the arrowhead, the wound will hurt more. I understand. Looking at the atmosphere, this stubbornness won't go away. Liner snapped the arrow shaft. Doing this will only make the arrowhead dig deeper the more you move. It will be incredibly painful. Dian placed a hand on his chest. Latte Knights. Get the medicine. Look, the one who got shot just now. Isn't that the third hero of the Empire, Dianhe? A voice called out from somewhere. A soldier with white hair spoke up. Looking at the uniforms those knights are wearing, it must be him. A brown-haired man standing next to the soldier replied. Who on earth are they fighting over there? The brown-haired man thought. Damn it. I thought they came to subjugate monsters. What's going on? Could it be internal conflict? Even for a hero of the Empire, that wound is not light. Their side realized something. Wait, a wound. The 8-year war only ended 2 years ago. He crossed his arms, speaking with a smug look. Furthermore, that hero Dianhe is injured. If a war were to break out now, it would be a burden on the Empire. If those guys attack our kingdom, perhaps we could receive compensation from the Empire. Dian suddenly popped some kind of pill into his mouth. Liner was horrified. My lord Count, what is that medicine? Dian smiled. It's a drug that temporarily numbs the senses. Liner asked again. Isn't that a forbidden drug? Dian raised his sword. As long as I don't use it too conspicuously, it's fine. Liner was worried. How can that be okay? Someone from the other side shouted. What are you waiting for? Kill them all now. The two sides clashed. Dian leaped high into the air. He glared. One person is the priority. The other side couldn't react in time. He's too fast. Dian plunged his sword into the man. For now, just lie here quietly. Blood splattered everywhere. The man only managed a few gurgles. Dian's eyes were cold, filled with killing intent. Captured one alive. The rest probably aren't necessary. A man tried to sneak attack Dian. This bastard. But he was too slow to react. A fierce battle was raging. Dian, with sharp, cold eyes, unleashed a powerful attack, cutting through multiple enemies at once. Red flashes streaked through the air. Blood sprayed, and the bodies of the enemy soldiers were cut down in an instant. Dian gave an order. Liner, keep him from dying. She replied, yes, as you command. Well then look at that. A soldier raised his sword. A blond man in a hood, covered in blood, said, even if I don't try to kill you, I'm going to die anyway. What are you doing? The scene was now chaotic, everything stained red. A soldier was astonished. Captain, the mad dogs who danced like lunatics in the war have now become knights. As a survivor, is it possible to fight like that? The soldiers stood there in amazement. Dian stood amidst the bloody scene. Not taking the drug? This guy and that guy are both so weak. If you don't do this, you won't survive. Amidst the blood-soaked darkness, a pair of cold, crimson eyes appeared. Cruel, filled with determination. Even if you grant mercy, that's not a skill that helps you survive. I've told you many times, haven't I? Let go of the guilt. You have to keep your wits about you to distinguish friend from foe. He had been swallowed by madness, all for the sake of survival. On the opposing side, another group watched the scene in horror. One of them hissed in desperation, "Damn it!" Their eyes reflected fear, helplessness, and the feeling of facing a monster in human form. The leader exclaimed, "We picked the wrong opponent. Endless greed has been my downfall." But it was too tempting an offer to refuse. The scene changes. A servant's voice is heard. "Is it really all right, sir?" He continued, "Just for injuring him, they'll pay half the promised amount." "The Duke is clearly," a black-haired man replied. "It's just adding a small condition to the assassination request. It should be fine, right?" The green-haired servant continued, "But the request was to kill D completely. Are you using your own money to add that condition? If the Duke finds out about this..." The black-haired man closed his eyes. "I will take responsibility for this. Don't worry. He hates He more than anyone, but sometimes he does things that are incomprehensible. What on earth does he want to do?" The black-haired man's face was contemplative. His eyes narrowed. The end of that child. The screams and angry curses. And these dirty tricks. A brutal fight. Dian was engaged in battle against a group of enemies. He appeared incredibly strong and ruthless, easily cutting down one enemy after another. His eyes blazed as he delivered fatal blows. The last one standing. His eyes lit up as he saw the enemy's corpse. A surviving soldier panicked. "You're a hero of the Empire?" He continued. "We shouldn't have gotten involved from the start." He was terrified by the brutal slaughter. Who could remain calm after witnessing this tragedy? Dian appeared indifferent, showing no emotion as he looked at the corpses. It's no wonder they're called the murderous knights, rather than knights of honor. Dian smiled faintly. His eyes were blood red. Isn't it because they're more like demons than humans? The badly wounded enemy leader was dying. Dian spoke coldly. "I don't know if you need money more than your lives, or if you're just stupid. Or both, I suppose." The leader was impaled with a single thrust of a sword through his body. Dian was now filled with killing intent, surrounded by blood. He smiled sinisterly. "I don't like torture. So could you please tell me who is behind this?" The leader was in agony. "Damn you." In the Emperor's office, the Prime Minister's report echoed. "There's a complaint from the Kingdom of Villain." Eduardo, who was writing, stopped his pen. He looked up and asked, "A complaint?" The esteemed Count Dian, he had to subjugate monsters near the border. They claimed that the act of ambushing them near the city wall was an invasion that threatened them. The Prime Minister, holding a thick stack of documents, slowly explained. Eduardo asked in surprise, "Wait, what ambush? Is Count he all right?" The Prime Minister reported, "He was struck by an arrow in his left shoulder and will have difficulty using that arm for a month." Eduardo froze for a moment, then frowned in annoyance. He sneered. "So the Kingdom of Villain is demanding compensation after all that?" The Prime Minister replied, "Yes, that is correct." Eduardo placed the pen he was using on the table, calculating silently. "I bet they're guessing we can't go to war while Count he is injured," he said. "They should have used their brains a little before sending that request. It seems I've been too lenient." The Prime Minister was startled. "Your Majesty isn't planning to." He quickly said, "Your Majesty, we can blame the ambush in Ilan on some thugs." "No," Eduardo refused. He sat with his legs crossed, hands clasped, and a faint smile. "Prepare for war immediately," he said in a firm tone. Both the Prime Minister and Nemesius's eyes widened in shock. The Prime Minister shouted, "War!" He said in a panic, "But Your Majesty, it's only been 2 years since the last war ended." Eduardo replied, 2 years is long enough." The Prime Minister argued, "It will cost a great deal of money." Eduardo smiled again. "We will recoup the money and resources during the invasion. It's what we did in the last war. There's no reason not to do it again." The Prime Minister was still insistent. "Prime Minister, I am a tyrant." Eduardo lowered his head. His words were soft, but carried a heavy warning. The Prime Minister bit his lip, his eyes wide. He could only cry out in fear. "I have been thinking about unifying the entire continent." "So this is a small matter," Eduardo said. The Prime Minister, hearing this, bowed his head low, sweating and worrying for the Emperor. "If you intend to be a tyrant, you must take responsibility for your actions. The king is obsessed with taking responsibility for his sins." Eduardo looked at the palm of his hand, thinking, Unifying the continent has been my ultimate goal ever since I killed my siblings to ascend this throne. Eduardo clenched his fist, his brow furrowed with determination. I have no intention of shirking my responsibility. And that responsibility will soon become shackles that bring disaster. The Prime Minister was silently uneasy. Although it's good to carry a great responsibility, he uses the sin of killing his siblings as an excuse to blame the citizens of the empire. This is truly wrong. The Prime Minister, restless, clutched the documents and thought, if disaster is inevitable, I hope the war will not spread to the empire. He prayed silently. I will prepare military provisions in secret, the Prime Minister said. Eduardo was pleased. He smiled faintly and praised. The Prime Minister is so resourceful. Then I must also get to work. General, have you heard of the Church of Salvation? The Church of Salvation, Your Majesty? You mean the cult that's been growing in the slums, correct? When things are in chaos, it's understandable that the populace turns to religion for peace. An image of a holy woman in white robes, with a brilliant halo behind her, extending her hands as if to save the people below, appeared in the Prime Minister's memory. Eduardo covered his nose with his hand and said seriously, but the Church of Salvation is expanding too much. It's better to eliminate this threat before the war. I was wondering who would be suitable for this task. Perhaps I'll let Dienhe handle it, since he caused this mess. Eduardo said this, and then chuckled to himself. Although I have no intention of punishing him. As Eduardo imagined Diane's surprised face upon being given this mission, he let out an amused smile. You mean Dienhe? Eduardo replied. It's just eliminating a few fanatics. Even while injured, I'm sure he can do it. He thought, oh dear, I forgot. I object, Your Majesty. This person is extremely dangerous. Nemesius's face darkened as he angrily rejected the idea. Nemesius has always been wary of DH, Eduardo silently recalled. He asked, you dislike him because of his penchant for torturing enemies? Nemesius stood straight and replied, no, I am certain that was for survival. However, Count H has a dual personality. Eduardo was surprised to hear that. That bastard's mind is like a balloon about to pop. He cannot be held responsible for his actions. What do you think will happen if you let someone with such an unstable mind handle this, Your Majesty? Nemesius held out his hands and shouted. He continued, when he regains his sense of reality, the wall he has built will crumble. He will be terrified of himself, of his second personality. Eduardo cut him off. Why worry so much? Nemesius flinched. He asked, Your Majesty? Eduardo smiled. He crossed his legs, folded his arms, and said, I am well aware of that. Nemesius, surprised, asked, then why, Your Majesty? Eduardo replied, that is DH's problem. Even if something happens, it is his responsibility to resolve it himself. How can you say that? If a sword breaks, it can harm its master. You will also be responsible for his actions, Your Majesty. Nemesius shouted in anger. Eduardo calmly asked back, no problem at all. Isn't that the job of an emperor? Your Majesty. Nemesius continued, but Eduardo raised his hand to stop him and said, enough. Stop it. I know I chose to be a tyrant, but I can also be a good king to those I cherish, he said, raising his hand. Then, Eduardo's gaze gradually sharpened. He said, I will forgive your disrespectful actions. I am not so petty as to be unable to forgive the mistakes of my loyal subjects. Nemesius winced slightly, then bowed low. He said respectfully, please forgive me. However, it's not that I don't understand your concerns. Rest assured, there's no reason I would keep a dangerous person close by, Eduardo said with a dismissive laugh. Eduardo recalled Dien kneeling before him, saying to Eduardo with eyes full of hatred, please allow me to destroy my family with my own hands. At that time, Eduardo had thought, a precious gem filled with resentment, killing intent, and anger. One who has nurtured hatred for his family for 8 years. When he began to participate in the war at the age of 14, and when he received his merits and stood before the king, H only asked for revenge on his family. The He clan has been a thorn in my side since they intended to overthrow this throne. I have no reason to refuse him, Eduardo thought with amusement. He asked, you are asking me to allow you to destroy a prestigious clan? But if I intend to use him as a sword, I must reforge it so that it can be used, Eduardo silently calculated. Dien grimaced, his crimson eyes devoid of any light. He asked, "What must I do?" "The hero is on an expedition to kill the Demon King. Why don't you go with him?" Eduardo asked. The order was to face the Demon King under the guise of being the hero's comrade. The result was wonderful. He managed to bring back the hero's corpse. Eduardo sat on the throne, smiling as he asked, "Excellent. Do you still hold that feeling?" Dien bowed his head and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." With just this achievement, everyone calls him a hero, even though he doesn't possess a single heroic aura. Eduardo thought happily. Eduardo's eyes lit up, and he smiled slyly. "I believe the H territory will be quieter today. What do you think?" Hearing this, Dien looked up, frowning at him. "Thank you for your concern." Dien bowed his head before Edo, who was sitting on the throne. At that moment, lightning flashed outside the window, as if heralding the unfortunate events to come. But what is fate? Gel H, who returned home very late that day, witnessed Dien slaughtering everyone in the house, and survived. That very night, Gel rode away on his horse in the midst of a thunderstorm. With a face full of hatred, he screamed, "Dien he." In the end, Gel H became the trump card to use against DH. Eduardo rested his chin on his hand and concluded the story. Whatever the reason, DH killed his entire family, and the only one left is Gel H. To fight against his brother, he needs me. Eduardo smiled faintly. He chuckled to himself, and Gel has served Dukas tea to survive. The two brothers are looking for ways to kill each other. Eduardo continued, "As long as Gel he is alive, Dien he will still serve me." In the darkness, a pair of eyes slowly opened. Crimson pupils, striking white hair against a bright red ground. Dien stood there, bewildered, looking around. His white shirt was stained with blood. Four zombies slowly approached, surrounding him. One of them even wrapped its hand around his leg. Dien was disgusted. He glared, raising a hand covered in sticky red slime, and gritted his teeth, hissing, "What the hell is this?" A horde of zombies with hollow, black eyes, soulless. Blood continuously flowed from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Their clothes were torn, and they emitted terrifying, guttural sounds. Dien screamed, "What is this? I'm going crazy." He knelt on the ground, his clothes soaked in fresh blood. "Just a little more." Ominous sounds echoed. "It's all for survival." Dien clutched his head in pain and collapsed, tears falling. A hand reached out and covered his eyes tightly. A hooded figure appeared. White hair covered his eyes as he gently leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Don't think about it. And even if you do, don't run away." Hearing those words from the hooded figure, he opened his tear-filled eyes wide. The hand slowly revealed a small gap, just enough to see outside. "I didn't do that." Dien jolted awake from the nightmare, his eyes wide open. His body was wrapped in bandages, and the wound was bleeding. "It feels like a dream now." He suddenly noticed the wound on his shoulder was starting to open up. "I clearly went to the border. I was subjugating monsters when I was assassinated with an arrow." Dien slowly remembered. A man outside looked at him through the carriage window. "My Lord Count, we have arrived at the mansion." It was a beautiful afternoon, the sky a deep blue. In the end, when did I get back here? It's the same this time. When I come to my senses, everything is already over. I don't remember anything. He stepped down from the carriage, where Liner was already standing. If it weren't for the wound on my shoulder, I would have thought this was just a dream. A male servant approached and draped a coat over his shoulders. Dien glanced around before turning to ask the servant next to him, "Where is Rimberg?" At the same time, "I had some idea, but I never thought you would be the spy." Rimberg stood tall, his eyes narrowed as he looked down. "So, who is the one behind you? Who is it really?" The brown-haired man was terrified, pinned to the ground at the butler's feet by another person. He lay on his stomach, his face dark with fear. As expected, he's no ordinary butler. With a soft thud, the man's eyes flew open. A knife was plunged straight into his neck. "A pity. Now you must die." Rimberg looked down at the body on the ground, emotionless. He narrowed his eyes, looking warily into the distance. The shadow of a bird's wing fell across his hair. "There's still someone left to get more information from, so it's fine." But a carrier pigeon appeared, a letter tied to its leg, flying over the butler's head. He was looking up at it, while a black-cloaked figure dragged away the body of the recently killed spy, leaving a long trail of blood. Suddenly, another black-cloaked figure appeared before Rimberg. He stood and watched sternly. The figure knelt on one knee to report, "Sir Rimberg, Count H has returned." As he adjusted his tie, he gave orders. This was arranged later than expected. "You follow that bird. Uncover everyone connected to the spy and those behind them." As he started to walk away, he remembered something and stopped. "Ah, wait. By the authority of the butler, fire him." Rimberg tossed the blood-stained paper onto the body, then turned and walked away. Sitting on the bed, Dian saw the butler enter and called out softly, "Rimberg, I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" The butler asked with concern. Dian was nonchalant. "I was injured in my left shoulder, so it's not too inconvenient for daily life." The butler smiled. "I see. The Count is right-handed, isn't he?" Rimberg nodded in satisfaction. "That's a relief. In any case, there's a pile of paperwork waiting." As if understanding the butler's thoughts, Dian sighed internally. "You heartless, bloodless man." He sighed, sweat beading on his forehead. As if noticing something, he asked, "But Rimberg, you're injured too, aren't you?" "I smell blood." Rimberg froze, placing a hand on himself. "Does this smell of blood? I caught a spy on my way here just now. The blood must have splattered on me then. I was in such a hurry that I didn't notice the smell." Dian was surprised. "You found the spy?" "Ah, not exactly. He's dead. I intended to capture him alive, but something happened on the way here. I apologize." The butler looked at Dian with remorse. It's nothing. It was an accident." Dian thought, "This butler, has he always been like this? I heard he came from Terra, a small, isolated region in the center of the continent. The Count also encountered an assassin. Did you gather any information?" he asked Dian. They're all dead too, so we couldn't find out who was behind it," he replied sheepishly, avoiding the question. "Actually, I don't remember anything, but that's probably what happened," he thought to himself. Even the Count failed. That means the person behind this is a formidable existence. If so, we can narrow down the scope. They could be revolutionaries or enemies of the royal family, or Duke Ust, the leader of the noble faction. An image of the cunning Yulash T appeared. Among them, the Duke is the most suspicious. But the butler fell silent, lost in thought. Whoever it is, it's an existence that the Count will have difficulty dealing with alone. "What do you think about asking His Majesty the Emperor for help?" Rimberg suggested, while Dian was wide-eyed with surprise at the butler's sharp analysis, saying nothing. He thought, the butler is truly a capable person. Noticing Dian's unusual silence, Rimberg hurriedly said, "I apologize for overstepping in this matter." The butler bowed his head in apology. "No, thank you." Dian thought pensively, his chin in his hand. "I intend to see the Emperor as soon as possible to request the return of the He territory before I get dragged into more trouble. I need to deal with what I can quickly. Either I pay them back for what they've done, or I put a stop to everything here. I must quickly achieve a peaceful life, even if it's just for a day." The next day, the sky was clear with white clouds. A magnificent castle with a red roof appeared. "His Majesty is in a private discussion with Duke Ust. Please wait a moment, my Lord Count." Yes, I understand." Dressed in an elegant white and blue noble's attire, Dian was frustrated. "I can't believe I ran into him at this time." A man in a guard's uniform opened the door, made the announcement, and then bowed. Dian, not paying him any mind, turned and walked away. No other choice. "I'll go kill some time somewhere." Count. Alithia's voice echoed. "Don't just rush in as soon as you see me." Alithia flailed her arms and legs, trying to break free to rush towards Dian. "My apologies, Count." Opose smiled apologetically at Dian, ignoring his little sister who was cursing him for being petty. Dian bowed in greeting. "Dian, he is honored to meet you both." Opose approached, gave him a thumbs up and a wink. "No need for such formal greetings. Aren't we friends?" Dian stood frozen in astonishment, speechless. "But hey, friend, I heard you're quite free while waiting for His Majesty, right?" Before he knew what was happening, Dian was dragged away. Alithia sat happily beside him, hugging his arm. Opose sat opposite, leisurely enjoying a cup of tea. Dian was in shock, still not understanding what had just happened. How did I end up here? In contrast to him, Alithia and Lopose were very happy. I can't believe we get to have tea with you in the royal palace like this. It's so much fun. Dian picked up his teacup and took a sip. If I had known I would run into them here, I would have come earlier or later. It seems this tea suits your taste. Take some with you when you leave. The table was laden with cookies of all shapes. Thank you. Alithia spoke up. Count, you're only drinking tea and not eating anything? Try some cookies. Before he could react, Alithia quickly stuffed a cookie into Diane's mouth. Just don't think about anything. Time will pass quickly. Try this one too. And this one. Alithia happily fed Dian one cookie after another, making his face turn pale. Ulpose, sitting opposite, watched the scene and laughed heartily. Suddenly, Ulpose's expression turned serious, his playful demeanor gone. I heard that the Count was injured on the way to the border. You must be more careful, Count. Think about how your body is gradually weakening because of the curse. How did you end up participating in a monster subjugation? Huh? The Count was injured. Alithia exclaimed in surprise. I didn't want to go at all. I was dragged there, Dian said, covering his mouth with his hand. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Ulpose looked at Dian with worried eyes. You must take good care of your body. The Count has to assist His Majesty for a long time. On the surface, Dian leisurely drank his tea, but inside, he was screaming. A long time? Oh, that's terrifying. I have to get out of this quickly and live a wonderful unemployed life. That's why I'm saying this, but Dian paid no attention to what Ulpose was saying, his mind complaining. When on earth will His Majesty summon me? This is so inconvenient. Not hearing Diane's reply, Ulpose continued. To be honest, I don't want to become the emperor. Dian was shocked, the teacup in his hand trembling, spilling tea everywhere. From my position, I have no choice but to be the crown prince. But His Majesty is only 8 years older than me. By the time His Majesty abdicates, won't it be time for me to retire too? Ulpose lamented, shocking Dian so much that he choked on his tea, coughing and sputtering. The princess was worried. Count, are you all right? Dian covered his mouth, thinking, damn it, what is he talking about all of a sudden? Don't talk to me about these things. I don't care about power or any of that, and I don't want to hear about it. If I were to ascend the throne soon, it would mean there's a problem with His Majesty himself. I don't wish for that. Ulpose suddenly lowered his head, his eyes sad. You know it too. His Majesty is like a real brother, my real brother. Alithia also became sad. I just wish for him to be happy. Dian pondered, raising a hand to his mouth to cough lightly. That's right. I know. The crown prince and princess are extremely obedient to the emperor. The current emperor was the 9th prince. The image of a man in a fur-lined cloak appeared in his mind. However, he is lonely. If, during the coup, the current emperor had thought of killing his brothers and their children, then the existence of the crown prince and princess is incomprehensible, truly strange. For the grandchildren not to hate this uncle, there must be a reason. The image of a person in majestic royal attire appeared. The first prince, father of the crown prince and princess. Memories suddenly flooded back. A gentle, blonde-haired man stroking a young Ulpose's head. He was a kind person, unlike his domineering brother. The 9th prince was of the same blood as the emperor. Before his death, he would visit the 9th prince every day to take care of him and the first prince's son. Ulpose sat on the man's lap, looking down at the 2 small children hugging each other in confusion. They must have been as close as real brothers. A relationship as close as a family, more than a family. An image of 3 children laughing and playing together, harmoniously. Returning to the present, Diane's face fell, his dark eyes filled with contemplation. If the first prince were still alive, it is said that the former emperor would not have vied for the throne. We are very worried about His Majesty. He always takes everything upon himself. Therefore, please, Count, assist His Majesty. Ulpose took Diane's hand and urged him. Brother, why are you putting such pressure on the Count? Alithia chided. If it's the Count, I'm sure he'll do well. While the 2 of them were talking and laughing happily, they didn't notice Diane's expression darken and sink. Haha, that's right. I'm sorry, Count. I'm just going to the restroom for a moment. The teacup was empty. Dian stood up to leave. Come to think of it, the Count has had a lot of tea. Go on, and come back quickly. Thank you. He hurriedly left the tea table. Watching Diane's hastily departing back, Ulpose took a sip of tea. He's run off. Alithia rested her chin on her hand, watching his distant figure. He really did run away. It seems talking with us is too much pressure. I'm sorry, but everything I said was from the heart. Ulpo's eyes turned sharp. Unlike the calm surface of the water, a fierce undercurrent was beginning to move. The blade is clearly aimed at the emperor. Ulpo recalled, if things continue like this, I might never sit on the throne in my lifetime. I will help you ascend to the highest position. The wave of opposition from the nobles was growing stronger. Please pass judgment on the tyrant. Ulpo sat on the chair, his eyes dark, his face full of worry. Holding the teacup, he calculated. Although I am not swayed by those absurd words, our actions have changed in these 2 years, from cooperation to feigned compromise for intimidation. I don't know when they will grasp a weakness and force me to do things I don't want. Therefore, I must quickly prepare countermeasures. He used tongs to pick up a sugar cube. In the Empire, His Majesty must have his own faction. Absolutely do not side with His Majesty. Dian He has outstanding abilities. If he sides with us, there is nothing more reliable. That's why we've been working so hard to entice him, right? Of course, I genuinely like the Count too. Alithia analyzed, resting her chin on her hand. Haha, that's right, Ulpo chuckled. I hope that honorary Count Dian He will always stand by His Majesty's side. If anything obstructs his assistance to the Emperor, then even if it is a member of the royal family. The sugar cube was dropped into the full teacup, causing tea to overflow from the cup and spill out. They must die. Dian was looking around, lost. Where is the restroom? He glanced around. Every time I come to the palace, I just see the Emperor and leave, so I don't know my way around here. A red-haired man, holding a stack of documents, opened a door and stepped out of a room. Dian was overjoyed. Ah, hey. The man's face darkened in alarm, terrified at the sight of Dian. Why are you so surprised? I'm used to people running away the moment they see me, but not this time. Dian slowly approached the man. The man, sweating profusely, stammered in fear. What is it, sir? He backed away. It's really urgent. Just a gentle smile should do it, Dian thought, then spoke. Do you know where this is? He tried to force the most harmless smile possible, but in the other man's eyes, the sky suddenly darkened, the corners of his lips twitched, and his red eyes glinted with a murderous light. The man, terrified, kept backing away in a panic. Failure. He drew a hidden dagger and suddenly swung it towards Dian in an attack. Caught off guard, Dian was stabbed through the arm. He frantically dodged. I just wanted to ask where the restroom was, you lunatic. Blood sprayed from the wound. The man quickly dashed past Dian. Having dodged, Dian lost his balance and fell to the ground. The file in the man's hand scattered across the floor. He asked if I knew where this was, which means I've been discovered, the red-haired man recalled in fear. He turned his head to look, his face sinking as he gritted his teeth in anger and picked up the documents. After so many failed attempts, I finally managed to get this document. More than anything, I must. Dian, his face dark with fear, gritted his teeth and slowly turned his head. He clutched his bleeding wound, his red eyes flashing with a sharp glint. It must be him, Dian He. But even if I run, my chances of survival are very low. Just a moment of carelessness. He silently calculated. A hand reached out and grabbed his neck, startling him with fear. The hand squeezed tightly, lifting him into the air. Only then did he clearly see the owner of the hand. Gel He. A name appeared in his mind before he gradually lost consciousness. Dian's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Ah, brother. What is it? Hearing the voice, Gel turned to look. He saw Dian standing there, his face full of surprise, clutching the wound on his arm. Why is he here? Gel's eyes narrowed as he looked in this direction. Dian, his head full of questions, looked back in surprise. Their eyes met. Gel glared back. Gel's hand on the red-haired man's neck tightened. The man began to gasp for breath, drool trickling from the corner of his mouth. His trembling hand weakly grasped the strong arm that was squeezing him. The documents in his hand fell to the ground as he whispered a plea. Spare my life. What documents is he holding? Dian walked over and bent down to pick up the documents. This is... Another hand was faster, picking up the documents to look at them first. Dian looked up, his eyes filled with surprise. Dukas T held the documents, reading them intently. Yilash T smiled mysteriously. This seems to be an important document of the royal family. It's been a while, Count. We were on our way to see His Majesty and unexpectedly ran into you like this, he said with a hearty laugh. Could it be that the Count is also here to see His Majesty? Yilash calmly looked at Dian and smiled. He paused. Ah, yes. I came to return the territory. I also have a matter to ask of His Majesty. He answered vaguely, thinking, but it's not necessary to tell him everything. Even while waiting for an audience with His Majesty, you managed to catch a spy, and a royal one at that. The red-haired spy was pinned to the floor by Gel, unconscious. Yilash glanced in that direction. If it weren't for the Count, who knows what would have happened? No, that's... I don't intend to take the credit, so you don't need to worry. Even if Rune hadn't acted, the Count could have easily handled him. Dian, with a headache, put a hand to his forehead. His expression was grim. It's not like that. Alithia and Lilpose called out from a distance. Count. The two of them rushed over in a panic. Hearing their calls, Dian remembered. Oh no, I was having tea with them. Lilpose spoke up. We were worried when you didn't come back, so we went looking for you. Diane's nose slowly started to bleed. Lilpose rushed over and shook him. You're bleeding, he exclaimed in a panic, while Dian was still dazed. Lilpose shouted. Someone call the royal physician here. Only then did Dian realize and put a hand to his nose. His eyes darkened. This body is starting to break down again. He turned to calm them. I'm fine, Your Highness. What do you mean you're fine? You're bleeding like that. Alithia looked in horror at the blood dripping onto the floor. Lilpose urged impatiently. Quickly, call the royal physician. What happened, Count? It seems he was injured while subduing the spy, Gel speculated. Yilash pondered. Yes, it's highly likely his weapon was poisoned. Lilpose was surprised. A spy? It's starting again. There's no way to clarify this. Dian held his nose, his face a mask of helplessness. Alithia stood by, encouraging him. Count, please stay conscious. A green-haired royal physician, holding a medicine box, ran over with a worried expression. Your Highness, the patient is. When he arrived, the physician only saw 4 sharp glares directed at him. In the middle stood Dian, his face pale, his eyes lifeless. The moment he saw the patient was Dian, the physician clutched his head and screamed internally. And no, not again. It's Dian he again. At the last banquet, I was called because Count he was also in danger. It's terrifying when the person in question isn't there, but all these high-ranking people are. Memories of the banquet flooded back. The small physician held his medicine box, surrounded by a series of high-ranking figures who berated him one by one. You're too late. You've been living too comfortably lately, haven't you? The flashback ended. The physician, under pressure, trembled as he took Diane's pulse. Dian was confused. Why is he shaking? Those people are all obsessed with Count He's health, hoping the Count suffers no harm at all. Every time I'm called, I feel like I lose 10 years of my life. How is he? Physician, is there poison? Lilpose asked worriedly, placing a hand on the physician. The man jumped in fear, his eyes welling up, his voice trembling. The wound is nothing special. Fortunately, it's quite shallow. What? Then why is he bleeding so much? Have you checked thoroughly? Lilpose grabbed the physician by the collar and shouted. Yes, I have already treated him. Dian, in the middle, tried his best to explain. I'm really fine. He was flustered, looking at the 2 people in front of him. At this rate, I'm just going to make more enemies. If that's the case, it's because of the Demon King's curse. A pair of feet approached the group and stopped. General Nemesius, they all said in unison. The general bowed. Dian wondered, why are more and more people showing up? His Majesty summons the honorary Count, Dian, he for a discussion. His eyes darkened as he glanced at Dian, as if he was used to it. His gaze seemed to say, it's you again. A servant should have been sent to deliver the message. Why did this person come directly? Dian sighed and bowed his head. His Majesty summons me. I'll go ahead. As if remembering something, Dian turned his head and called back. And Your Highness, thank you for your concern. In the future, you don't need to be so cautious. After speaking, Dian turned and followed the general. Lilpose stood watching Diane's departing back, deep in thought. Don't need to be so cautious, as if he understood. He clenched his fist as if he had made a decision. In any case, the curse is incurable, so there's no need to worry. A person this profound is just good at making others misunderstand him. Lilpose bowed his head, his eyes filled with worry. What a pity. Dian clutched his wound, thinking, my expression wasn't good. Was I too arrogant just now? Outside the palace, a carriage was waiting at the bottom of the steps. Yulash got in, followed by Gel. The carriage rolled away from the royal palace. Inside, Yulash sat with his legs crossed, his chin in his hand, silent. He recalled reading the document earlier. It's clearly a draft budget for a war. Yulash's eyes darkened, and his thin lips curled upwards. His Majesty said he wouldn't start a war immediately, but his handling of this is too sloppy. To achieve our desires, that plan of His Majesty's. He straightened his clothes. Back at the royal palace, Eduardo sat majestically on his throne. You don't look well. Were you seriously injured while catching that spy? No. Dian sat on a chair, his head bowed, his face covered in sweat, his eyes unconsciously avoiding the king's gaze. He's even sweating, the king observed with concern. Dian affirmed, I'm fine. If you say so, then it must be so. But don't hide the state of your health. You are one of the empire's most important strategic assets, the king said with a sigh, propping up his head. Dian bowed his head. I will obey. He thought to himself, it's surprising, but I really am fine. Dian's face began to turn pale, his head drenched in sweat. It's just that I couldn't find the restroom earlier, so I'm a bit desperate now. I should have gone before coming here. All right. What did you come here for? The king asked. Dian straightened up and replied, about the H territory. As if understanding his intention, the king cut him off. If it's a request to return the territory or anything similar, I refuse. Dian was speechless. This is unbelievable. But it seems there's something he remembered. The king understood. The matter concerning the Latte Knights is similar. Dian was furious. I want to request my resignation. Of course not. Why do you say such nonsensical things from time to time? The king replied matter-of-factly. Dian flared up with green-blue anger. Why can't I say it? A person needs to rest comfortably. But, if you accept my request, I will agree to all of your wishes. The king smiled, pushing a document in front of Dian. He picked up the paper and read it with a blank expression, reading aloud. Request for the Salvation Cult. This is a religion founded by charlatans that is very active in the slums. Your mission is to wipe them out. An image of the cult performing some ritual appeared, a figure in a white robe extending a hand towards the deluded populace. Wipe them out. Just hearing it sounds troublesome. Whether it's a request or anything else, I have to refuse. Snapping out of his imagination, Dian spoke up. Your Majesty, Before he could finish, the king interrupted. I also gave this to Duke St. and Count Gel. The hand pushing the document towards Dian paused. The king continued. If Gel completes this smoothly, then his wish. Dian shot up and shouted, I agree. The king also exclaimed at the same time, I agree. Hearing those words, he froze unconsciously. Damn, I fell into a trap. But I don't know what Gel's wish is. Whatever it is, I have to stop him, Dian thought. The king crossed his arms and smiled triumphantly. Actually, this request from the Duke. We can guess the reason, but we can't let things go smoothly according to the Duke's wishes. So, Gel H and Jian He, whoever completes the mission first, I will grant that person's wish. The king smiled and extended his hand towards Dian. If I must repay someone, the emperor's faction, no, the Eduardo Diz faction, isn't that the better side for Dian He? Dian was serious. I will definitely complete the mission first. Tucking the document into his chest, he silently made a resolution. No matter what, I have to beat that Gel. A hand gently placed a steaming cup of tea on the table. Dian's face suddenly contorted as if someone had stolen his lunch, and he spoke with a disdainful tone. The paper in his hand crumpled from his tight grip. I've been drinking this tea a lot lately, haven't I? Butler Rimberg, standing opposite, offered a gentle, professional smile and replied, It seems the Count likes this tea. It was brought personally by His Highness the Crown Prince. Dian's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together as he stared at the teacup in his hand, thinking, like it? The smell is nice, but because of what happened then, I still haven't been to the restroom. Take me to the restroom. Save me. Rimberg gestured gracefully towards the tonic waiting to be sampled on the cart beside them. He reminded, Count, don't forget to drink your tonic as well. In Dian's eyes, The bottle of tonic seemed to emit a sinister energy. Beside it was a small note from Gel that read, "Please, for everyone's sake, you must be healthy. I sincerely hope you drink it." He was silent for a long moment, then cautiously asked, "Do I have to drink that?" The butler continued, "This was sent by the royal physician. Is it not good for the body? I have checked it. There is no poison." The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Rimberg tried to explain seriously, while Jian sat coldly, full of suspicion. He waved it away. No, it's not about whether there's poison or not. But in his heart, he had other thoughts. "I can't say I don't like it." The butler remained patient, smiling as he said, "I have prepared sugar as well." Suddenly, the door opened, and Liner entered, announcing, breaking the awkward atmosphere, "Count, I have returned." Dian eagerly asked, as if he had been waiting for a long time, "Ah, Liner, have you finished your investigation?" At the same time, he downed the horrible tonic in one gulp. Its taste was so foul that his face darkened as if he had just eaten something terrible. "Is there any more information about the Salvation cult?" Liner quickly replied, "Yes, my Lord Count. It is a force masquerading as a religion, expanding its influence mainly in the slums." Liner respectfully handed the document to Dian with both hands. "They distribute free bread and water to gather followers. This is the compiled document about them. Unlike other cults, they do not demand faith in a leader or money." Then she continued, "They only propagate one thing, believe in salvation." Dian opened the document and scanned it with a critical eye, his face passing judgment. Salvation sounds too abstract. He thought to himself, there's more than one or two suspicious points. Dian gradually became more serious, his voice low as he offered his opinion. If they're distributing food for free, they must have spent a lot of money from the very beginning. They are currently being sustained by aid from a few nobles, but Rimberg, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "At that scale, it's a large sum of money. Even for a noble, it would be difficult to bear." After hearing that, Dian said nothing more, just picked up his teacup to rinse his mouth, looking thoughtful. His eyes gazed into the distance, his other hand unconsciously tapping on the table. Their purpose isn't money, nor is it faith in a leader. What on earth is their purpose? His hand suddenly stopped, as if he had realized a mind-blowing truth. That's it. They will eventually reveal themselves. I drank tea and tonic at the same time. Suddenly, Dian stood up from his chair. "First, I need to go to the restroom, then I'll think." This made Liner extremely surprised, her eyes wide. She didn't question it. In fact, her eyes lit up as if they had car headlights, her mouth in a wide smile, her hands clenched proudly. She mistakenly thought, as expected of the Count, is he going to take action himself? He could order his subordinates to do it, but he's the one who steps up to handle it. The Count is truly. Not only that, but Liner also worriedly suggested, "It's dangerous to go alone, so I will accompany you." Hearing this, Dian was very confused. His face went blank as he asked foolishly, "Huh? Go where?" Liner eagerly replied, "Where else? The Salvation cult." The words had barely left her mouth when the two of them were already in a village with tall, imposing stone houses behind them. Dian was so shocked his jaw dropped, his face turning dark and grim. The two stood before an alley. Liner informed him, "This path leads to the base of the Salvation cult." Dian was still in a daze, asking himself, "Who am I? Where's this?" Despite Diane's pained expression, Liner chattered on, "From here, please conceal your identity. The butler has prepared an old cloak for you." He seemed unable to accept the reality. "I haven't had time to prepare. How did it end up like this?" All this time, the only thing on his mind was to relieve himself. "Liner even dragged me out here, so I still haven't been to the restroom. No, I have to take care of this quickly." Just for that, Dian put on a cool face and turned to remind Liner, "Liner, wait here for a moment. Don't follow me." Then he told himself, "I won't repeat the same mistake as last time." As soon as his back disappeared around the corner, Liner worriedly asked, "Sir, will you be all right alone?" "Ah, wait." In the blink of an eye, Dian had vanished into a puff of white smoke. She panicked and ran to the alley, calling out, "My Lord Count." Liner recalled his pale face, cold sweat, and tightly pressed, weak lips. She was terrified, her face turning purple, her mind filled with negative thoughts. He disappeared just like that. His complexion was clearly not good, but where did he go alone? Could it be the Demon King's curse? The scene shifts to Dian. After relieving himself, his face was beaming. He let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I'm alive. Dian happily stepped out and saw a familiar figure, thinking to himself, thank goodness a resident let me use their restroom. I was so nervous that Liner would follow me. In the dim darkness, the face of a handsome man was partially visible. His long bangs covered his eyes, revealing only a high nose and a small, pursed mouth. Hearing a strange noise, Gel turned around to look. The moment he turned, Dian couldn't hide his surprise. Gel! His face lost all color, turning dark and filled with gloom and anger, as if he had met a 1,000-year-old enemy. He stammered, unable to form a sentence. Suddenly, before he could finish his words, Dian bent over, clutching his mouth, and coughed up a mouthful of syrup that covered his hand, then coughed again. He began to curse internally. Damn it, this damn body. Fearing he would lose face in front of the person he hated, Dian, not yet recovered, rushed forward, swinging his hand to unleash a red light attack. I can't let him see me in this weak state. On reflex, Gel raised his sword to block the blow from his opponent. His sharp eyes were like those of an angry wild beast. His expression had also darkened. He spoke in a cold, mocking tone. Shouldn't an injured arm make you more obedient? That sentence reminded Dian of the terrible memory of being slashed by Gel, leaving his arm severely injured. Are you talking about my arm being injured by that spy? The image of blood splattering right before his eyes was an unforgettable sight for him. Dian quickly dismissed it. Anyway, it's just a small wound. Before he could finish, Gel suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder, which he found very confusing. He pressed down hard on his shoulder blade. The pressure made Dian's shoulder start to bleed. He clutched his shoulder in pain and shouted angrily, "You!" Gel had already jumped back, raising his sword defensively. Only then did Dian feel a surge of anxiety, and the sudden pain made his face turn pale. He was sweating profusely. It's not my arm, but my left shoulder? This side was injured by the assassins. How did he? Seeing this, Gruel's eyebrows knitted together. He began to pontificate like a general. He's clearly injured, yet he can still move like that. In any case, it seems they couldn't complete their job. Dian's face darkened with rage. He gritted his teeth and accused him. You were the one who sent those assassins after me. Though covered in injuries, he was still spoiling for a fight. I'll just have to die here. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, My Lord Count. It was Liner, searching for Dian. The call made him pause. So you were here. I'm sorry, I was so worried about you that I came looking. As soon as Liner arrived, she was so shocked her jaw dropped, her face contorting in horror. He, on the other hand, looked at her with an expression of disgust, as if the whole world had wronged him. Dian had a panicked look on his face, sweat beading on his brow and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fixed straight ahead as he weakly called her name. Liner. A thought flashed through his mind, and for a moment, he lost his senses. Liner, forgetting her own safety, rushed forward to shield Dian. She didn't forget to ask about him. Count, are you all right? She was incredibly worried. Vomiting blood. The Demon King's curse must be taking effect. He hid his condition because he didn't want me to worry and went off alone. I'm truly unfit to be a knight. Fighting Gruel H in this condition. Gruel suddenly recognized her familiar face. She's the captain of the Knight Order protecting Dian. Dian suddenly threw out a hand to stop Liner, cutting off her train of thought. I will ask for your forgiveness for this mistake later. First, this person. His face was as cool as a cucumber as he heroically stepped to the front line. Stand back, Liner. She was surprised and called out in question. Count? Dian stared daggers at his opponent, as if he wanted to eat him alive. He thought, Liner and I would be very happy if we could actually kill him. But as much as I hate to admit it, he's still a hero of the Empire. It would be very disadvantageous for Liner. Gruel sheathed his sword and began to ask seriously, Are you two infiltrating the Salvation Church? Dian coldly stepped forward, walking in the opposite direction from him and answering evasively. I have no reason to answer that question. It seemed he had already realized something. Besides, it looks like he doesn't intend to fight. It's best if this ends here. I lost my senses for a moment, but now, Gruel was silent for a long while before speaking, offering a well-intentioned warning. DNH, if you interfere in this, you will be in danger. That sentence made Dien pause for a moment. He gritted his teeth in anger, insisting, "You sent assassins after me, and now you're concerned about this? In any case, thanks, brother." Just that one word made Gruel's face relax. His pupils dilated, and his face went pale as if he'd just been poisoned. He was shocked speechless. He clutched the paper in his hand and uttered a scornful remark. "You fool. You don't have long to live. Just enjoy what's left of your life quietly." Gruel clutched the paper to his chest, thinking, his body is weakened by those bandits, and with the Demon King's curse, he probably doesn't have many days left. He closed his eyes, lost in thought for a long time. I don't know the details, but it won't be long now. So, until his short-lived fate runs out, I just have to wait. Then, I can end everything. The scene changes to Dien. He's smearing mud on his face as camouflage. He casually turns to ask Liner, "Liner, aren't you going to put some on? Like that, anyone can tell you're a noble." She jumped and replied in a loud voice, "Ah, that." Her mouth said, "I'll do it too," but her eyes darted away. She raised a hand to cover her nose, her face turning pale. "The dirt here? Ugh, the smell." Dien smiled, realizing, it seems Liner doesn't like getting dirty. Well, it makes sense. She's been a noble since birth, so she's never had to do anything like this. As if sensing her weakness, Dien delivered a psychological blow that sent Liner into a panic. "Don't tell me you're going to let me go in there alone. I thought you said you would never leave me by myself. Was that all a lie?" Liner, flustered, shouted loudly as if to let the heavens and earth hear her justification. "That's not it. As a knight, I cannot break my word. I'll do it." Although she hated the smell of mud, she gritted her teeth, sat down, and smeared it on her face. Dien, with a stone-cold face, silently observed her enduring expression. "You really hate it, don't you? But if we want to pose as commoners and get to the Salvation Church, there's no other way. I'm sorry about this." He suddenly remembered Gruel's advice. "It would be better if you had some dirt in your hair, too." Then he turned away, annoyed with himself. His advice is irritating, but Dien quickly wiped his muddy hands on his clothes, thinking to himself, Gruel was also assigned the mission to destroy the Salvation Church, just like me. So he's here for the same reason. I absolutely cannot be slower than him. I have to avoid running into him again while on this mission. I need to be faster. He gave an urgent order. "Liner, go hide your sword and come back here." Liner looked up, bewildered. Dien put on his hat and quickly walked away. "I'll go on ahead." Liner tried to stop him. "Ah, no, wait. Count, you're going alone again." Despite her pleas, Dien was determined to go first. In less than 3 seconds, he had vanished, leaving a message only he knew. "I'm sorry, Liner, but I don't have time to wait." His sudden appearance and disappearance caught the attention of Celine, who was standing nearby. She looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. Dien jumped up and started running. "I have to finish this mission before Gruel does." Just as Dien was trying to have his main character moment, the floor decided to steal his spotlight. He tripped and tumbled several times, landing face down on the ground. And to make it worse, it was right in front of Celine. Seeing this, both Liner and Celine turned pale with worry for him. "My Lord Count." The humiliation made Dien want to dig a hole and bury himself in it. He kept his face pressed to the ground, not daring to look up. His fists were clenched. "Damn it, just kill me." The sun was shining brightly outside, but a storm was raging in Diane's heart. He kept his face glued to the ground. "This is mortifying. Just kill me." Celine asked with concern. "Hey, are you okay?" She ran over to help him up. "Are you so hungry you have no strength left? You'll get hurt. Can you stand up?" Only then was Dien able to sit up, but he coughed violently a few times, his body trembling as he spoke incoherently. "I'm fine." The moment Dien raised his hand, covered in the syrup-like substance he had just coughed up mixed with some mud, Celine screamed, "My God, it's blood." He thought, this is too much. Another person appeared and helped him inside. Dien tried to reassure them to avoid causing a panic. This is a chronic illness I've had since birth. I'm fine, it's not contagious." Celine urged him, "All right, just come inside for now. There's a place for you to rest inside." Liner stood silently behind a wall, observing. She felt a great sense of pity. "Oh, my poor master." In her eyes, Dian was always like an angel with the brilliant halo of a protagonist and a radiant smile on his lips. Liner's eyes lit up with pride as she marveled. He's truly unbelievable. His acting is so convincing, and he infiltrated the place so naturally. He looks exactly like a pitiful wretch. All right, I'll follow his example. Stepping inside the house, Celine flashed a friendly smile with a welcoming and hospitable attitude. I'm sorry, but we've already met our quota for newcomers today. While Liner was still confused and bewildered, sorry? The gods may not be on her side, but at least the attitude was rude. Celine quickly tossed a bottle of water and a loaf of bread at her. You need water and bread, right? Here you go. Please come back another time. I'm truly sorry. Despite Liner's shouts of protest, wait. The staff member insisted on closing the door. Celine walked back inside coldly without a single glance back. Please take care. The pests are starting to show up. It was as if she had identified Liner's true identity with a single look. Her aura is so foul it can't be hidden. Her posture is incredibly strong and controlled. That person is a spy investigating the Church of Redemption, and it seems she's a noble. Turning back inside, Celine saw Dian sitting on a chair, looking weak, his body covered in mud. In contrast, his unsteady gait clearly showed he had been starving for several days. She seemed to notice something as Dian continuously held his arm. His arm is probably injured, and when he coughed up blood, this person must be from the slums. Celine held a cup of hot tea and offered it to him. Have some hot tea. Dian, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up with a question. Thank you. I heard I could get rations if I came here, and it seems that's true. Celine maintained her feigned smile and replied, Yes, that's right. I'll bring some for you, so please make yourself at home. He continued, What about money? Diane's eyes flickered to the side, carefully listening to her every word. We don't take anything, so please don't worry. Just rest and eat well. He recalled in his mind, I didn't do anything conspicuous on my way in. Dian looked up at the beautifully decorated house. The light streaming in made it look even more magnificent and splendid. It's like a typical church. Besides that, the Salvation Church also has kind priests and improves the lives of the unfortunate. The guards at the door are reminiscent of holy knights. Yet, everything still made Dian feel suspicious. The truth is, nothing is normal because everything is suspicious. It just makes me even more suspicious of this place. Suddenly, Celine spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Are you uncomfortable? Dian jumped, startled into a daze. Huh. He instinctively bowed his head, pulling his hat down as if to hide his face. It's nothing. I'm just afraid I might bother others by being here. This left Celine feeling speechless. A bit of worry still lingered in Diane's mind. Although my face isn't well known since I don't participate in many social activities, my eyes are red, which is very rare. A cunning smile flashed across Celine's lips, sending a chill down his spine. If that's what it is, then you can rest assured. Then she shouted, making Dian jump and drop his hat. No one here will judge you. In that brief moment when his hat fell, he felt a surge of anxiety and fear. A knot of tension formed in his gut. Damn it! Celine's expression gradually changed. Her eyes widened in astonishment, and her face darkened. She spread her hands, about to lift Diane's grimy face while he was still too flustered to know what to do. The space seemed to fall silent. Their eyes met directly. The scene looked like it could be from a romance, but it was more of a farce. Celine spoke. Your eyes are red. Hearing this, Dian was so scared he froze completely. Sweat poured down his face like rain, and he couldn't utter a single word. A question flashed through his mind. Damn it, what should I do? Celine was about to continue in a low voice. Perhaps you. But Dian cut her off. His voice took on a pitiful tone. It's disgusting, isn't it? She asked, confused. What? He bowed his head and turned away. Since life gave him a role, why not act it out? I know you won't like it. He even spun a whole life tragedy with just a few heart-wrenching sentences. Who could possibly like it? Even my own family abandoned me because of them. The tables had turned. Now it was Celine's turn to be flustered. She started trying to reassure him. It's okay, we don't find it disgusting at all. You know of DNH, don't you? I was just wondering because he's rumored to have red eyes just like you. It seemed Dian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. That went well, didn't it? He turned back again, feigning ignorance. Ah, are you talking about the hero of the empire? Celine replied sternly. Yes, but there are some nasty rumors that he's a vampire or some kind of demon. Why do people spread so many rumors? I'm sure he's a terrible person. Dian turned away and let out a foolish laugh. So that's what they say about me. Celine stood with her arms crossed, staring at him, and judged. That's right. There's no way a weakling like this could be the famous DNH. After a moment of silence, Celine asked, "You came here, so you must know what this place is, right?" Dian replied in an utterly clueless tone, "Isn't this a place that gives food and water to the poor without asking for anything in return?" She continued, "Yes, that's what most people think of the Church of Redemption." After beating around the bush for so long, there was only one thing Dian wanted to hear. "Just tell me how you managed to expand your forces so quickly." Celine stood with a radiant aura, gesturing with a warm, open palm as she spoke eloquently. This religion was created to save the oppressed who suffer under the laws of the tyrant, Ejuano. She explained nonstop, like a professional multi-level marketer. "The reason you live in pain is because of the king. If the king had enacted laws to bring peace to the land, would you have to endure such things?" Hearing this, a foolish, dazed smile appeared on Diane's face, his eyes vacant. "Is that so?" In his heart, he sent a message, "Your Highness, I haven't said a single word." Celine stood with her arms crossed, criticizing everything under the sun. "Even your fall earlier could be because the king himself didn't pave the roads properly." That reasoning left Dian completely dumbfounded. "For real?" She took his hand, holding it gently and earnestly. In her heart, she wondered, to this day, no one has helped the poor and hungry, yet you still haven't blamed all of this on the king? Celine confessed, "The Church of Redemption isn't like other religions." As she spoke, a halo of light suddenly appeared behind her, accompanied by Celine's incredibly fake smile. "We only believe in redemption. We don't believe in money or anything else." But Diane's gaze had already dropped. He didn't say it out loud, but in his mind, he had already passed judgment. A logical assertion, sweet words, and a ridiculous cult. However, it becomes believable when accompanied by free rations. Dian hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Will faith truly bring me redemption?" His eyes suddenly became serious and sharp as he asked bluntly, "Then who will be the one to save me?" Dian thought, "I wonder who's behind all of this." The scene changes. Dian trudged down the hallway. Light from outside streamed in through the windows, along with the chandelier on the ceiling, but everything still felt melancholic and pitifully gloomy. He walked while gnawing on a loaf of bread, his eyes scanning everywhere. He recalled Celine's cheerful words, "When you become a devout follower, you will find out." This only made Dian feel even more contemptuous. On the surface, he was compliant, but his heart was not. In his mind, he cursed this place. Like hell, I'd become a follower of some cult. Everything seems suspicious, but there's no solid proof. It seems they didn't put anything in the bread either. Suddenly, something bumped into Dian from behind, startling him while he was lost in thought. "I think I'll have to investigate every nook and cranny." Dian turned around to look. It was an adorable little girl with short hair and sparkling eyes. Her soft voice spoke up, "Excuse me." He observed her for a moment and thought, "A little kid. This kid is about 12 years old. Although she might be poor, her face is full of life." The little girl suddenly beamed, her clear eyes seeming to speak. "Are you a new believer, sir?" Dian hesitated and replied, Yes." Moreover, she looks so happy. Then the little girl clasped her hands and introduced herself. "Nice to meet you. My name is Sia. It must have been very difficult for you out there, right? Don't worry, you're at the Church of Salvation now." He asked himself, "Do I look that pathetic?" The little girl kept smiling and talking, her innocent smile a stark contrast to this supposedly dark place. "They give out food here without asking for anything." Dian hesitated and asked perfunctorily, "Is that true? It sounds wonderful." In his heart, he thought, from her eyes, it doesn't seem like she's been brainwashed. So why is she praising this cult so much? He gave a gentle, kind smile and patted the little girl's head. "I really want to believe in salvation. I knew you would like this place." Dian hid his confusion. "I can't find anything suspicious in this stinking place. How can it be such a coincidence?" An idea flashed through his mind. "I should go check out the guarded room." Sia beamed. "You'll be saved soon too. Isn't that wonderful?" Suddenly, from a distance, someone approached and called out loudly, It was a boy about Sia's age, thin and frail, holding a book in one arm. The boy shouted, "What are you doing there? We have to go pray now." Sia saw him and replied, "Ah, Paul." Dian met an angry, seemingly hateful, and unfriendly gaze, as if someone had stolen his lunch. He guessed, "Is that her brother? Why is he glaring at me?" Sia said goodbye. "Sorry, I have to go now." He replied, "All right, goodbye." And so, the three went their separate ways. On one side, Dian was racking his brain, planning his next move. "I'll find a way to get into the guarded room." On the other side, Paul didn't forget to remind his little sister, "I told you not to talk to strangers." But Sia argued, "But he seemed like a nice person." Dian wondered, "But what is that Damien doing out there?" Suddenly, a loud call from a distance startled him. His eyes widened with a bit of guilt. "Hey, you there. Wait a minute." A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek. Diane's eyes trembled as he looked back in fear. The scene shifts outside. Liner was still peeking from behind a wall, observing everything. "I thought I felt something here. Was I wrong?" Under the scorching sun, the leaves rustled. Liner stood alone, waiting for the coast to be clear to act. "I guess I could sneak in from the back, but I must have been mistaken. If I can't sneak in, I won't be able to face the count again." Suddenly, she noticed a pile of bread scattered at her feet, which made her wonder, why is there bread on the ground? Right behind her, an argument broke out, catching Liner's attention. "Call the captain of the guard now." She ran over and hid behind a wall to eavesdrop. It was Celine talking to a subordinate. The person asked in surprise, "Huh? What are you talking about?" Celine angrily reprimanded, "There's an intruder. If you weren't a hero, I would have held you responsible and fired you. Consider yourself lucky." Hearing this, Liner was so shocked her face turned pale, her jaw dropping in fear. A hero? That could be the Count. He's been discovered. She kicked her way into the Salvation cult, sending everything flying. "My lord, please wait. I'm coming to save you." The young priests inside were startled by Liner, falling back in fear and shouting, "What the hell was that?" Liner appeared like a hero, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. Her face became terrifying, incredibly scary. Her eyes were completely white as she shouted, "Where is the Count? I mean, my lord." The scene shifts to Dian. He hadn't even recovered, slumping down and panting heavily, his face pale, his mouth trembling. "I'm alive." Dian wiped the sweat from his face, sighing in relief. "I thought I was caught because they called out to me." He recalled the frantic call from earlier. "Hey you, wait a minute." Dian found it a bit strange. "But they gave me a whole bunch of bread." The woman had felt extremely sorry for him. "You look so tired. Take some more bread." He had asked back, "Isn't this too much?" Dian recalled, "I was wandering around the back and was startled." He approached a window. "This window is open." He entered a large room with neat rows of chairs. "Good thing I could climb through that open window." "Where am I? Is this a prayer room?" "It doesn't look like a normal one." Dian walked around, opening the curtains to inspect everything thoroughly. What the hell is with these hideous purple curtains? Suddenly, a noise terrified him to the core. His face turned pale as if he'd just been poisoned. From outside, a priest and Celine entered with surprised, gaping mouths. Celine just remained silent, as if she had arranged this unwanted meeting. The priest gaped and wondered, "What's going on?" The window in front of them was wide open, sunlight streaming in and illuminating the entire room. The curtain billowed in the wind. The priest saw this as if it were something very strange and exclaimed, "The window is open." The priest stepped onto the dais and began to preach, "Be vigilant. Someone is trying to interfere with our salvation." Celine stood behind, constantly glancing to the side, her face contorted with an unbearable annoyance. It felt like something was confusing her. Three dots. It seemed Celine had sniffed out where Dian was hiding, which was behind the curtain near the dais. Above, he had even accidentally made a noise. Fearing he would be discovered, someone else quickly covered his mouth to prevent him from making any noise that would attract attention. That hand belonged to Gel. He whispered, "Be quiet if you don't want to get caught." Dian was annoyed, thinking, "It's Gel? Why do I have to run into him again? I have to leave immediately." Through a small gap in the curtain, they saw Celine standing on the dais, speaking. "Now, let us pray for salvation. I have gathered only the devout followers of the Church of Salvation today." Dian realized, "That's the woman who let me in earlier." He guessed, She must be high-ranking since the priest is standing next to her. Celine continued to chatter on. Instead of mere sheep, I plan to elaborate on what true salvation is. Dian was shocked when he heard the phrase, true salvation. Sia sat listening, her hands clasped, her face bright, her eyes sparkling. Paul maintained his ice-cold expression. The others couldn't stop marveling. Wow, finally. Thank you, thank you. Celine stepped back and pulled open the curtain to reveal a blank wall. You will be allowed to enter the room that only devout followers can enter to hear a more detailed explanation. As soon as she placed her hand on the wall, a strange purple energy emanated from it. It looks like just a normal wall. Her hand suddenly passed through the wall, creating a deep, glowing spiral. The spiral grew larger and larger, like a doorway. Only the chosen may enter. The strange door made Dian wonder, what is that? Celine continued to invite. Now, please come inside, everyone. Seeing everyone enter one by one as if mesmerized, Dian wondered, is that magic? Finally, it was the turn of the siblings, Sia and Paul, to step through the door. The little girl was innocent and excited about the magical door before her. Let's go, Paul. It seemed she didn't notice the hesitation and apprehension clearly written on Paul's face. As soon as they stepped through, Celine's expression changed, becoming cold and sharp. A flash of indifference, the carelessness of a cold-blooded person who has achieved their goal, passed through her eyes. In an instant, the room was empty, with only a white mist covering everything. Perhaps if Dian witnessed this event and told someone, no one would believe him. Immediately, he shot out from Gel's grasp, stumbling, unable to stand steady, coughing a few times. Anger was clearly written on Dian's face, his expression dark as if surrounded by black clouds, gritting his teeth. Damn it, he cursed. Gel pushed aside the curtain and walked out with a grim, annoyed expression. You're too loud. Stop interfering with my work. I can't control my body anymore. In contrast to his hot-headedness, Gel just said coldly, it will be more troublesome if you get caught, and they will increase security. Dian, faced with this indifference, felt extremely frustrated. I wouldn't have to hide if it weren't for you. All right. In his heart, he thought, that expression is making me furious. Dian turned and placed his hand on the wall, examining it for a long time. Phew, just finish this mission and get out. I think she touched some point on the wall, huh? There's nothing here. Suddenly, a shiny, sparkling purple gem appeared in the middle of the wall. Dian froze for a few seconds. A gem? This is an enchantment. By paying a reasonable price, they can create a phenomenon similar to magic. This is a method created by humans to achieve magic that is exclusive to demons. But not everyone can use it, and it's even harder for witches to perform. Dian lowered his head, his eyes suddenly drooping, his expression darkening. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as he thought deeply. The Church of Salvation can use enchantments? And it seems to be of extremely high quality. I'm really curious who is behind this. Turning to Gel beside him, who was also deep in thought, Dian's face showed clear annoyance. This is a real headache. I think I'll just leave. But if I go, this bastard will get what he wants. I won't agree to that, even if I die. Suddenly, a young subordinate burst through the door, shouting, Huh? Emergency. Luckily, Dian had managed to hide under the table, his eyes blazing. Gel had hidden behind a wall. The subordinate didn't see them and just anxiously yelled, I need to report to Miss Celine right away. Dian's heart felt like it was about to leap out of his chest and run around. You should knock before entering a room, you bastard. The subordinate ran to the purple gem and said loudly into it, Miss Celine, can you hear me? There's an intruder. He's looking for his master and causing a huge mess inside the church. Dian's face went blank with surprise. Master? Someone else broke in here. In less than 3 seconds, behind the subordinate, everything suddenly collapsed into a chaotic mess. The man couldn't process what was happening, his mouth agape in shock. He turned to see a cloaked figure exuding a sinister aura. The subordinate stammered, Who? Who are you? It was Liner, her face as angry as a fierce tiger that had just escaped its cage. Where is my master? Nearby, a voice asked, What are you doing there, Damien? Dian worriedly and silently reprimanded. I told you to follow quietly. Why are you doing this? Liner approached and grabbed the subordinate by the collar. The man was so scared he fell backward. Wait, who is the master you're talking about? She hesitated. Master. In her heart, she proudly praised. As a knight willing to sacrifice my life, I have no right to call the Duke master because I am bound by a contract with His Highness. Liner even shouted louder, gripping his collar tightly. The master is my master. The subordinate, his face pale and bloodless, asked cluelessly. His name is Master, huh? Liner replied irritably. None of your business. Dian tried to cover his mouth to avoid making a sound. Why is she so careless? Seeing this, he froze, stiff as a board, realizing something. I thought she was the most normal person among those around me, but now I understand why she can control those dogs. Looking up at the glowing gem, he thought, I don't think the conversation is over, but if I go out, I'll be caught. So what can I do now? Celine, standing behind the wall, had heard the entire conversation. Liner continued to interrogate. So you don't know where the master is? The subordinate answered fearfully. You keep saying master. How would I know who he is? Celine's face grew serious. When I heard her voice, I recognized it. It seemed she had recognized Liner. She's the strange knight I saw at the gate, a knight looking for her master. Coincidentally, a poor man with red eyes came here at the same time. Only then did Celine realize the truth. He's Jianhe. I knew the king had assigned him this mission, but I still let my guard down. Damn it. As soon as Gel H arrived, I increased the defenses. The scene flashes back. Celine turns to ask Gel, how did you get in here when all the windows were locked? Then she continued seriously, I don't know what you're planning, but I won't let it slide. I'm sure the Duke sent you here to test you. Celine stood with her arms crossed, sternly. You must have received essential information from the Duke, right? Another scene flashes by. An image of a small vampire handing a paper to Gel and reminding him. That's the map, so finish the game in the safest way possible. I'm sure you can manage, right? He accepted it respectfully. I will not disappoint you, my lord. After speaking, Gel turned and walked away. As someone who serves a master just like you, the only thing I can do for you right now is not call the guards. Her eyes became sharp and steely. I will increase security before Dianhe infiltrates, so find your way out. She thought to herself, there's nothing indicating a secret room on the map, especially this place. I hope you won't disappoint the master, as you are still hoping for our victory. Celine's voice emphasized. However, I don't want Dianhe to come in through the front door. She stepped onto the dais. Please excuse me, she thought. Since we have achieved the goals of the Church of Salvation, all that's left is to wrap up this room. Celine continued to flash her fake, manipulative smile. So, shall we continue our prayers now? I can only hope that Gel H will be the one to clear this room, not DNH. The scene shifts to the present. The subordinate was thrown hard to the ground. Everything will go the way he wants. Liner looked at his unconscious form and sighed lightly. Phew, I think this guy is a traitor. Where could my master be? I should check some other places. Dian suddenly crawled out from under the table and called out. Hey, Damien. Liner jumped. And my lord. I mean, master. You're safe. But why did you come out from there? He anxiously looked at the gem. The gem is no longer glowing. I'm sure the communication has ended. Dian said, we'll talk later. For now, let's get out of here. Suddenly, Liner ran over and knelt before Dian, causing him to startle and shout, Damien. She lowered her head and respectfully confessed. I referred to you as my master because I didn't know what else to call you. I apologize. Dian replied gently. It's all right. I was a bit startled, but we didn't have many options, so it's fine. He was confused as Liner continued to express herself seriously. But I am prepared to take full responsibility. Only Liner could praise Dian in such an exaggerated, over-the-top way. I didn't realize it when I first met you under His Majesty's orders, but now I understand after serving you. You are so careful that you would bury yourself in trash and lower your own honor for the sake of the mission, and so brave as to face the enemy directly. Perhaps Liner's confession was the 1001st blow for Dian. From now on, I, Lien Runner, swear to serve you until the end of my life, as long as it does not go against the will of the king. His face was blank with surprise, his jaw dropped. Why so sudden? She raised her head and continued. I will serve you as my master with my very life, my Lord Duke. He was stunned by her oath, but quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect you to perform a knight's oath right here, but I don't intend to refuse. It's not bad for me at all. Under the dim light from the window, Diane's platinum hair reflected a faint light, his eyes shining with a burning determination. I will strive to ensure that I am worthy of your loyalty. In the dim light, Liner was still kneeling before him, but with a determined yet somewhat hesitant look in her eyes. Should we return now, master? Suddenly, Dian turned around, his crimson eyes fixed on the large, sparkling gemstone on the marble pedestal. We will retreat for today. If we want to find the right way, we will need senators and also a talented witch to uncover the secrets of this room. 3 days passed. Under a clear blue sky with white clouds, in an ancient and massive castle, Gel leaned coldly against a window frame. Isn't there a single decent witch in this empire? He sighed. I heard that 99 out of 100 witches come from the south, so there really isn't a single witch in the north. Gel's hands were crossed, clasped tightly together. It would take too much time to recruit a witch from the south now. I hope Noelle doesn't find a witch before I do. Amidst the quiet scene, the butler pushed the door open. Master, there is good news. We have found a witch. Diane's hands were flat on the table, his eyes shining brightly. That is truly good news. Let's start preparing immediately. The butler agreed. There is a witch village a day's journey from here. Under the deep blue sky, a village appeared in a magical mist. Diane, wearing a cloak, stood on a cliff observing. I think this is the village. Liner stood right behind him. It's quite small, isn't it? In a cloak that covered his entire body, a few drops of sweat dotted Diane's face. He rested his hands on his knees. Witches usually live in seclusion among dozens of people, but why do you live in such a rugged place? Liner was startled, her eyes wide. Are you all right, master? Hearing the question, he replied, I'm still fine. Liner quickly stepped in front of Diane. Master, please speak more informally. After all, you are my master now. Diane walked past, swift as the wind. It's fine. Though he said it was fine, his face clearly showed tension. I am just an honorary count, while you come from a noble and prestigious family, Lady Lien. Dian hurriedly went in search of talented witches, his tone urgent. But we should hurry up and find a witch. Gel was standing right in that village, seemingly also looking for a witch for this matter. Dian was horrified. What the hell? As soon as Gel turned his face, Dian was startled. When his eyes met his expression clearly showed annoyance. Did I speak too loudly? My apologies, brother. I was a bit startled. Through the leaves on the trees, the sunlight shone down on the ancient village. Dian, with many thoughts in his mind. Did this bastard follow me for the past few days? Probably not. Since we have the same mission, it's easy to run into each other. Suddenly, a small stone flew and hit Dian straight on the head. Drops of fresh red blood fell to the ground. He quickly clutched his head, his knees buckling from the pain. Liner was horrified and rushed to support him. Master, are you all right? Gel was somewhat startled. Not far ahead, an old woman who had just thrown the stone was being held back by 2 young men. She gritted her teeth in anger. A calamity has come upon us. We must drive him away. No, we must kill him. A young man holding her arm spoke gently. Grandma, calm down. The old woman, her face red with anger, shouted, Get out of this village, now. Liner, who was supporting Dian, suddenly shouted, her voice full of annoyance. How dare you be so disrespectful to my master? Yet, at this moment, Dian just let out a laugh. Haha. His eyes darkened, his lips curled up. Blood trickled from the spot where he was hit, down to his eye, making his face even more terrifying. A calamity? He took a step forward, his voice firm. No. The old woman now seemed frightened, backing away to hide behind the 2 young men. The atmosphere seemed to sink. Dian leaned down to face the old woman. I am closer to a demon than a calamity, am I not? The old woman's face remained tense, staring angrily into Diane's eyes. You? We must kill this calamity, she said to the 2 young men beside her. Let go. I need to take this bastard's life. Dian straightened up, clutching his head, his eyes helpless. This damn old woman. A young man beside her quickly tried to restrain her. Please, Lady Witch, calm down. Dian was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. This old woman is a witch. The old woman suddenly ran forward, grabbing his wrist tightly, and shouted, "You must not hate anything. Remember, you must never hate anyone or anything. Otherwise, an unstoppable disaster will befall us." Dian forcefully pulled his hand away from the old woman's grasp, his face lowered, his teeth clenched in annoyance and anger. What is this nonsense? This old woman, when did she get so close? And why is she so strong? Right behind the old woman, John appeared, placing a hand on her shoulder. Her low voice whispered in the old woman's ear, "Grandma." John gently tried to calm her. "Please, calm down." The old woman then turned around, startled, and said loudly, "This bastard is a calamity. You see it too, don't you?" John, with her eyes lowered, said softly, "Of course, but that hasn't happened yet. You taught me not to judge a person hastily." Dian rubbed his wrist, where the old woman had gripped it tightly, thinking, "This old woman is really something." The old woman turned back to John. "Yes, that's right. One cannot judge a person hastily." After what had just happened, Dian thought, "If she's the witch, then I guess I'll give up on the plan to take her with me. I guess I'll have to go to the south to find someone else." Just then, John's voice called out to him, "Wait, I have been waiting for you." Dian turned his back to her, thinking, "She's been waiting for me?" John placed her hand on her left chest, respectfully. "My name is John. I am the granddaughter of the woman you were just speaking with. First, I want to apologize to you." Dian, his eyes still stained with a bit of blood, put a hand behind his head. "It's fine. I was about to leave anyway, so don't worry about it." John's voice rang out behind him. "You came here to find a witch, didn't you?" Dian was bewildered. "How did you know?" John's hands were clasped together, looking at him with serious eyes. Her voice was even. "Because I am also a witch. I knew you would come to our village to find a witch. You need a witch to solve the problems related to the Church of Salvation, don't you?" John bowed her head, still keeping her hands clasped together. "If you take me with you, you can achieve your goal." Dian was stunned, his eyes wide, his mouth frozen. She really knows everything. This isn't public information. I'm a bit suspicious because she's too young to be a witch, but she really has the skills. Dian turned to look at Gel, suddenly thinking with annoyance, "If I don't take her, this bastard will, won't he?" He thought, "Well, this is still better than searching for hidden witches all the way in the south. Plus, I'm glad I can hinder Gel's mission." Dian extended his hand to shake John's, his face showing a weary expression. "Then please help me." In his heart, he was secretly pleased. "I'm leaving first, you bastard." "Huh, blue sky, white clouds." Gel watched Diane's group and John walk away, his face pensive. "Even if I don't find a witch, it's still fine. Since the Duke wants me to prove my worth, he will prioritize his own victory. So he will find another witch or switch to another plan." Gel still had many questions, thinking, "However, I still have a few things I want to confirm with this elderly witch." Suddenly, the old woman gently touched Gel, her face happy, her mouth smiling brightly. "My child." She rushed forward and hugged Gel tightly. "You're here too. Let me hug you." Gel was surprised, his eyes wide. "What does this mean?" The old woman still held him tightly. "You have been through so much, but don't worry. I never hate you. If even I hate you, you will not feel love from anyone else in the world." The old woman's face was beaming, looking at Gel with joyful eyes. "My child, a creature that is not loved cannot survive for long. You need to live a long life and win the war, right? Two men in a battle to see who will live longer." The sky began to darken with winds blowing, scattering the leaves. The old woman grabbed Gel's wrist. "I hope you win. You are the child who holds the beginning of annihilation. But if you win, that will not happen. The disaster will be prevented." Suddenly, the old woman bowed her head, silent, her tone incredibly dangerous. "But if you step through the door of life and death, or if you want to die, then make sure you kill that other one before you leave this world." Gel swiftly drew his sword and pointed it straight at the old woman's neck. "Old woman, what the hell are you trying to get at?" Gel's face darkened, his voice strained. "I'll take care of my own business. Please don't overstep." He thought, a savage thought. Even without her words, I had already made my decision. My death will come after Diane's death. Under the green canopy of the trees, Dian lowered his face, his hand on his chin, wondering, "Miss John, your grandmother said you saw it too. Was she referring to my future?" John glanced at him, her voice soft. Yes, that is your destiny and your future. I can see it now as well. Dian turned to look at John, his hand raised in midair, his gaze gentle. How could you know about my future even before meeting me? John turned her face slightly towards him, her hands clasped in front. We foresee the future of a child from the village. However, we saw your future because your future and theirs are intertwined. Dian and John suddenly turned to look at a nearby bush, discovering a young boy hiding and watching them. Who could that be? John stepped out from the foliage. Dian was startled. Who is that? Has he been following us this whole time? Liner whispered to him. Since you didn't say anything, we left him alone and observed, Master. Is there a problem? John turned her face to the side, her eyes sharp. Although we cannot speak in detail about destiny and the future, at the very least, I can reveal to you. Dian was still bewildered, gritting his teeth and thinking, does she still think I'm very strong? John continued to ramble on about some information about Dian. To you, hatred is like a volcano. It may start small, but it quickly grows until it engulfs everything around it. And that other boy is like a bomb that could explode at any moment. A bomb. When a bomb explodes, it will cause a fire. But if the fire starts first, the bomb will still explode. John knelt before Dian, her hands clasped tightly, her voice firm. My name is John. Please take me with you, sir. John's determined gaze seemed to say it all. If you are truly a calamity, then in the future, you will need me. The timeline shifts back to the first day John had to face her destiny. In a closed, gloomy room, the old woman was thrown hard against the wall as if she had just seen something disgusting. John was still kneeling on the mat. The two young men rushed to support the old woman. Lady Witch, are you all right? What did you just see? John suddenly looked up, horrified. Grandmother, what's wrong? Is there a problem with my future? The old woman forcefully pushed the two young men away, shouting loudly, You brat! You are the bastard who will cause a calamity. You are the calamity's right-hand man. A red light emanated from behind John. He, with tears falling, continued to narrate. Right after that, the villagers began to completely change their attitude towards me. A handful of dirt was thrown straight at John. He was furious. What is this about? The children who had just thrown the dirt were angry and aggressive. You are the puppet of the calamity. Get out of our village. John was stunned, his hand touching the spot where he had just been hit, frozen and unable to get used to it. At that moment, John stepped forward to protect him. Everyone stop. You can't torment someone just because of events that haven't happened yet. Yet, those children still used the most venomous words to curse him. Get out of our village. John continued to tell the story. Just like that, the friends and neighbors who had once laughed with me all turned their backs on me, as if everything before was just a lie. A villager stood before John, arguing. But she said he is the calamity's aide. What if we get involved just by being with him? Just because of a prophecy? John's voice was sharp. If you are all so certain, then I should satisfy you, shouldn't I? I will become the right hand of the calamity. From then on, the calamity was always thought to be linked to me. If I wait, I will surely meet them. And then that man appeared after all that waiting. John smiled brightly. Ah, finally. I knew it the moment I saw you. Dusk fell upon the ancient castle. The butler stood to welcome Dian back. Welcome back, master. But who is that child? Dian turned his head to look at John. Ah, this kid. Liner spoke up sternly. He is the village child that the master decided to bring back with him. John was proper and polite. Please call me John. Dian wanted to speak, but stopped. I decided? When? I told him to do whatever he wanted, but he really did follow me. John spoke up, full of determination. I am not well educated, so I may not know much, and I don't have much experience on the battlefield, but I will not disappoint you, master. Dian was silent, bewildered, thinking to himself, should I send him back right away? Why is he calling me master? Suddenly, he spoke, accepting it with resignation. All right, John. We'll discuss it later. Dian thought, because my first priority is the mission. Then he suddenly turned to Liner, his voice tense. We will leave as soon as the preparations are complete, so be ready. And Lady Lian, bring 10 volunteers from the Latte Knights. John, full of determination, spoke up. Master, should I follow? Dian was bewildered. For now, you should just wait at the mansion. John lowered her face, her hands behind her back. Yes, master. Dian sighed, thinking with a sense of bewilderment. He looks disappointed. Why does he want to follow so badly? I don't know what his purpose is, and no matter how I look at it, he seems extremely suspicious. But I don't hate him. The dark night enveloped an ancient church. Black smudges from a fire floated in the church. Inside, a maid, sniffing the air, wondered, "What's that smell?" Another was confused. "Come to think of it, I smell something burning." In the raging fire, a desperate scream came from 3 soldiers. The leader was a bearded soldier with purple hair. He said loudly, "Don't try anything stupid. Calmly come outside. If you do, we will let you live." In the critical moment, the bearded soldier thought back to before. Dian was sitting before the 3 soldiers with a tense expression. "I will set fire to the Church of Salvation. While I infiltrate, you will set a fire to scout the area and kill anyone who looks suspicious. Not the ordinary followers, but any suspicious individuals. So don't take the drug. It would be bad if you lose sight of the original purpose." At that time, the purple-haired, bearded soldier was confused and asked, "Why? Wouldn't it be easier if we just wiped out everything in sight?" A pink-haired soldier agreed with the purple-haired one. "That's right, Captain. You're too soft. How can you survive in this world if you're always so soft?" Hearing the 2 of them question him, Dian was annoyed. "Don't talk back to me and just do as I say." From behind, Liner suddenly stepped up beside him, her face emotionless. "That is my request, because at this moment, no bloodshed is necessary." The purple-haired soldier in the lead was confused. "At this moment?" Liner replied softly, without revealing any important information. "I cannot reveal everything right now, but it is all for the benefit of the Count." Mentioning the Count's benefit, the 3 soldiers became more excited. The bearded one smirked. "Then just leave it to us." And the 3 soldiers at that time only understood that they had to follow the order. In the chaotic scene of the fire, there were cries for help, pleas for mercy, tragic screams, and regrets. "Sir, why are you doing this to us? Our heaven. Sir, please put out the fire." And the 3 soldiers fulfilled their duty. They did not kill people, only helped the disabled, the elderly, and children out of the chaos. Suddenly, a person in the church with sharp eyes said, "How could we possibly plan to cause a disturbance in a place like this?" He said to the woman sitting low beside him, "The knights in white uniforms. I've heard about them before. That's right, the demonic killing knights." The girl beside him, with eyes full of resentment, said, "The knights belonging to that vampire count? Why would someone so powerful be interested in a place like this?" The people in the church were all regretful and disheartened, as if all their efforts had been in vain. I thought things were finally getting better. I finally felt like I was alive again. And it doesn't matter anymore, even if it was a cult disguised as salvation. A small hand tightly gripped the bearded soldier's tunic. Xia sobbed, "Why are you doing this? Please leave, sir." Xia's determined eyes were filled with tears, her mouth full of resolve to save the church engulfed in flames. "If you are going to destroy this place, then kill me first." Her small hand still clenched the knight's shirt, her voice trembling as if she was about to lose a beloved home. "If this place disappears, I'll have nowhere else to go, sir. I'm begging you, please." The knight couldn't stand this obstacle any longer and reached for his sword. "Since this child touched me while I was on a mission, I can't just let her go. So I should use this child as an example," and not far away, a boy shouted, "No, come here, please." The knight drew his sword, and then the sword fell to the ground. He covered his face with his hands, trembling. "Damn it, I can't do it. I wish I had been ordered to just kill everyone. Then we could have used the drug and wiped everyone out without any guilt. This place is their last hope. They are desperate enough to think that death is better than this place being destroyed." At the moment the church was engulfed in flames, all the people could only stand and watch silently. Suddenly, Celine spoke. "Gel H is the Emperor's sword." Xia's small eyes were filled with hatred. That means the destruction of the Church of Salvation was also an order from the Emperor. "I will not forgive them for destroying our heaven." In the prayer room, Liner and Dian stood by the wall. "So this is a magic stone." Diane's face lit up with joy. The riot happened at just the right time. I didn't even feel anything from the prayer room. Liner gently touched the glowing magic stone, her gaze distant. "I definitely felt something." I believe they used magic as a medium to bewitch people. Suddenly, the stone emitted a purple light. Liner was surprised and stepped back. It has many uses, like for communication, distorting space, and why is it here? Dian quickly supported Liner, alarmed. What's wrong? Liner was equally alarmed, as if she had discovered something. This isn't an enchantment, but magic disguised as an enchantment. Diane's surprise was evident on his face. Magic. The two separated, standing side by side. Dian spoke in a bewildered tone. Magic in the human empire? What does that mean? Liner replied as if she already knew everything. I am certain it is based on the function of space-time distortion. This is activated by magic. Many thoughts flowed through her mind. Magic in the human empire. I wonder if the Demon King knows about this. She gently touched the stone. The light from the stone illuminated her face. I have figured out its basic structure. Please wait for me a moment. Dian, beside her, had a bewildered expression with many thoughts. Can a witch really overcome a magical labyrinth? I don't think she's just an ordinary witch. Liner's voice cut through his thoughts. We can go in now. Dian was still thinking. Just like last time, she really succeeded. Dian led the way with an extremely solemn expression. Let's go. A stream of purple light emanated from the door, illuminating all three of them. Dian backed away in alarm. A magnificent scene appeared before their eyes. In the middle was a circle with rays of light. Suddenly, Dian spoke up. It seems we've been returned to the prayer room. Liner pointed towards the circle, her face serious. No, this place is different. Look around. Do you see the cracks? Liner continued. There's a seal running across the entire floor. It might have something to do with that door, since it's in the center. Liner suddenly said, It's dangerous in there. The door opened, and a stream of light shone through. Liner volunteered to lead the way. I will go first, sir. Dian quickly tried to stop her. No, Lady Anna, wait. Stepping through the door revealed a dark, gloomy forest. Liner, leading the way, couldn't help but wonder, a forest? What is this? John explained. It's magic hidden in the form of an enchantment again. John covered her mouth. They intentionally created a different space. I think you need to open the door according to a special rule to get to the real room behind it. Dian turned to face John. So I guess what we're looking for is in that room. To be precise, you have to perform a certain action to be transported there. Dian, with one hand on his hip and the other in the air, turned to the seated John. How long will it take you to figure out that action? John, sitting beside him, reached down to touch the cracks on the floor. Since magic is an unfamiliar field to me, it will take at least 10 minutes. Dian thought to himself, 10 minutes? That's too long. What if someone is already in that room? What if they've already taken what I want and are looking for a way out? He paced back and forth anxiously, but it seemed there was no other way. Can I only wait? I don't want to lose to Gel. Liner turned to look at Dian with worried eyes, while he was leaning towards John. It seems he's very worried. The king personally assigned him this mission. Liner pulled out a white cloth, revealing a chair. She knelt beside it. Master, why don't you sit and wait? As she said that, she suddenly jumped. You were just here. Both John and Liner were startled, turning to search. Master, where are you? And John thought, could it be? At that moment, Dian was in a panic, as if something was appearing before his eyes. And indeed it was. Before him was Gel, holding a torch. The church was still engulfed in flames. They had set the fire. Celine stood silently, observing. I guess they want to drive out the commoners and find the real culprits. But they're too soft. If it were me, I would have sealed the entire building and killed everyone inside. It seems getting evidence is Gel H's top priority, as he needs clues to identify who is behind the church to launch a preemptive strike and eliminate them at the root. But in the end, it is my victory. Gel H cannot get what he wants. Dian spoke up, facing Gel. No matter where you got your information, you're still quick on the uptake. Gel dropped the torch from his hand, burning all the papers on the floor. Dian rushed forward in alarm, his voice filled with tension and determination. What the hell do you think you're doing? No. Do you know how hard it was for me to get here? Just as Dian was about to use his hand to pull the clues out of the fire, Gel grabbed his hand. I need to save some clues. When his hand was grabbed, Dian shouted loudly. Let me go, you lunatic. Why are you burning everything? Don't you need them too? Diane's face was now smudged with black. Damn it, this body. I don't even have the strength to push his hand away. The heat is making it harder and harder for me to breathe. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around Diane's waist and lifted him up. Diane couldn't help but shout curses. What the hell? You crazy bastard. You lunatic. Put me down. Diane, with 1,000 questions in his head, though I still have questions about his actions, I can't help but wonder. Yet he still shouted, damn it, let me go. And with many questions, who is behind the church? Not many people could carry out a conspiracy of this magnitude. Wait, besides the royal family, who holds the most power? Who represents the color purple? And who does Gel serve? Diane still shouted loudly, you bastard! How dare you make a fool of me? He gritted his teeth, his eyes glaring at him. This battle was lost from the start, and I wasted so much effort. Diane still yelled, let me go. His voice only grew louder, not diminishing at all. Gel's eyes were sharp, like he was looking at prey. Diane continued to curse. You must be so pleased to see me make a fool of myself. Damn it. Though blood was trickling from his mouth, Diane still protested. Put me down. Cough, cough. Liner and John, seeing Gel carrying their master on his shoulder, were horrified. Master. Liner rushed over to support Diane. Master, there's blood. Are you all right? Though covered in blood, Diane was not defeated. He still shouted, you cough? Gel H. I will kill you. Gel finally spoke, his voice gloomy, his eyes sharp. Turn your head. If you want to live, don't reveal a single word about what you've seen. Diane, on his sickbed, thought, unable to help but complain. Damn it. He must have taken some documents, right? Even though he planned the whole thing with the Duke. But since he holds the evidence, the victory is still his. That bastard just made me suffer. I should have killed him. Liner approached his bed where he was resting, asking softly, Master, are you awake? Seeing Liner approach, Diane sat up. Ah, Lady Lian. Has the witch left? Liner came to the bedside. Yes, John just left. If I had known you were awake, I would have told her to visit you first. Diane was a little disappointed to hear that John had left. I see. I had something to ask her. That's too bad. Liner was curious. Something to ask? What were you going to ask? Diane formed a thought in his head. To see if she could curse Gel with magic. A witch, no. But I can't say that to her. After thinking for a moment, he said, just how she was able to break the enchantment and things like that. Liner beamed, her face showing clear joy. If you mean how to enter the secret room, that was all thanks to you, Master. Diane didn't understand and asked, what are you talking about? I didn't do anything. Liner explained. According to John, you created a circle counterclockwise 3 times and clockwise twice. You would then be automatically transported to that room. Diane was still puzzled. When did I create a circle? Liner said cheerfully. Do you know how dizzy I was when you disappeared? I had noticed this before, but I think you are very lucky, Master. Diane finally came to his senses and understood everything. If I were lucky, I wouldn't have to live like this. Then Liner continued. Speaking of which, John left a note for you before she left. The butler is keeping it. Would you like me to bring it to you? Suddenly, the butler pushed the door open. Are you talking about the note? Here it is. Diane greeted him, Mr. Rimberg. The butler, holding a tray of hot tea, said with a serious face, also, you have a visitor. Suddenly, a brown-haired soldier raised his hand to greet him. Honorary Count Gelhi, I have come to escort you to the palace under the king's orders. Diane was silent, his hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. It's time to go. One morning at the magnificent palace, the king was still in a dream. He suddenly sat up, his face drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, ever since I became emperor, I've never had a peaceful night's sleep. A question echoed endlessly in his mind. How can I sleep well when the people I killed haunt me every night? Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Emperor. Countless resentful ghosts were present before his eyes, and they were taking step after step towards the bed where he was lying. Another voice spoke. Even now, they are looking at me in reality. The ghost's voice echoed with hatred. Eduardo, I hate you. Next, a loop. Die. Why? Die. Why? You must die too. A ghost lunged forward, aiming straight for him, its voice strained. Why are you the only one still alive? I hate you. Die. You killed us all, but you won't be at peace. A cold hand gripped his neck tightly, as if slowly stealing the king's breath. His eyes gradually closed. He spoke with utter despair. I guess you really hate me, don't you? A loud sound from the door of the room pulled him back to reality. He whispered, Ulpose. Ulpose approached. I came to announce that honorary Count Dian He and the hero, Gel, have arrived. He asked, Are you all right? You don't look well. He continued, You must have had another nightmare. I'll call the royal physician. He glanced at him with a sharp look. You're being a bit annoying. Ulpose was surprised, but he didn't know that there were a few more guests from the netherworld around him. He wondered, What is he looking at? I don't think there's anyone else here. Ulpose shouted, Are you hallucinating? The king calmly replied, It doesn't affect my life. Ulpose said, That's not the point. I'm calling the royal physician right now. The king answered with a steely tone, as if he didn't need his concern. Ulpose. But in his mind, he thought, Although I feel quite bad for Ulpose for bothering him. He said gently, I've been too busy with the war and am just hallucinating from fatigue. He thought to himself, But I don't intend to just brush aside these nightmares and hallucinations. If I say I'm happy, will he believe me? He patted Ulpose's shoulder lightly. It's okay, so don't worry. Ulpose tried to suppress the rising anger. How can you act like it's no problem? You're hallucinating. Like the last straw. Ulpose, how long are you going to feel guilty? You've already compensated the families of the deceased, and you're still dwelling on every single person who died. The king replied with surprising nonchalance. I know it's a mental illness. But if it weren't for me, they would still be alive. Ulpose retorted, but before he could finish, the king cut him off. My decision started the 8-year war. Regardless of whether they were allies or enemies, they sacrificed themselves because of my decision. The king looked at the ghost's hand behind him. This is a burden I must bear not only as an emperor, but also as a human being. He put on his royal robes, with the ghosts waiting behind him, and said, But don't worry. I'm carrying too many burdens to collapse just because of this. In the waiting hall, DH stood motionless. A moment later, he shouted at Gel H. Why are you looking at me like that? The other person glanced at him, but said nothing. He thought, He's ignoring me again. I came immediately without resting when I was summoned, but this bastard was also summoned. Can't he look at me in a different way? Countless questions exploded in his head. A voice announced, The emperor has granted you entry. When the two of them entered, the king sat majestically on his throne and spoke, Welcome. Both of them bowed and said in unison, Long live the emperor. Gel H introduced himself first. Your servant, Gel, greets the emperor. Followed by Dian He. Your servant, Dian He, greets the emperor. Both of them were thinking the same thing. The emperor summoned us to praise us. But why doesn't he look very happy? If so, the king's voice cut through their thoughts. Raise your heads. I hear you have completed your mission. Now, in their minds, there was only one prediction. He's definitely not pleased. He continued, I heard that honorary Count Dian He has displayed rather defiant behavior. Hearing this, Dian He's mind froze. So it's my fault. Outwardly, he could only say, I apologize. The king saw this and explained, You only executed the criminals who did wrong and left some survivors. Hearing this, DH felt even more ashamed. Damn it. Why in front of this bastard? The king added, But your actions have actively paved the way for the empire to find the culprits behind these matters. Dian He was surprised. Huh? He's not reprimanding me. The king continued, In any case, I don't know how Gel He acted, but you were the one who found the culprit and provided the evidence. He rested his chin on his hand. Although both of you are outstanding, I must grant Gel H's wish because he handled this matter. Dian He turned away, thinking to himself, I knew it. Meanwhile, Gel bowed and said, Thank you, your majesty. The king asked, So what do you wish for? He replied. Dian He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Even though I know it's a wicked plot, I still have no proof. Gel H said to the king, I wish to claim ownership of the lands that honorary Count Dian He currently possesses. Dian He was truly stunned, his eyes wide as if they were about to pop out. He put a question mark in his mind. What? The king smiled. The He family's assets. That's surprising. First, what do you think about this, honorary Count Dian He? In his imagination, he pictured himself saying, That is my land. I don't want to give it to this bastard. But that was only what he thought. This is what I want to say. But in reality, he was completely different. It is indeed a burden to me. I would be very happy if he took it over. The anger still hadn't subsided in his heart. I really want to return it, but letting this bastard take it is too annoying. The king decided, then it is settled. But you understand that you need a title to receive the land, don't you? Both of them were surprised to hear that. That's right, he said. Since the He clan exists, it is now impossible to give it to someone with a different title. Either you renounce the name of the He clan and receive a new title with a different name, or you become the true head of the He clan. What do you choose? Dian He thought. When I met the emperor for the first time after the 8-year war ended, he offered me the same thing. Returning to the time just after the 8-year war, DH was kneeling before the emperor. The king offered, I will provide my full support. So why don't you become the head of the He clan? He calculated in his head, the He clan. As a survivor, with the desire for revenge, just hearing that name sends a chill down my spine. He placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully, I beg your pardon, but I cannot accept that position. He thought to himself, I want to remember the rage and the desire for revenge, and I have no intention of giving up my name until it's all over. The king sighed. You don't want the position of clan head, nor do you want to forget your name. So what reward do you want from me? Dian He looked up, his eyes as red as blood. If I have one request, it would be to destroy my clan with my own hands. The king replied, whatever. Gel's wish is that. I am sure you would be better off with a new title than with nothing at all. DH's reminiscence ended. And so my title is honorary count. Returning to the present, in his thoughts, my best decision was to accept that title at that time. Since the title of honorary count is unique, it cannot be bestowed upon anyone else unless I am cruel. However, besides those two words, there are no other options. He silently guessed Gel's thoughts. Since there's no reason to refuse, he will probably choose to become the head of the clan. Yes, this time, I will be able to proceed with the plan I have been plotting with everyone in the He clan, including Gel. Gel H said, I do not wish to become the head of the clan, nor do I wish to renounce my name. Dian He's jaw dropped. A flash of confusion crossed his eyes. What? He recalled his clan. The He clan. This is a clan with a long history, unlike the title of honorary count that I received. However, the only surviving descendants of that clan are me and my younger brother, Gel. Therefore, the position of the head of the H clan is currently vacant. In his mind, he still couldn't figure out what he said. Why did he refuse that position? It would be beneficial for him if he wanted to carry out his schemes. He refused, but also didn't want to change his name. The king looked helpless. You two brothers are really stubborn. He thought. Does he have some other motive? Maybe he wants revenge on me. The king spoke up. In that case, why don't I transfer ownership of the He family's assets to Duke St. I am sure he will grant you the right to manage the assets whenever you wish. Gel said sincerely. Thank you for your consideration. The king placed his hand on the arm of the throne. Then that's settled. He was secretly happy. Finally, I can go back to the bank. Before he could finish dreaming, he was cut off by the king's words. Everyone leave except the honorary count. Oh my God. He stood frozen, speechless, while Gel beside him bowed. Yes, your majesty. And then he left. Why is this so unfair? He prayed silently. Don't leave me alone. No, not you. Go away, Gel. But Gel just remained silent. And so, only he and the emperor were left face to face. He was sweating profusely. What should I do with this atmosphere now? Did he realize that I was useless in this mission? It's not fair. That other guy was the one who made the mistake first. The king stared at his face, silently guessing. He doesn't look happy. It must be because he lost his land. I wish he would just say what he wants instead of keeping it to himself. At this time, Dian He still had his head bowed. The king walked down the stairs and ordered, You will have to proceed with your work sooner than planned. I intend to wage war. The kingdom of Ilan has started to cause too much noise to be tolerated. The elimination of the Church of Salvation was completed at the right time. He was shocked to hear the king's words. He said, You want to attack the kingdom of Ilan, your majesty? The king replied, That is just the beginning. He wondered, the beginning of what? He gritted his teeth, knowing in his mind, Damn it. I'm sick of war. Is he planning to unify the continent this time? The king's voice pulled him out of his thoughts. So I intend to let you take control of the demon realm. The king patted his shoulder. You are the only one the demon king trusts. The demon king will not sit idly by while the empire proceeds to conquer the nations on the continent. I need you there to ensure that the demon king does not interfere in this war. He laughed to himself. He wants me to return to the demon realm. He replied to the king, as you wish. The king smirked and said. He touched the small seal on his chest. He said in a joking tone, I hope I don't see this seal next time. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. He was silent for a moment, then said, I will do my best. He was frustrated but didn't dare to say it in front of the king. He won't even accept my resignation. How can this be? One beautiful morning at a magnificent mansion. Your reward is the H family's assets. Is that enough? Yulash flipped through the documents and asked Gel directly. Yes, sir. He nodded in acknowledgement. Speaking of which, when I met H at the palace last time, he said he was trying to regain his status. Yulash remembered the meeting with Dian and rested his chin on his hand, smiling strangely. I hope you are not taking the H family's assets for his benefit. Gel maintained his assertive attitude. There is nothing else I want. Hearing that, Yulash was stunned for a few seconds, then he quickly laughed it off. Of course. It must be because I'm too sensitive about the upcoming meeting. It's definitely not like that. She doesn't seem very happy to see Dian get his assets back. Yulash approached and placed a hand on Gel's shoulder, smiling. I can't blame you. After all, the current situation is an occasion to reward you. Is there anything noteworthy? Gel lowered his eyes. Nothing yet. The memory of that day returned. That son of a bitch Dian found out. An image of two figures in black cloaks, one with white hair and the other with black hair covering his face. You dare to deceive me? I just wanted him to get the appropriate result from this game and retreat. Gel's eyes were sharp, but it seems he also realized that the Duke was behind it. Dian, with his bangs covering half his face, made his red eyes look even more ferocious. You must have had a fun time watching me deceive myself, didn't you? If the Duke finds out. Sir Gel. Yulash's call pulled him out of his thoughts, startling him. His eyes widened. Let's go. We'll be late for the meeting. Yulash opened the door, turned his head, and gave Gel a meaningful smile. I have to hide it at all costs. If the Duke finds out that Dian knows she's behind everything. Gel silently made his decision and quickly followed Yulash. Gel glanced at the illusion of Dian in the room, his gaze piercing through the illusion, causing it to dissipate. The room fell silent. She'll want me to kill Dian. You're back, Celine. Seeing her walk out of the room holding documents, Yulash smiled and greeted her. Celine was surprised. Your Grace. You handled the matter of the Salvation cult well. He placed a hand on her shoulder in praise. I only did what I was supposed to do, Celine said modestly. Besides, there are still many who believe in the church. At this rate, you will achieve what you've always desired. She smiled brightly. The goal of the Church of Salvation. They're distributing free bread and water at the Church of Salvation. In a small alley, two children in tattered, dirty clothes sat side by side. The black-haired one turned and smiled. Who would help people like us? Celine appeared in a brilliant halo, extending her hand forward. Is Duke T helping us? It's to create followers who are absolutely loyal to Duke T. Oh my, how can we ever thank you? In the raging fire, a group of soldiers in white were trying to rescue people. I can't believe such a respectable person would care about us. But isn't this the Emperor's duty? The Emperor is so evil. He does nothing for us, and yet he tries to eliminate the Church of Salvation. Desperate eyes filled with malice. A bloodstained sword was pointed straight at the king. The Emperor has abandoned us. Compared to him, the Duke is truly. The Duke is our savior. An image of Yulash with a gentle, smiling face appeared under a brilliant halo. Duke T is the salvation for us. Yulash smiled brightly under the golden light. Hide for a while. We can't let the Emperor find out. But the goal of the Church of Salvation is just a stepping stone for the Duke's true purpose. At this rate, the Duke will get what he wants. Celine silently made her decision. Leave it to me. I will succeed at all costs. It's all for the Duke. A meeting between the king and the nobility was taking place. An emergency meeting. Do you know what happened? A noble with a mustache wondered. I'm not sure, but it must be very important. Another interjected, "Of course. There's no way His Majesty would summon us for no reason." Yulash T, with his arms crossed, looked at the arguing nobles with contempt. What a bunch of fools. An emergency royal meeting. There's only one thing he could announce. Yulash T's expression darkened, and he smiled slyly. It's what the emperor does best. The thing he does to try and prove himself. An invasion. The king rode a war horse with great majesty, holding the empire's flag high. On the map, arrows indicated the directions. The door to the meeting room opened. Is everyone here? The king opened the door to the meeting room and entered, followed by the general. Glory to the empire. Everyone in the room stood up and saluted. The king walked to the table and sat down. Everyone, please be seated. First, I thank all of you for gathering on such short notice. Hearing the king's thanks, Yulash T glanced at him, looking agitated. Is something wrong? The king was serious. Let me get straight to the point. I will declare war in 3 days. These words made the participating nobles jump. One stood up and asked directly, "It's only been 2 years since you declared the end of the war. Why are we starting a new one, Your Majesty?" "I only did that because no kingdom dared to confront us. But it seems they have forgotten their fear of the empire in the past 2 years. The king, with a fierce look. "If you are referring to the kingdom of Ilan, they have certainly behaved improperly. But besides war, there are other solutions," a noble suggested. "It's not just Ilan. Other kingdoms have also relaxed their attitude towards the empire," the king stated. "I heard Dianhe was injured. The vampire of the empire." A group of people gossiped. "When the hero is injured, that demon is injured. I think the empire will be quiet for a while." He smiled smugly. "The other kingdoms are waiting for an opportunity to attack. Some heroes were born and died in the previous 8-year war. Only 3 survived. He was the last to gain fame, but he is the only one who is most well known." Dian appeared with his large, blazing red eyes. "With the existence of Dianhe, we were able to put pressure on half of their army, so they would think he is the key player in the empire's forces." At this point, Eduardo's face suddenly became full of confidence, and he crossed his arms leisurely. "That is the burden of the name Dianhe. But this continent should know that the empire doesn't just have Dianhe, right?" The king's eyes were sharp. "Invade the continent. This is a long-term goal, even if we have to temporarily stop it." The meeting grew increasingly tense. Nobles continuously objected. "But it's still too early." "That's right," another noble agreed. "We haven't even cleared out the roots of the revolutionary army. It's too dangerous to start a war with an internal enemy." The king lifted his teacup to his lips and took a sip. "A good point. That's also why I called this meeting. But for the sake of the people—" "No, for the sake of the empire, I think you have forgotten something." The king slammed his teacup down on the saucer. The king smiled confidently. "I am the empire. If you serve me, the empire, and do not intentionally offend me, I think you should continue to do your job." The king's eyes were sharp. "Yes, Your Majesty." The atmosphere in the meeting room began to grow heavy. Everyone was sweating as they looked at the king. "The war has been decided. Come up with a solution to deal with the revolutionary army by the next meeting," the king ordered. "So this is how it's going to be." The nobles left one after another. What should we do now?" the nobles discussed worriedly. Just as Duke T stood up to turn around, the king suddenly called out, "Duke." He bowed his head respectfully. "Yes, Your Majesty." The king glanced at him. "The culprit behind the Church of Salvation has been identified, and he is a man serving under you." Yulash T bowed and smiled. "Yes, Your Majesty. I apologize for not being able to resolve my internal." Before he could finish his sentence, the king drew his sword and pointed the sharp tip straight at his throat. "Do you think I'm a fool?" the king roared. "The duke never leaves an opponent alive." "Of course not." T smiled slyly. Because he couldn't directly target the emperor's supporters, he must have chosen someone who was a thorn in his side, the one behind the church. And there are interesting rumors spreading. The king, at this point, let out a mocking laugh. "The emperor is so evil. The duke is our savior, right? Isn't that just foolish gossip?" Yulash T showed no fear before the blade that was so close to his neck. "It's certainly not meaningless," the king asserted. "Because I am a calamity, not just evil." The king, majestic, held his sword pointed straight. "Isn't that right, Duke? A calamity? No, you are not a calamity," Yulashti thought, but he said something different out loud. Your Majesty, you cannot kill me. Yulashti showed no fear before the king's authority, even as the blade pierced his neck, drawing blood. A calamity does not discriminate between people. The king's voice was low and threatening. Have you forgotten that I wiped out a territory? Do you think I would hesitate to level another one? But the emperor does discriminate. I am certain you would not hesitate for that reason, but your Majesty still cannot kill me. It would be impossible to confront a calamity, Yulashti said with a confident smile. You won't be able to collect war taxes if the nobility starts to resist. He sneered. But when facing a human, I can't help but be more greedy. The king glared. You too call me evil. Yulashti smiled triumphantly as he watched the sword being slowly withdrawn. But the evil is elsewhere. The king lowered his sword. I want your throne, Emperor, Yulashti thought to himself. To seize the emperor's power, I must first deal with his hunting dog. Yulashti strode along the red carpet in the royal palace, followed by Gel. He smiled slyly. I must act more proactively now. Excuse me. Dian looked at the king in confusion. Are you planning to go to the demon realm? That is what I asked. The king leisurely enjoyed his tea. How did the crown prince find out? Dian thought with suspicion, looking at the king who was smiling at him. He placed his teacup on the table and gently reassured him. You don't need to be so tense. Contrary to his relaxed demeanor, Dian sat up straight, his mind racing. I just had a feeling. The king continued to soothe his spirit. I am the future king. Do you think I wouldn't know your secrets? Of course. I must always be fully prepared to become king at any moment. Diane's expression suddenly darkened. I guess the king has shared important information with the crown prince. He spoke up. Excuse me. The king, who had been acting casual, cut him off before he could speak. As you know, His Majesty has ordered you to return immediately if the Demon King decides to wage war. He also became more serious, his brows furrowed. No matter what happens, you must return. Dian, opposite him, closed his eyes. I will keep that in mind. He lowered his head, revealing only his blazing red eye. For some goddamn reason, the kid is obeying with a face that looks like he wants to fight. The king stood up. All right. Having achieved his goal, he looked pleased. I am always grateful for everything you have done. After they finished talking, the king left the study. He walked down the hallway, his mind filled with weighty thoughts. A hero of the kingdom, and a commander of the Demon King's army. His brow furrowed, looking even more serious than before. What will happen if the demon realm makes an offer that benefits Gel more than the human world? I don't know what you're thinking, but I must always be prepared for Dianhe's betrayal. His steps suddenly halted. Of course, I'd rather have a friendly relationship than a forced one. This depends on each person's personality, but it's certainly not easy. Remembering Diane's terrifying face from earlier, the king broke out in a cold sweat. I completely understand why he's an object of fear for everyone. If we become close, I think this could become a bond that pulls him back to the human world. Lost in thought, he was suddenly pulled up by a voice. Brother. Alithia gathered her skirt and ran as if she was afraid the king would run away. She ran over, beaming, but didn't forget to chide him. You left me behind. How did your talk with Count He go? The king answered helplessly. I couldn't help it. We had to discuss important matters. Instead, why don't you become the heir to the throne? Alithia crossed her arms and replied as if she wasn't stupid. I refuse to take on such a troublesome position. You can take this position instead. The king, being teased, reminded her that she wasn't exactly idle either. Alithia, you are next in line after Uncle and me. Alithia's voice lowered. Why are you so impatient, brother? This question of hers left him utterly bewildered. He stared blankly and asked, I'm impatient. Alithia, seeing her brother's unease, comforted him. You have every reason to be. The entire empire is talking about the revolutionary army and the war. She took his hand, which was sweaty with worry. Come with me. The two of them went to the greenhouse, which was full of colors. Alithia had her brother sit down first while she arranged a small party for the two of them. She said proudly, I've prepared tea for you in the garden. You need to rest a bit, brother. Then she ordered the two servants. You may leave. Alithia sat down happily. You should relax for a bit. But the king paid no attention to her efforts. He spoke up, cutting through the lively atmosphere Alithia had created. Uncle has started having hallucinations. She asked, confused. Uncle is having hallucinations, not nightmares. The king supported his forehead, his face filled with exhaustion. That's right. Why do the dead have such a strong influence on him? Remembering his childhood days, the happy memories only made him more confused. As the heir to the throne, I know I shouldn't say this, but what can I do? Eduardo Diz is a precious relative to me. For his sake, I could turn my back on the world. Alithia asked worriedly, has Uncle seen the royal physician? And the answer the king gave was, of course, no. How can I convince him? He's so stubborn. And this isn't something I can do. It's his sense of responsibility. It's like a disease. Alithia closed her eyes. You're wrong. This is guilt, not a sense of responsibility. The king gave a gentle smile, waving his sister away. You're right. Even before, when standing before those blazing red flames, Eduardo himself had said, guilt. Because this is my fault, I will take all responsibility. But the king didn't think so at all. No, you don't have to do that. The king spoke again with regret. Do you see, Alithia? We don't have much time left. I've already completed all preparations as soon as Uncle started having hallucinations. He instructed Alithia, I will do my best in my current position, so you should also focus on what you are learning. Alithia agreed. All right. The king's face was grim. Uncle, we were so young then. The dark memories flooded back. Only Eduardo was the single light in the ruins, holding the two siblings tightly. The king told himself, in this palace, not being grown up is also a crime. Dien was still sitting in the study, the future king's words echoing in his head. No matter what happens, you must return. The king's behavior today made him uneasy. What does the crown prince know? How much does he know? What does the king mean by revealing this to the crown prince? Though he was worried for himself, his fierce gaze made people think he wanted to eat someone alive. And Daniel, who had just entered the room, felt this clearly. I came here to report something to the count, but I think I've come at the wrong time. What happened? Diane's annoyed expression scared him so much he broke out in a sweat, his mind racing. I've heard that the count's mood is often unpredictable, but today seems much more serious than usual. Dien, sitting to one side, saw this fool standing there like a statue and asked, Do you have something to report? Daniel jumped and quickly replied, Yes, master. Hearing the question, he knew he was allowed to speak, but Daniel was still extremely nervous. The atmosphere is so tense. But if I keep hesitating like this, his mood will only get worse. He stammered, trying to speak. I want to try investing money. Dien heard this and asked in surprise. Daniel was tense with fear and quickly defended himself. It's not that I've become greedy. I want to give you all the profits. But before he could finish explaining, he was silenced by Diane's chilling aura. Dien glared. I've always wanted to know what your goal is, ever since I met you. There's no way you would follow a complete stranger without a reason. Remembering when Daniel knelt on the ground and earnestly said, Please call me John. I am not well educated, so I don't know much, and I don't have much experience on the battlefield, but I will not disappoint you, master. Yet now he could say something that disappointed Dien like this. However, what you've wanted all along is just money, and you'll give me all the profits. Dien didn't even bother to listen to his explanation, making his own assumptions and launching into a tirade. I can think of two possibilities. You're trying to win my trust because what you want is more important than money, or your goal is just to follow me, though I don't know the reason. Daniel wanted to protest, but just as he opened his mouth to say, he was cut off again by Dien stuffing words into his mouth. Whatever the truth is, it doesn't matter. He slammed a paper onto Daniel's chest. He looked at the densely written words in confusion. This is... Dien turned and walked away. If you give this to Rimberg, he will lend you the money. He left Daniel behind, who was staring blankly and calling out, Master. Dien looked at him with a sharp gaze, once again making his point clear. I don't know what you plan to do by my side, but don't get in my way. Not long after, Dien arrived at the mansion gate. Rimberg looked at the count sitting on his horse. I have put all the necessary items in the backpack. Dien frowned and instructed him. I will be leaving the estate for a while, so... But before he could finish, he was cut off by a shout. Count! From inside the mansion, a group of riders was rushing towards him. How could you leave without a word of goodbye? Despite Liner chasing after them desperately. You bastards! Stop right now! they continued to clamor. You're leaving. You're leaving us behind and leaving. She just showed her face and froze. Seeing the scene before him, Dian could only curse silently. The butler next to him was as calm as could be. Oh dear, you've been caught red-handed. Dian spurred his horse and quickly fled. Before I hand over the estate to you to manage, you handle those bastards first. Rimberg looked at the group charging towards him like a storm. He couldn't help but sigh. You've left another difficult task for this old man. The loudest one continued to yell. We're coming with you. But since it's your request, I will obey. Rimberg elegantly pulled the loudmouth back, making his face turn pale. He was horrified. Butler. And the horse he was riding just now was uncontrolled. It neighed and bolted, quickly causing an accident. If you could just stop. Rimberg stood leisurely to one side and asked, Are you all right? The soldiers struggling on the ground answered honestly. Just then, Liner arrived. She was frantic. I'm so sorry, Butler. The loudmouth, still held tightly by Rimberg, was still not satisfied. At least make sure the king doesn't send us back. Because Dian had said earlier, just do what you want, Rimberg had to step in to quell the riot. The soldiers, knowing this, couldn't help but complain. The king is too scary. Liner quickly rushed over to drag their bodies back. She looked annoyed and said, Stop it, and stand up. The last one back will have to run 10 more laps. They were making a racket, not realizing they were being watched from a distance. Captain, we're going to die. But what could escape Rimberg's notice? He quietly looked towards the tree branches, saying nothing, but he had definitely noticed someone hiding there. Under the commander's orders, the soldiers, though dissatisfied, had to drag themselves back. Commander! But their commander just kept pushing them. Hurry up and get back. Looking up at the branches, Rimberg sighed. Oh dear. I didn't think they would let you go peacefully either, master. After escaping his soldiers, Dian quickly set off. Standing in the middle of a dark forest, he wondered, is this the way to the demon realm? He dismounted his horse and carefully led it to avoid traps, unaware that someone was following him. Looking over, the one holding the sharp sword seemed very tough to deal with. At the Revolutionary Army's headquarters. You mean I can't make a move until the Empire has conquered at least half the continent? The Duke sat calmly, lifting his teacup to enjoy it while listening to the person in front of him speak. He replied, Yes. The person in front of him was silent for a moment, his 10 fingers clasped tightly together, his lips pursed in thought. I don't mean to doubt you, sir, but could you tell me the reason? The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Daniel, asked seriously. The moment the war reaches its peak, and the Empire can no longer stop the war at will. The Duke placed his teacup on the saucer and said. He smiled faintly, resting his hands on the table, and said to Daniel, That will be your chance. At that time, the Empire will try to replenish its lost forces, so most of the military forces will be gathered from many places, including the royal palace, he explained. Daniel's face gradually became excited. That means they won't be able to easily detect our actions anymore, no matter how bold we are. The Duke closed his eyes and smiled, praising, You catch on quickly. Daniel also said happily, You are truly a great strategist, sir. I will follow your orders. Suddenly, a subordinate burst through the door and announced urgently, Leader, Dian H has secretly left under the Empire's orders. He's finally making his move, isn't he? Daniel was surprised. The Duke extended his hand and said, What a good opportunity. We don't know what he might do to change the situation, so we'll need to send someone to follow him. Daniel stood up and said hurriedly, Since we have received so much from you, sir, this time, let our people handle him. The Duke replied, If you think so, then I will gladly accept. Daniel pushed the door open and replied, I will go give the order right now. The Duke still wore a very fake-looking smile. The next second, as soon as Daniel was out of sight, he let out a strange smile, his eyes flashing as he thought. Unfortunately, any members of the Revolutionary Army who dare to pursue Dian He will all die. In a forest, a black-clad man's tragic scream echoed as someone slashed his chest. The Emperor must have anticipated this development and will send someone to protect Dian He. Meanwhile, the Duke was still speculating. The white-clad swordsmen who had just killed the black-clad man sheathed their swords. The commander announced, We have completed the Holy Edict. Let's go home. Just as he finished speaking, One of them was suddenly slashed in the neck. The person cried out, "Goo!" and fell to the ground. The commander was startled. What? Then he was stabbed through the neck with a sword. The Duke was still pondering. But those on the Emperor's side will not escape with their lives either. A black-haired man with sharp green eyes appeared, splattered with blood. Because in the end, I anticipated it and sent Gel. The Duke thought happily. The Duke was still sitting silently in the same room, his lips curled in satisfaction. If the people sent by the Emperor go missing, he will become anxious. Well, this is just a small trick to deal with the Emperor. But if we're lucky, we'll find out Dian's true purpose. Gel was standing in the middle of a dark forest, where the bodies he had just killed lay scattered everywhere. Gel looked far ahead, where Dian was riding his horse in a cloak. Meanwhile, the Duke speculated, after defeating all the enemies, and still being able to track Dian. Then next, the order I gave him is to confirm where Dian is going. The Duke added. After watching Dian for a while, Gel gradually moved. He walked past the blood-stained corpses and followed Dian closely. At a very old and gloomy castle, a little girl was standing in the rain. A little boy was running towards her. "How long have you been sitting here?" Paul asked, then draped a large coat over the little girl who was sitting on the ground in a tattered dress. "Huh?" the boy asked again, but the little girl just lowered her head slightly, her eyes empty, not responding to him. Seeing this, Paul clenched his fists. "I'll have to take Sia to the church for the atonement ceremony, even if we have to live in doubt and anxiety to survive. And I always knew that the warmth of this world still exists, no matter how much suffering there is." He remembered the scene of his sister smiling brightly when she received a pat on the head from someone in the cult. That place is still safe, especially when the country is in chaos. The bright, radiant image of that day appeared in his mind. Paul looked at his little sister sitting slumped on the ground, deep in thought. He suddenly spoke. "I'm planning to join the Revolutionary Army. I will take revenge on the Empire for robbing us of our happiness." Paul forced a smile and extended his hand. "Will you come with me?" The little girl still looked at him with soulless, empty eyes, without a single spark. "The little girl I found in the slums. Is this what it feels like to have a little sister?" He remembered the first time he met her, and the time she called out, "Paul," with a happy face, when he took her hand and led her to play everywhere. Now, when Paul extended his hand, there was no response from Sia. Her appearance was the same as before, still looking dazed and desperate. "Fine. You just keep on like that. You're the only one who loses out by not coming with me." He lost his patience, turned his back, and started to walk away. But a second later, Paul's feet stopped. "Live close, but don't get attached." He turned to look at Sia, sitting there silently, and remembered. If I had followed that unwritten rule while living in the slums and not gotten too attached to Sia, would I not be in so much pain now? The image of the little girl sitting in the heavy rain made Paul think. He burst into tragic sobs, then raised his hand to wipe away his tears and said, "It's too late. I have no way of abandoning her now." At the Demon King's castle, two people, one large and one small, were standing at the top of the castle. Renelle covered her face with her hands and said with sparkling eyes, "When will Sir Dian return? I miss Sir Dian so much. That constellation looks like Sir Dian." The purple-haired servant beside her closed her eyes, thinking helplessly, is she on guard duty or waiting for Sir Dian? Suddenly, Renelle's eyes flew open in surprise. Then, she jumped onto her scepter and said loudly, "There's an aura from the western wall." The servant from before was surprised. Again, the other servant, seeing her about to take off, raised her hand to stop her and shouted, "The aura just now was just another corps commander, and the Demon King has already ordered you not to use too much magic." When Renelle had already flown off, the other servant froze for a few seconds and then mumbled, "She's gone." Renelle had flown to the front of the city gate, where Dian was entering. When she saw Dian, Renelle's eyes lit up, and her voice was full of joy. This time it's really Sir Dian. Dian heard his name being called and looked up. Renelle continued to shout even louder, "Sir Dian." Then, Renelle jumped down, sending dust flying everywhere. Dian saw this and was too surprised to speak. After the dust settled, Renelle's figure appeared, along with a large crater at her feet from the landing. She smiled shyly and said, "It's been a while. How was your mission?" Diane's face darkened, and he let out a small cry, but in his heart, he was startled. She scared me to death. Then he gasped for breath. Renelle saw this and thought, oh right. How could I ask a corps commander about a personal mission? Faced with the truth, she stammered, I was just asking for your opinion. I wasn't trying to pry into your mission. It was tiring. I found some people who had founded a false religion and blindly believed in it. He raised his hand to rub his neck and sighed. Well, the fact that I went to the human world isn't a big secret, and it's better than letting her misunderstand because I didn't say anything. She's also quite scary. Diane broke into a sweat. Renelle asked curiously, what is a religion? He replied, well, to put it simply, it's similar to how demons always obey their creator, the Demon King. Renelle touched her cheek with her finger and frowned. That's so stupid. I think for demons, that seems really stupid, Diane thought, closing his eyes. Instead of believing in meaningless things, they could worship Sir Diane, Renelle said. Diane jumped, his eyes flying open, and asked, The faith of Sir Diane. The Diane religion. The Diane sect, she mumbled. Diane asked desperately, what are you talking about? It's nothing. You're going to see the Demon King, right? The Demon King is in the Central Garden right now. She changed the subject, raised a finger, and smiled mischievously. It's been a while since you've been to the Demon King's palace, hasn't it? What's wrong? In the demon realm, the leaders of different races were sitting around a round table for a discussion. Have you heard about the Empire attacking the Kingdom of Illan? The Mermaid Queen asked, resting her hand on her cheek with a worried expression. The Elf King crossed his arms and continued. This won't end simply. This place was originally known as Hell. Races other than the demon race also exist here. This place is called the Demon Realm simply because the demon race rules most of the territory here. The Empire's goal is to conquer the entire continent. The Kingdom of Illan is just the first to be targeted, the Elf King continued. The Dwarf Chieftain and the Vampire Queen listened, and then silently stared at the Demon King, waiting for his reaction. I didn't know you all were so interested in the human world, the Demon King said with a smirk, clasping his hands together. The Elf King extended his hand and replied with a mocking tone. Are you kidding me? After they conquer the entire continent, their next target will be this place. So, as a leader of a race, I cannot sit idly by. He frowned and continued angrily. I hope they don't touch my race just because of the naive actions of the nobility. The Demon King still smiled faintly, closing his eyes and sighing. How arrogant. Then, he opened his eyes and said, well, this is a good thing. The Demon King suddenly stood up, raised his hands high, and shouted, the subordinate I sent to the human world has returned. Everyone around was surprised, curiously looking in the direction he had just shouted. Diane, the Demon King called. As Diane appeared before everyone's eyes with a serious face and slightly furrowed brows. Diane, how was your recent trip? The Demon King asked, patting Diane's shoulder affectionately. I have a few questions for you, so this is good timing. I heard the Empire has attacked the Kingdom of Illan, right? Is the Emperor's goal to conquer the entire continent? He smiled, extending his hand and releasing a bit of his magic in front of Diane's chest. Diane looked at his hand and thought, a mark. Then he replied softly, yes, Your Majesty. The Emperor is planning to conquer this entire continent. I have heard about this, agent of the Demon King. But the Elf King cut Diane off, making him pay attention to him. Do you really think that mortal is trustworthy? All the tribal chiefs glanced at Diane with sharp eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became extremely tense and dangerous. Diane also instinctively grimaced, his eyes gradually darkening. But just then, the Demon King suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder and said, well, if Diane is still here, then I believe he is trustworthy. The Demon King said with a smile. As long as I'm still here. He looked at the happily smiling Demon King and thought, in other words, the moment I turn my back on the demon realm, he will kill me. Diane broke into a sweat, but on the surface, he tried to act normal. What was the Emperor's order? The Demon King asked. He glanced at the tribal chiefs and thought, am I allowed to say that here? Oh well, there's a reason. The king, he said to control the Demon King and prevent him from getting involved in the Empire's war of conquest of the continent, Diane said. The Demon King smiled and asked, and? He replied, and if the Demon King intends to join the battlefield, I must return at all costs. The Demon King rubbed his chin, smiling with interest. Ah, well, I guessed as much. And about another matter, the magic of the demon realm has been used in the human world, Dian continued. Hearing that, the Demon King froze slightly, his eyes wide. While I was investigating a cult called the Church of Salvation under the Emperor's orders, Dian recalled the image of Celine and John using magic similar to that in the demon realm. He said to the Demon King, I have confirmed that demon realm magic was used there. The Demon King said in a low voice, Is that so? Then, he suddenly laughed cheerfully and patted Diane's chest. I'll take care of investigating that. You should go get some rest. Diane's eyes widened in astonishment. What? A human used demon magic in the human world, yet he doesn't seem surprised or angry at all. Go see Ben and have him check your left hand before you go back to your room. Your movements look a bit unnatural, the Demon King advised, patting Diane's shoulder again. He refused. I'm almost fully recovered, so it's fine. Before he could finish refusing, a voice whispered in his ear, Sir Dian? He was so startled he coughed up blood and cried out. Ben anxiously asked, Sir Dian? What happened? Are you all right? The Demon King was also worried. You've been overworking yourself. Just as I thought. Go rest. Dian covered the blood with his hand and lamented internally. Damn it. He scared me to death. When did he get here? As the two of them left, the noisy voices still echoed. Let me see where you're hurt, Ben urged worriedly. I told you. I'm fine. Dian refused, waving his hand. The Demon King glanced at the two departing figures, deep in thought. What a joke. Are you planning to investigate that? What demon would dare to use demon magic in the human world without the Demon King's permission? The Elf King said, crossing his arms and glancing at the Demon King mockingly. The Mermaid Queen beside him peeked at the Demon King with a fearful expression. The Elf King's face darkened as he looked straight into the Demon King's eyes and said, You must have ordered it. The Demon King, not to be outdone, replied angrily, What do you mean by that? Does that even matter anymore? Aren't you afraid of the consequences that will come from using demon magic so recklessly? Our demon race can already feel the changes in the human world every day, the Elf King shouted, slamming his hand on the table. Not long after, the human world will send a hero. Unlike before, this hero will be an unforeseen threat to the Demon King. An image of the Demon King being pointed at with a sword by a hero appeared. Behind the hero, a figure wearing a white hood appeared, like a savior, with a brilliant golden light behind them. That entity was extending its hands as if to crush the Demon King into 1,000 pieces. Why should I feel afraid of the future? The Demon King said. The Elf King asked in surprise, What? The Demon King replied, There's no reason for me to be afraid. No matter what I do, that hero will still appear, and our fateful confrontation will be inevitable. And anyway, I'm starting to get bored. And as you know, I've lived for quite a long time. The Elf King lowered his head, was silent for a moment, and then said, All right, whether you get stabbed to death or not doesn't matter to me. Do as you wish, the Elf King said, frowning in anger. He thought to himself, although he's a bit annoying, I tried to show concern. After all, he is the leader of the demon race, the Demon King, the one who formed the first line of defense against the human race. After that, everyone left one by one, leaving only the Demon King standing in the same spot. A few people even glanced back at the Demon King as they left. The Elf King continued to think. It's only a matter of time before the human race finds a way to invade this demon realm. The Elf King led the group, his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with angry calculations. We must make a plan to counter the invasion of the human race. Suddenly, an oppressive aura spread everywhere, startling the Elf King, his eyes wide. That's fine, the Demon King's voice echoed, filled with anger. The Vampire Queen suddenly felt so scared she couldn't breathe. She cried out, But can't you choose your words better? The voice continued, strong and powerful. Even the leaders of the races could not withstand the pressure from the Demon King. They all had to bow down, gasping for breath and crying out. I don't expect you to use polite words when you're just an elf who hasn't even grown out of his cradle. The Demon King's eyes turned sharp, glowing. The aura around him radiated, making the air gradually become indescribably gloomy. The Demon King let out a long sigh. Forget it. What am I doing with these children? He gradually withdrew his aura. The space became easier to breathe in. After the pressure disappeared, everyone around clutched their chests, bowed their heads, and gasped for breath, their faces filled with terror. I know the elf race hates the demon race, the Demon King said. The Elf King glanced at him with a mixture of anger and fear, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. But next time, don't be so defiant. And next time, be a little more patient, the Demon King said with a smile, though his smile and face showed no signs of happiness. Meanwhile, Ben was still anxiously running around Dian, saying, Sir Dian, it's not enough for you to just say you're fine. Can't you let me do a quick checkup? I need to rest, Dian said. Ben thought anxiously. Again, he doesn't take good care of himself, and that's why those around him are suffering. He closed his eyes and sighed, thinking, it would be better if he could cherish himself as much as he cherishes others. I guess that part of him still hasn't changed. Ben began to recall old memories. Sir Dian. Ben burst through the door and ran into the room, worried. Inside the luxurious room was Dian, with a pale face, sitting on a long chair. In front of him was a large pool of blood. The table and nearby chairs were also stained with the blood Dian had just coughed up. Dian's hand was tightly covering his mouth to stop the bleeding. The Demon King stood beside him, his face dark, looking at the scene that was, to put it mildly, soaked in blood. Ben saw this and cried out in horror. How the hell is the personal doctor of Commander Zero so late? The Demon King shouted, waving his hand angrily. Do you think this is why I assigned you to be Dian's personal doctor? The Demon King scolded. Meanwhile, Dian's face was still pale, his hand still covered in the blood he had just coughed up. I'm sorry, Ben replied fearfully. He thought, I'm not worthy of being his doctor. I know Sir Dian is suffering from the after effects of the battle with the hero, yet I can't take care of him when he's sick. There's no way he would let a doctor who failed in his duty live. So this must be the end for me. Ben was silently terrified. But when Dian was lying in bed with a pale face and a clean white cloth on his head, he said calmly, I won't kill you. Forgive me. Why not? Ben asked timidly. Dian said helplessly, Do you want me to really die or something? Ben jumped and said hastily, And no, of course not. But why would I kill you, Ben? I'm fine. So go to your job. Those words made Ben extremely panicked. From the moment he left Dian's room until the door of the research institute closed, he still hadn't recovered from his surprise. It wasn't until he was inside the research institute that Ben came to his senses from the worried questions of the doctors around him. An orange-haired man asked, Dr. Ben, you're alive? Another pink-haired girl was surprised. How did you get forgiven? Are you okay? Dr. Ben was still trembling slightly and stammered. I am extremely proud to be his personal doctor. A second later, Ben's eyes sparkled, his face filled with pride as if he was talking about something wonderful. He thought, I knew he was the most forgiving commander in the entire army, but I can't believe he even protects those who can't even fulfill their duties. On that day, I decided to do my best to prevent such things from happening ever again. Ben silently made his resolve. Returning to the present, Ben was still chattering in Dian's ear. I need to check on you, even if it's just a quick one. Dian grimaced and replied, I told you. But look, Ben interrupted Dian and held up a glowing red stone from the necklace around his neck for him to see. Dian asked in surprise, What is that? Ben held the stone higher and explained, This is a magic stone created from your blood and the Demon King's magic. My blood and the Demon King's magic? What? Dian's blood boiled. When the hell did they take my blood? Ben enthusiastically held up a finger and smiled, explaining, If you have any problems with your blood, like circulation issues or impure blood, it will notify me. It also provides me with your location. That's why I'll be able to find you before it's too late. Although there's still a bit of a problem if you get injured outside the demon realm. After all, I can't leave this place without permission. I'll try to find a way to handle this by asking His Majesty, Ben said with a frown. Forget about that, Dian said angrily. Ben calmly replied, Forgive me, but this is for your sake, Sir Dian. I'm sure His Majesty would be happy to do anything. The sound of their conversation echoed down the hallway. Ed was standing in front of a room door. Seeing the two approaching, he said happily, Sir Dian, you're back. I've been waiting for you ever since I heard you returned to the demon realm. He asked, But Ben, why are you here? Ben smugly pushed up his glasses and replied, Humph, isn't it obvious I should be by Sir Diane's side? Ed rushed to Diane, spinning him around and shouting worriedly. Because Ben is here, were you injured somewhere in the human world? Ben pushed up his glasses again and replied, Sir Diane is extremely exhausted. He might have been injured in the shoulder and arm. Diane looked at the two of them, sweating bullets. What? Was there no one to support you there? They couldn't even protect you properly? Those damn humans. Ed's voice echoed. He clenched his fists and screamed in anger. Diane heard this and trembled, thinking, I'm human too. Ed continued to curse. Useless, weak bastards. Ben, hearing the curses, nodded in agreement. Diane silently refuted. I'm probably the weakest one here. Diane. Sir Diane. Someone's voice suddenly called out to Diane. Ben was surprised. Finn, why are you here? The two of them smiled faintly and asked, Sir Diane, do you have a moment? Before he could finish asking, the two of them suddenly jumped, their eyes wide. Ed, without anyone noticing, had circled behind her, grabbed her clothes, and lifted her entire body up. His eyes were cold. He said coldly, Sir Diane, I'm sorry, but I'll be right back with you. Diane was surprised. He trembled, thinking fearfully, why are you suddenly so angry? Ben beside him sighed. I knew this day would come. Diane sighed internally. The demon realm is really too scary. After pulling Finn to a secluded corner, Ed used his large hand to squeeze her neck tightly. He grabbed her neck and lifted her off the ground, shouting angrily. This isn't the first time. How dare an incubus talk to Sir Diane? His face darkened. Have you lost your mind? Finn was in so much pain that tears streamed down her face. She struggled to speak. But Sir Diane loves the garden I take care of. He said the garden is a wonderful place to calm the mind, and I want him to be able to experience that peace in his own room. As she spoke, she remembered the happy times she had with Diane. Suddenly, she held up a small potted plant in front of Ed. I was going to give this little plant to Sir Diane. The plant let out a few fierce cries. A demon plant. Its name is Katai. Its personality is quite hyperactive. Hearing this, Ed became even angrier. There's no way Sir Diane would like a monstrous plant like that. Where did you get that thing? Finn replied shyly, Sir Diane likes it. I think so. He immediately changed his attitude. This flower is very beautiful. Let me give it to him. The flower was in her hand. Finn was surprised. She looked hurt. I want to be praised by Sir Diane. Seeing her expression, he glared angrily, thinking, I don't want her to get close to Sir Diane ever again. But he doesn't want her to die. Not long ago, in the room, Dee saw Ed grabbing Finn's collar and lifting her into the air. He quickly ordered, Don't kill her. His eyes were cold. Finn hasn't done anything wrong. Seeing Sir Diane defending Finn, he frowned, looking annoyed. Then let me talk to her. Ed took the potted plant and walked away, impatiently warning Finn, Don't get too close to Sir Diane. If he hadn't intervened, you would be dead. He thought to himself, Sir Diane is too kind. Finn's flower was singing on Diane's bed. Looking at the potted plant, Diane's expression darkened. He grimaced at it. Humph. Why did Ed accept this from Finn? What the hell happened? Suddenly, the potted plant became angry. It opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth towards him. Diane scrambled to the end of the bed in fear, his face turning pale. He was speechless. So scary. He recalled Ed's words when he gave him the flower. Don't worry, this flower will never attack you, Sir Diane. The gardener has trained it carefully. He thought angrily. He said that. But what if he's lying? Finn, next time I won't let you off so easily. Suddenly, a knife flew through the air, embedding itself in the headboard right next to him, startling him. Glancing at the knife so close to him, Diane was too scared to utter a word. A girl's voice came from the doorway. As expected of Sir Diane, you sensed the blade and managed to dodge in time. She slowly approached. Hello, Commander of the 2nd Division, Devil. She feigned innocence and continued to ask, You're so calm. Is my blade not even worth your concern? As a division commander, infiltration and assassination are my specialties. He raised a hand to his mouth. Not hearing him clearly, the girl asked again, Sir Diane? I'm sorry, did you just say something? Save me. He panicked, covering his mouth, his eyes looking lost. He was so terrified he couldn't even make a sound. The girl, seemingly not understanding, tried to figure out what he was trying to say. Dian beside her was trembling with fear. Her eyes lit up as she figured out what Dian had said. Did you mean there was no killing intent? I understand. How could I have killing intent towards Sir Dian? The killing intent always radiates from Sir Dian when there is killing intent. You would have betrayed and killed me long ago. His eyes were as red as blood. Commander of the 2nd Division, Devian. She covered her mouth and giggled. Please don't be angry. In the Demon King's castle, she's the one I have to deal with the most. The girl enthusiastically pointed at the pile of gifts. I've prepared all these gifts for you. Dian thought, this is crazy. I can't refuse. What should I do? She looked at him with a sinister smile. You'll wear them all, won't you? Looking at her expression, he found it truly terrifying. He quickly replied, of course. It's similar to the Demon King's attire design. What do you think? She made him try on one outfit after another. He reluctantly changed, but his face showed his annoyance. Not my style. She continued to ask, what about the attire of the people from the south? After putting on that outfit, he impatiently thought to himself, this style is too revealing. I'm so happy to be able to try on outfits for you. You look good in everything. Try this one next. She happily held up another set of clothes and gave it to Dian. He struggled to prop himself up on the pile of clothes he had already tried. Stop. I'm exhausted. Sir Dian, I knocked, but you didn't answer. A man dressed from head to toe, revealing only his red eyes, opened the door and entered. Black smoke billowed from behind him. Commander of the 8th Division, Hyo. He seemed apologetic. I'm sorry for entering without permission. I didn't know Miss Delaney was also with you. Dian was excited to change his clothes. He looked at Hyo like a savior. I'm saved, but he said, it's fine. What's wrong? The girl turned her face away, looking disgusted. Hearing Dian speak, Hyo opened the door wider to enter. I came to see you, as I heard you had returned. Because the sword on his back was horizontal, he couldn't enter the room. Seeing this, Deviania covered her mouth and giggled. Dian looked at him helplessly, imagining a puppy gnawing on a stick stuck outside a door. I can't even fit through the door. I know I'm just trash. Hyo slumped down, his hands on the ground. What am I even living for? Hyo lamented. Seeing him like this, the blue-haired man following him shouted in panic. Oh no, Sir Hyo. It's just a physical error. You're carrying so many weapons, that's why. Vice Commander of the 8th Division, Nai. He dejectedly blamed himself. I carry so many things I can't even use. I'm just trash. I don't deserve to live. Nai, standing beside him, scratched his head and explained. That's not what I meant. What a headache. Hyo lamented. And I'm giving the Vice Commander a headache too. Seeing the scene before him, Dian thought angrily. What the hell are they doing? A comedy act. Delaney, she said cheerfully, running out. Unfortunately, we'll continue another time. Excuse me. Walking over to Hyo, she said softly. Sir Hyo, and the commander of the 8th Division. It seems some bastard is spreading bad rumors about Sir Dian in the first city. Is this where you should be right now? She glanced at him with a sinister smile. Hearing this, his already red eyes seemed to glow. Suddenly, Hyo turned into a pool of black liquid. Nai panicked and knelt down, shouting, Sir Hyo. Nai angrily looked up at Deviania, scolding. No. He finally mustered the courage to come see Sir Dian. Miss Delaney, isn't that too mean? Please stop bullying Sir Hyo. She feigned innocence and giggled. Devian put her hands on her hips and shouted. What did you say? A vice commander dares to raise his voice to me? Do you want to die? Nai suddenly turned to look at her. Diane's face darkened with disgust. He thought irritably, what a farce. Please go argue somewhere else, you weirdos. But where did the commander of the 8th Division go in such a hurry? The commander of the 8th Legion, Hyo, a demon born from darkness by the power of the Demon King. Initially, his mission was to supervise the cities, but he later received a secret mission as soon as the commander of the 0 Division joined the demon army. Hyo beat a demon. The demon was terrified. I'm sorry. His mission was to ensure that information about Diane's appearance was not leaked to the human world. I will never dare to speak about the commander of the 0 Division again, he begged. Hyo didn't care and killed him instantly. When the demons in the Demon King's castle talked about the appearance of the demon Dian, one spoke up. His red eyes creep me out. Is that the commander of the 0 Division? Another asked. or when his face was revealed during his first mission in the first city, or even when fighting the heroes at the border. Hyo would find all the witnesses and ensure they couldn't open their mouths. He trusted me with such an important mission. I must not make a mistake. It would be bad. It would be very bad. With that, he turned back into a pool of black liquid. It was no coincidence that the soldiers of the Empire, and indeed the whole world, knew nothing about the commander of the Zero Division. In the castle, Nai was standing when Hyo appeared. Seeing this, he immediately ran over, extending his hand in front of Hyo. "Sir Hyo, you've returned." That was fast. Hyo didn't dare to come out, looking apologetic. "Because it was my fault." Nai cheerfully comforted him. "Everyone makes mistakes. The important thing is that we know how to fix them. Since you've successfully atoned, I must say you did very well." Hyo shyly placed his hand on Nai's. "Really? Then do you think I'm worthy of meeting Sir Dian?" Nai beamed even brighter. "Of course. I bet Sir Dian is waiting for you." Hearing this, Hyo was as happy as a child. In the bedroom, Dian was comfortably playing with a Rubik's Cube. The flower beside him was still humming. Hearing a strange noise, he turned to look. "Ah!" he shouted in surprise when he saw a blazing red eye staring at him from behind the door. Seeing him so scared he coughed up blood, Hyo trembled and explained, "I just wanted to see you, since I couldn't last time. Are you all right? Should I call a doctor?" Before Hyo could finish, Dr. Ben burst through the door, shouting, "Sir Dian." He ran to the bedside. "I sensed a signal that you were injured. Are you okay now?" Hyo stood trembling beside him. "It's my fault. Did you cough up blood because of me? I will atone with my life." With that, hundreds of tentacles behind Hyo tightly held weapons aimed at himself. Dr. Ben quickly ran to shield Dian. Dian, terrified, moved to the edge of the bed. "No, please. I'm very happy to see you." Outwardly, he was comforting, but in his heart, Dian thought, "Don't die. I don't know what the vice commander will do to me if you die." Sir Dian said he was very happy to see me. Why is he so kind to trash like me who can't even complete a mission? Hyo was ecstatic. Nai stood behind, cheering, "Sir Hyo? It's okay. You're doing great." Dian was annoyed, thinking to himself, "This guy's personality is really annoying. I should speak softly and then politely ask him to leave." His face turned cold. "You did very well. You have completed your mission, so go rest." He exudes such a fierce aura despite his gentle appearance. And that condescending look. His eyes turned sharp. "I want to rest alone, so you should leave too, Ben." Looking at his strange demeanor, Hyo thought joyfully, "Is that the attitude of someone who has been strong their whole life? So cool. I want to learn things like that from Sir Dian. Would it be okay if I wanted to see him again?" Listening to Dian, everyone left one by one. Hyo spoke up. "Then please take care, Sir Dian." Ben continued, "I will also take my leave. Please call me if you feel unwell." Dian replied helplessly, "Thank you." He thought with disgust, "Now I see what life in the demon realm is like. Humans should just live in the human world. Now then, the demon realm is about to be destroyed. The Emperor has ordered me to be a double agent. I should start my mission, shouldn't I?" Seeing his evil smile, the small plant couldn't help but be terrified. If you're a spy, the first thing you must know is how to gather information on your opponent. A voice seemed to echo in Diane's head. He was surprised by the vastness of the information room. "It's so big." A demon glanced at him with a look of indifference. Suddenly, as if realizing something, his expression turned grim. He jumped up in a panic and shouted, "You're here." Hearing this, all the demons in the room immediately bowed respectfully to him. He felt a little annoyed, thinking to himself, "Somehow I've gotten used to this, but it's still annoying. I'll just find what I need and get out of here." While walking around, a book caught his eye. He took it down. An investigation report on the Empire? A report on the investigation of the Empire related to the current hero. Author, Idea Bella. Every time there's new information, they immediately add it to this report. Dian thought. He opened the book and began to read. The first hero, Nemesius. He supported the current king, Eduardo Diz, in the coup since the king was the 9th prince. After that, he served as the commander-in-chief during the 8-Year War and was rewarded, becoming the only noble without a territory. The second hero, Tikmprimea. He became known after the 8-Year War, received the title of saint and the rank of duke in the Lufon Count family. His main job is to subdue the barbarians on the southern border of the empire and to display incredible strength. Reading this, he was a little surprised. Wait a minute. If it's like this, then I'm next, huh? Of course. I'm also recorded. Turning to the next page. The third hero, DNH. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, there's no picture. The investigation was prohibited under the Demon King's orders. No further investigation. Seeing this, Jian was a little smug, happy inside. The Demon King wasn't joking. Thank goodness. His expression suddenly changed. The fourth hero, Gelhe, said to be of the same bloodline as the third hero, DNH. A noble who opposes the king, but he slammed the book shut, not wanting to read anymore. Standing in front of the bookshelf, his anger made everyone afraid. He thought irritably, reading this information is so annoying. Leaving the book, he saw another one. This book, the author's name is Card? If it's Card, then isn't that the Demon King? A hero is an existence chosen by humanity and granted great power to be able to destroy the Demon King. Talent, strength, wisdom, vitality, everything surpasses that of a normal person. I know this, Jian thought. The warriors under them are trained rigorously. Those people are called soldiers. Although not as strong as heroes, they are also superior to the average person. That's information I already knew. He suddenly became cheerful. There's information on the Demon King too. Maybe there's some good news in here. While engrossed in reading, a voice from behind startled him, making him drop the book. The Demon King pointed at the book on the floor. The book fell. Jian was scared. I'll pick it up. He slowly reached down to pick it up, trying to finish reading. The hero and the Demon King are proof that this world is still developing and existing. He picked it up coldly, thinking with confusion. What does the world is still developing mean? It's so confusing. This book, luckily it's okay. He turned around and asked the person behind him softly, Your Majesty, why did you come here? He smiled. Then, he took the book from his hand. I want to see this book. He was surprised, his heart starting to panic. Why now? Why? Why are you looking at me like that? He placed a hand on his shoulder. It's nothing. Anyway, sorry for taking what you were reading. He replied, I'm fine. He turned and left, waving to everyone. I'll be leaving, so don't mind me and continue with your work. Jian thought angrily. You already knew I was gathering information, didn't you? The book? You clearly didn't want me to finish reading it. He walked out dejectedly. The demon bowed. Your Majesty. He forced a smile, thinking dejectedly. I'll just go back to my room. Instead of being a spy, it's better to gather information in my room. While walking, he overheard a conversation between two demons. Why is there a party all of a sudden? Hasn't the commander of the 5th Division been back for a long time? Jian was surprised. A party, the short-haired girl replied. You don't know her personality? We've gathered a lot of information from outside. She's been engrossed in it, so the party is only being held now. The commander of the 5th Legion, Ohio. As if remembering something, he thought. If it's the commander of the 5th Legion, then even the Demon King can't stop her curiosity. The girl continued. And this isn't just a simple welcome party. Oli is in a relationship with Vice Commander Den Ivan. They're dating. The Vice Commander of the 5th Legion, Den Ivan. What? That deadpan guy is dating someone. Dian suddenly spoke up. The two girls were startled and said in unison, Commander Dian. He thought pensively, demons date too? What are you thinking? Did you hear everything we said? I've caught you bad-mouthing your superiors. It's too late. We're going to be killed by this demon. His cold eyes terrified them. The two girls clung to each other, worried. We're sorry. Please spare our lives. Where did he go? They asked each other, bewildered. Who cares if you're dating? If it's a welcome party, it must be here. He ran, thinking, special wine from the demon realm. His face became cheerful, and he laughed loudly. Opening the door to the party room, he saw a mess on the floor. He put on a disgusted expression again. What is this? Looks like it's over. There's not a drop of wine left. A wine bottle rolled to his feet. He picked it up to look at it and thought. It seems Ohio was very curious about human wine and brought some back. So unfair. A group of servants entered to start cleaning up and shouted in surprise when they saw him in the room. He turned his head to look at the door. The group trembled and asked, Wait, Commander of the 0 Legion? Yeah. Commander, did you drink it all? They were surprised to see only him in the room, holding a wine bottle and standing motionless. He replied irritably, "What?" But in his heart, he was very dissatisfied. "I haven't even seen a drop of wine." "Are you sure?" The group shouted. "Run! We need to call for backup, quick! Emergency! We need reinforcements!" They ran quickly towards the door. Dian asked in a panic, "Wait! Hold on! What are you doing?" "Commander Dian has been drinking." A piercing scream echoed from inside the castle. "Red alert! Red alert!" Hearing the scream, all the servants in the castle were startled. "Commander Dian has been drinking." JK and Ben were also very surprised to hear the announcement. "All troops, to defensive positions. I repeat, Commander Dian has been drinking." The Demon King, who was walking, suddenly stopped. Where did he go? The sound of hurried footsteps ran into the room. A group of demons holding shields surrounded Dian. He was bewildered, his face pale with fear, thinking to himself, "I didn't do anything. What is this situation?" In the midst of the crowd, which was intensely focused on the white-haired man in the center of the room, someone suddenly spoke up loudly. "Everyone, raise your shields and prepare yourselves. If even one person falters, we will all die here. If Commander Zero drinks past his limit, he will cut down anyone he sees." Hearing this, Dian, the center of attention, suddenly broke out in a sweat. His face was aggrieved, mixed with a bit of dissatisfaction. His hand still gripped the wine bottle tightly. He thought to himself, "Damn it, I told you, I didn't drink any wine." His eyes darkened, his face grew grim, and the thoughts kept racing in his mind. "That's right. It's been a while since I've felt this atmosphere. In the demon realm, everyone is strongly against me drinking." He recalled past events. Once, the Demon King had warned him, "Dian, I've already given the order." He said this while rubbing his forehead, unable to understand. "Seriously, you're too fond of drinking." He was reprimanded by the Demon King like a scolded child, looking utterly dejected. He protested, "But why only me?" The Demon King pointed at his face. "Are you serious?" Because of that past incident, he silently admitted, "All right, my drunken habits aren't good. But it's not like they can't control the situation when I get angry and cause trouble, right?" Seeing so many people in front of him raising their shields, extremely cautious, he became even more furious. "I can't understand why these damn demons are overreacting so much." A brown-haired man had been observing from a distance, nervous and a little surprised. His lips were pressed tightly together. "I thought he would stay put for a while, but in the end, he drank. I hope things will end peacefully, but I'm sure it won't be like that. Just like that day 2 years ago, at the welcome party for Commander Zero. A red-haired demon, with a muscular and strong body, had a sharp knife pointed at him. Hey, he said, making a strange sound. It turned out the hand pointing the knife at him was Diane's. His face was flushed, his eyes glazed over, his voice laced with the smell of alcohol. "Are you an enemy?" This event made all the demons know about Sir Dian. Hearing his words, the demon became angry. He lunged forward, knocking the sword away, and shouted in his face, "What the hell? I already said no. Why do you keep asking?" He thought to himself, "If you're drunk, just be drunk quietly." He was completely angered by his attitude. "Whatever the truth is," he shouted, "damn it. Fine. I'm the enemy. What are you going to do if I'm the enemy? This is actually better." His face darkened after those words. The curses continued to ring in his ears. "I never liked the fact that the Demon King created a special position for you and then promoted you." He continued to shout, seemingly about to lunge at him. "Commander Zero, a rank even higher than Commander One. Let's see if you're talented enough to sit in such a high position." Suddenly, a man with purple hair appeared. He reached out and grabbed him, preventing a conflict. "Calm down. This is an occasion to welcome Commander Zero." "Oh, is that so?" The sound echoed in the air. The sound of a knife piercing something also occurred at the same time. Everyone was now horrified, surprised by Diane's action. The knife in his hand was deeply embedded in the chest of the demon in front of him. Blood sprayed from the wound. The face of the purple-haired man also turned pale with fear. In agony, his mouth opened wide. The red-haired demon stared at the white hair below him. "I didn't see him." Dian looked up at him. One of his eyes was blood red, filled with killing intent. The sword in his hand plunged deeper. He mouthed the words, "You." Must be an enemy. The sword was forcefully pulled out of the body. Streams of red liquid followed. The demon lay sprawled on the ground. The person standing straight, looking at his dying body, was Jian. His hand still held the bloody sword. And just like that, one of the commanders was stabbed to death in an instant. After that day, a new rule was enacted in the Demon King's castle. First, if Commander Zero asks if you are an enemy, you must immediately deny it. Stage 1. When Jian asks, "Are you an enemy?" you must answer, "No, I'm not." Second, if he insists on asking for a reason, you must give the clearest possible explanation. Stage 2. You're not? What? Make an excuse immediately. I belong to the Demon King's army, just like you, Sir Jian. Third, if he seems suspicious of your answer, you must immediately move into a defensive stance. Stage 3. But why are you looking at me like that? Respond. Defensive stance. Defensive stance. A demon was holding a shield tightly. Hearing the rule, he asked with confusion, "But why do we have to move into a defensive stance? Shouldn't we attack him if we want to live, instead of defending?" Another demon was discussing with him. Upon hearing the question, he hesitated for a moment. "If we injure Commander Zero, the Demon King will kill us." Hearing those words, the other one screamed, disturbing the quiet space. "What? What kind of ridiculous favoritism is this?" Despite the red-haired demon covering his mouth, he anxiously reminded, "You fool. You're being too loud. Don't provoke Commander Zero." Perhaps it was too late. The noise had already attracted Diane's attention. His eyes, like fiery red sparks, swept over the source of the sound. "The Demon King will handle his business. Our job is to stay alive as long as possible." He used his blazing red eyes to look in that direction, smiling coldly, eerily, and disgustingly, which made the two who were talking suddenly panic. Did he just smile at us? Are we going to die? We can't retreat. Stay put. Diane's mind was in turmoil. He was sweating. I don't understand. Why are they so tense? I just gave the most innocent smile on earth. I don't know what to say. Suddenly, a tall man wearing a fur cloak entered the room. All attention turned to him. "Stop it, D." The Demon King appeared. Beside him were his two close associates. He said, "Good thing I was nearby." Jian thought, "The Demon King? Ed and Ben are here too." His face darkened. The thoughts kept running through his head. Aren't things getting weirder and weirder? The Demon King spoke up. "Jian, are you listening to me?" His eyes were unfocused. "I can hear him, but I don't know what to say first. How the hell do I get out of this situation?" The Demon King thought to himself, "He looks calm like this, so he must be in stage 1. Don't ignore me. Listen here. The people here are not your enemies." Everyone was listening intently. Even the two guards beside him were sweating coldly. "No one has any intention of attacking, and you have no reason to kill anyone. So put down that wine bottle," and the wine bottle was placed on the ground. Jian looked up and replied, "I wasn't planning on attacking anyone either." He thought, "I'll just do as he says for now. Then I'll tell them I didn't drink any wine." Everyone was stunned. "What now? What's wrong?" One person stammered. "Sir Jian, did you just use honorifics?" He faced everyone directly. "I always use honorifics." Why are they reacting like this? The atmosphere quieted down a bit. Then the Demon King spoke. "Jian, did you really drink wine?" "They're finally listening to me." He answered firmly, "I did not drink any wine. I was just looking at some wine bottles from the human world." Everyone silently sighed in relief. "We're saved." The Demon King was a bit confused by his statement. It took him a moment to continue. "Jian, are you very bored?" "Huh? What?" He raised his hand to stroke his hair and let out a long sigh. The Demon King looked helpless. One hand was on his forehead, the other propped against his body. "I should have caught on when you went to the library, a place you often visit." Jian thought, without saying a word. "I went there because I wanted to be a spy." He widened his yellow pupils and suggested to him, "If that's the case, would you like to visit the second city with Devil?" She had asked for permission to go out. He placed a hand on his shoulder. His face was tense, not understanding what was happening. "What? Go where with whom?" The Demon King's face grew even brighter. He continued, "Since a war might break out soon, you should go while you still can." In complete contrast to his expression, his body trembled. He resisted, "No." Jian staggered out of the room. He was dejected, frustrated. How did the story take this turn? "It's over." Behind him, The voices of Ed and Ben continued to echo. I will prepare everything, Sir Dian. Let's do a full-body checkup before we go. While chasing after him, a loud call from behind suddenly made him stop. He turned his head to look in the direction of the call. The Demon King gestured with his arm, indicating for him to come over. See me for a moment before you go. In a lavishly decorated room, exquisitely and profoundly adorned, the Demon King sat pensively reading information from a newspaper. The Kingdom of Ilan surrenders. The Empire wins consecutive victories. He was engrossed, his eyes constantly scanning the lines of text on the page. I once wanted to act when the Empire had conquered at least half the continent. His face grew even darker, planning something. But I don't think we have much time left. The Demon King held a green stone fragment tightly. It was a communication device. He said loudly, "All right," announced to the entire demon realm. Outside the castle, birds flew back and forth. The moon tonight was the color of blood. The air was somewhat suffocating. I declare that from this moment on, any use of magic in the demon realm will be forbidden. Everyone who was working listened intently to the announcement. Except for magical devices that have been pre-sealed, no magic of any kind is to be used. The only exception is when your life is in danger. The brown-skinned, white-haired girl also stopped her activities. Commanders 2, 4 and Idalia also looked up, listening intently to the announcement. Commander 8. You will ensure that the punishment is carried out for those who use magic without a valid reason. The Demon King paused for a moment. His eyes grew a few shades colder, his body radiating an unimaginable killing intent. He emphasized each last word. You may kill. Hearing this, the white-haired girl smiled faintly. She was probably Commander 2, according to the announcement. Idalia's face, which looked like a gentle kitten's, suddenly took on a chillingly cold expression. I guess I'll be busy. Another pair of blazing red eyes, a menacing aura from a masked figure. A mission from the Demon King because he trusts me. The Demon King stood up. He silently planned a few more things after the announcement. Normally, I wouldn't bother to pay attention to the appearance of a warrior. But when a war is going on, it's a different story. His feet carried him closer to the window. He looked down. Currently, our best option is to delay the warrior's appearance for as long as possible. Below, Ed and Ben were constantly clinging to Dian. Are you really going alone? Don't worry, I'll go with him. Though I'm not sure if the world will cooperate. He refused. You don't need to follow me. How can one predict a storm's arrival and prevent it? All those words were heard by the person with long white hair and pointed ears. The elf with jade-green eyes planned everything. In a flash, no one in the demon realm is using magic anymore. He smirked and uttered a few words. But it's too late. The Demon King must know that the time of the warrior's appearance is approaching. All preparations have been completed. Now we just have to wait for the perfect moment. The moment the world unleashes the warrior will be the Demon King's worst moment. And when it's all over, on the throne, the king clenched his fist, telling himself something. The Duke lifted his teacup to enjoy it. Beside him was Gel. His eyes were filled with calculations that no one knew. Or Dian, with his deep red eyes. He looked into the silent space, waiting silently. There will only be death left. The king sat majestically on his noble throne, his face as cold as ice, listening to the plea. Forgive me, your majesty, but I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult if we continue the war. His eyes grew even colder. And what is the reason for that? Hearing this, the man in front of him froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. My lord Count. He immediately replied to him. From what I know, you have accepted the surrender of other kingdoms. You have also let the people live, even the royal families. Unlike the 8-year war. But as long as those royal families live, he continued, then the spirit of that nation will be immortal, and the soldiers we gain from conquering them will not be loyal to the empire. He bowed his head deeply, showing his strong attitude and his plea. If we continue the war like this, our military strength will not be enough. Even if we can replenish our supplies, we cannot get more soldiers. For the sake of the people, you must stop the war, your majesty. The space suddenly became silent. His heart was in turmoil, his body trembling with fear. I'm going to die, but I have to tell his majesty, for the sake of the empire. There's nothing to regret now. I just hope for a peaceful death. The king was pensive, without any movement. He wondered, Is he not angry? Another court official then spoke up. My Lord Count, what are you talking about? We can just forcibly conscript commoners to get more soldiers. The king grew even more silent, his hand clenched into a fist. Murmurs began to rise in the room. That's too much. I'm asking them to fight for their own country. What's wrong with that? That's right. We can use the peasants from the slums. A hand slammed down on the table. The sound was incredibly loud. The king slowly stood up. His face was now dark, his voice carrying a terrifying threat. I didn't know you all could bark so well. His golden eyes shone, carrying an indescribable anger. You say I can supplement my troops with commoners? They were suddenly startled. You don't use your own private soldiers. You don't dare to lead the army on the battlefield, yet you don't hesitate to force commoners to fight. As he spoke, he thought of the image of people living peacefully and happily. Do you know why the people pay taxes? Taxes are to pay you to protect their lives and peace. This means the people have a choice to protect the empire, and the empire has a duty to protect the people. The Duke was stunned, silently marveling. Your Majesty. As he spoke, his hand lightly touched his sword. Let me be quick. His eyes were determined. The sword was drawn, resolute. I will not stop the war. And if I am short of soldiers, I order you to send troops to me. The standard will be as in the 8-year war. Those in the room could only remain silent, bowing their heads to listen to the order. As long as a family has 2 or more men, each of you will have to send half of your private soldiers to fight. And if you choose not to fight, 2/3 of your private soldiers will be confiscated. His posture was straight, full of solemnity. Requesting the people to fight will be the last resort. His sharp gaze swept over them all. What are you all doing here? If you understand, then get out and prepare. They all said in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone left, leaving only him in the vast room. He sheathed his sword, thinking, I know I have no right to be angry and force them to fight. But if the top is not upright, the bottom will be crooked. His face darkened again. How disgusting. Both me and them. He felt as if his body was slowly sinking into a sea of blood. It had already reached his feet. He smiled bitterly, struggling. It seems the hallucinations are getting worse. They've never affected my daily activities like this. Eerie cries began to appear. From the ground, floating blue shadows emerged, resembling zombies. Eduardo, die. He calmly replied. What impatient bastards. They laughed eerily, their forms blurry and indistinct. They kept saying, Come to us. The king's eyes grew even colder. The fresh red blood seemed about to swallow him whole. It's not like I plan to stand on the sidelines forever. But why are they in such a hurry? The majority of the southern part of the empire is a place frequently at war with the barbarian tribes. Under the massacre implicitly approved by the emperor, this is the place managed by the second hero, Tikmar Premio. This is the second hero, Tikmar Premio. The empire declared war with its second target being the Sarahan kingdom. Is this why the emperor ordered me to prepare for war? He developed a fighting force against the barbarians and the plagues in the treacherous southern lands. He gave a refreshing smile to the soldiers. That's our emperor for you. What great news. Fighting the barbarians is fun and all, but nothing beats a real battlefield, right? He was more than capable and powerful enough to become a lord. A guard suddenly asked him, Do you really love war that much, sir? He replied, Not exactly. A dying man on the ground pleaded, Save me. The emperor will reward you handsomely once you achieve something great. A sword pierced through the man. Bright red blood splattered everywhere as he let out a tragic scream. He didn't care at all. There are a few things I really want from His Majesty. During the 8-year war, I received the title of Marquis and a grand estate in the south, along with a mountain of gold and jewels. At first, I was satisfied, until I heard what Dian asked of the emperor. What he requested was the right to personally annihilate his own family. The smile on Tikmar's lips grew even more sinister. He thought, It felt like a bolt of lightning struck me. How could he even think of something like that? I wasn't just shocked. I was completely mesmerized. He turned to the person next to him and said, I wonder if my junior will participate in the war? The blue-haired man immediately replied, If you're talking about honorary Count Dian, I'm sure he'll participate, sir. It's just that he'll probably die. He thought to himself, his face full of excitement. I can't wait to see him. Their conversation continued. Then I should prepare for war too. Just burn all the survivors. They might carry diseases. Yes, sir. He walked out from the blazing inferno, secretly calculating. Just like that bastard, my reward this time will be the right to personally annihilate his family. Commander of the 2nd Corps, Devian. She was unhappy. Hungry. I thought we were going alone, Lord Dien. Ignoring her, Ben spoke up. This is an order from the Demon King. And even if I didn't come, you wouldn't be alone anyway. Look at how many people from the 2nd Corps you brought along. Outside, a massive crowd followed in a long line. She replied, I'm surprised you didn't bring anyone with you, considering you're heading to the 2nd city and the outskirts. Ben sighed. I know the 0th Corps are true elites, but they'd only get in Lord Diane's way. Hearing this, Dien felt helpless, his face showing clear exhaustion. Why the hell do I have to bring soldiers along just to go to the 2nd city? He looked at the glass window, reflecting his own image. Why do they keep talking about the outskirts this and the outskirts that? Even the Demon King. Why is everyone so on edge about the outskirts? I really don't understand why he made me take a detour. Try to make friends there, he said. The carriage rattled. His face darkened even more. Come to think of it, Renelle also gave me a defensive necklace before I left. And Ad forced me to wear armor too. The more he analyzed it, the more uneasy he felt. Maybe he just wanted to prepare for emergencies. But is that really it? He secretly hoped. Damn it. This is so annoying. Get me out of here. Suddenly, interrupting his thoughts, the carriage slammed on its brakes, throwing everyone inside off balance. His face paled, almost crying without tears. Not like this. A soldier rushed in, panicked and panting heavily. Lord Dien, Lord Devian, we have an emergency. Outside, the sound of running and bizarre noises echoed. There are too many demonic beasts coming this way. Damn it. The soldiers were relentlessly fighting off the demons. One by one, they were taken down. The soldiers of the 2nd Corps were fighting exceptionally well. A demon's head fell off. A massive green foot stepped over, crushing it. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the ground red. The demonic beasts kept swarming in. But there are way too many of them. Dien thought to himself, I can't just stand here. I have to do something. Turning his head, he was surprised to see his comrades strangely calm. Devian observed, they're everywhere. What a pain. The doctor added, every city has a commander protecting it, but the outskirts don't. Diane's mind was filled with questions, clearly showing on his face. Why are they so calm? It's like they knew the demonic beasts would attack. Devian said, at this rate, this should be enough to attack other species. Including the demon territory, just watch. His eyes widened. So that's what the outskirts meant? That damn Demon King. Demonic monsters, or demonic beasts, are the Demon King's responsibility. He is obligated to wipe them out to ensure they don't invade the territories of other species. By ordering the commanders to patrol the outskirts, they have to go to the borders of their territory that connect with other species. Dien clutched his head, feeling like he was coughing up blood. And I volunteered to follow his orders like an idiot. Devian smirked, speaking with full confidence. I'll go first. Take your time. There's quite a lot of them here. He stood rooted to the spot. Someone please wake me up. Oh my God, I refuse. He tried to think of a way to cope. How am I supposed to handle all those demonic beasts? A voice called out from behind. Lord Dien. He turned around. I'm coughing up blood again. So Ben probably wants to. Contrary to his expectations, Ben looked at him with cold eyes. It was rare to see him this intimidating. He called out softly. Ben's gaze darkened. Do you not feel like fighting today, sir? Dien immediately panicked, breaking into a cold sweat. Was I that obvious about avoiding it? Even though Ben has always treated me well, he's still a demon. If he realizes I'm weaker than him, I'll be killed in a heartbeat. Ben recalled the previous events and spoke with a doubtful tone. Now that I think about it, you've always avoided having to fight, except when you're drunk or when your life is in absolute danger. Hit right on the mark. Dien looked at the person in front of him with awkward fear, stammering, that's because. Ben added, if any other demon saw you, they might mistakenly think you're a weak human. The fear in Diane's heart grew. Hearing that, he cursed internally, holy shit. He thought to himself, I'm screwed. Well, I did anticipate getting found out eventually. Demons aren't exactly stupid. Thinking his cover was blown, Dien blurted out, ready to confess. Actually, I didn't mean to deceive you. Unexpectedly, Ben chimed in at the exact same time. But I completely understand you, sir. Then, simultaneously, they both exclaimed, "What?" Realizing his secret wasn't exposed yet, Dian paused for a beat and asked, "Never mind. But what did you mean by that?" Ben immediately raised his voice, speaking his mind. Even though their numbers are countless, at the end of the day, they're just demonic beasts. They're nothing worthy of me personally stepping in. That's what you're thinking, right? Dian was dumbfounded. A few seconds ago, he thought his weak body had been exposed. Turns out, he was just overthinking. Ben added with a confident tone, "As your personal doctor, how could I not understand what Lord Dian is thinking?" Dian gritted his teeth, anger flaring up. It seemed he had overestimated this guy. He was indescribably stupid. At that moment, Ben suddenly pulled out a bottle of liquor and said, "Don't worry. I prepared this specifically for you." Seeing the bottle, Dian was momentarily stunned. He covered his mouth, his eyes sparkling in awe. Whoa, is that the specialty liquor of the demon realm? After what just happened, he naturally grew suspicious of the other party. You thought I'd react like that, didn't you? Why would you suddenly offer me liquor when you've always forbidden me from touching it? This is suspicious as hell. His indifferent attitude immediately startled Ben, who hurriedly justified, "I only have this much left, so I won't forbid you from drinking anymore." The more he spoke, the stronger Diane's suspicions grew. There was definitely a hidden motive here. Ben cheerfully poured the liquor, coaxing him. "You just need to rest, relax, and get your spirits back up. Don't worry, drink as much as you want." Dian held the glass, hesitating for a long time. Even I wouldn't touch this suspicious liquor. But despite his thoughts, his actions betrayed him. His hand conveniently brought the glass to his lips, downing it in one gulp. Afterward, he wiped his mouth in satisfaction. It'd be weirder if I didn't touch it. Dian sat to the side, holding his drink, watching the Corps and the second commander fighting fiercely. He thought to himself, looking at the current situation, I probably can't avoid fighting anyway. So whatever, I might as well head to the afterlife before I get too buzzed. That looks like it hurts. As long as I don't get blackout drunk this time, it's fine. Ben stood beside him, glancing at Dian as he drank glass after glass. Then, he sighed guiltily. "I'm sorry, Lord Dian." It turned out that before they set off, the Demon King had given him some instructions. If you see Dian hesitating in the middle of a battle, give him some liquor. At first, he was a bit surprised and asked, "Liquor?" The Demon King crossed his arms, sitting calmly on his throne, expressing his concerns. "He's too modest when he's sober. No, I should say he's so modest that he always looks like a weakling. But if alcohol is involved, he'll let loose." Ben then noticed the past details and silently agreed. That's actually true. Even though he loves fighting, Dian is overly restrained when he's sober. While feeling a bit guilty, he remembered the Demon King's words. He had assured him, "Isn't it much better to let him loosen up a bit before he explodes?" His mind was now torn between two conflicting thoughts. The Lord of the Demon Realm, who always calculates everything, saw the highest probability of success and guaranteed it. But what if this is a gamble? I just gave him liquor right now, and he's already unwell. I definitely have to apologize next time. But just as that thought crossed his mind, he was suddenly shoved hard against the carriage behind him by a powerful force. Dian pressed a dagger against him, calling out coldly, "You're using your brain a bit more this time." Ben couldn't react in time, only stammering, "Hey, Lord Dian." For Dian right now, medicine and alcohol were essentially a type of key. Like the principle of fighting poison with poison, a wall built by medicine and alcohol could also be suppressed by those very two things. I never intended to, nor did I really hide this. But who would have thought they'd resort to such extreme measures right away? Dian pressed his hand against Ben's neck, saying calmly, "I'm guessing you don't have enough time, do you? Because the king's power is gradually expanding and the number of demonic beasts is multiplying exponentially, you have no time to waste. It's not that I don't understand your urgency. It's just..." Saying that, he forcefully stabbed the dagger right next to the other's face, making Ben turn pale, drained of all blood. Diane's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp and cold, carrying a heavy warning. "You should know that just because you understand me doesn't mean you're allowed to use me." Ben was now in a state of absolute panic. Grabbing Diane's hand with both of his, he pleaded, "I'm sorry." His heart was now filled with terror. His condition right now definitely wasn't just caused by a single bottle of liquor. Dian maintained his previous tone, speaking slowly. Since you've dedicated so much to me all this time, I'll let this incident slide. But remember, there won't be a next time. Stop pretending to care about me like that. Ben was a bit surprised and stunned upon hearing that. Dian forcefully pulled his dagger back, emphasizing one last time, "Don't forget whose personal doctor you are." He turned his back to him, his tone still carrying a deadly aura. Though I never expected much from the start anyway. The doctor immediately bowed his head in torment. "Ben, you're such an idiot. Lord Dian is always right. Right now, I'm Lord Dian's personal doctor, not the Demon King's." Ben originally intended to run over and apologize. "Lord Dian, But from a distance, the second commander's warning suddenly rang out. "Commander Zero, there's a monster charging right at you." Ben just managed to look up and see a massive monster leaping up, heading straight for Commander Zero. He hurriedly cried out, "Lord Dian, watch out." Dian looked up, then calmly closed his eyes again. Thinking about the past, "I'm sick of this. Always bending over backwards. Always struggling just to survive." A part of his personality had snapped. It's true that I'm very weak and useless. But in times like this, my second personality emerges to save the rest, becoming a brutal, cold-blooded demon Dian. That doesn't mean anyone is allowed to use me. If anyone is going to use me, it has to be myself. Having just taken down the monster, Dian proudly smirked with an eerie smile. Only I get to decide whether to step in or not. The monster was quickly chopped into multiple pieces, scattered across the ground. Dian stood in the middle of the pool of blood, breathing lightly, then turned to his personal doctor and said, "Ben, make a video call to the Demon King." At first, Ben was startled, reflexively saying, "But when we left the castle, the Demon King forbade us from using it." But a second later, he quickly agreed. "All right, I'll try to connect right now." As he made the call, his heart skipped a beat. I almost made another mistake. I'm Lord Dian's personal doctor. His orders come first. The Demon King appeared on the screen, hurriedly scolding. "Ben, what's going on? You're not the type to use magic without a purr." Before he could finish, he saw a familiar back. "Dian." Dian tilted his face slightly, speaking coldly. "The numbers are way higher than expected." Suddenly, the Demon King's voice echoed amidst an endless army of monsters. "That's right. At first, I thought sending 2 commanders and 1 corps would be enough. I'll send reinforcements. Try to hold out for another 15 minutes. Can you do that?" Dian immediately turned his head forward, not even bothering to look at the Demon King, and replied curtly, "We'll try." The Demon King sighed guiltily. Dian must be really pissed. Dian suddenly stepping into the battle greatly surprised the soldiers. They were still swarming in by the hordes. Another 15 minutes? It's been a long time since I've been in a situation like this. Seeing this, the entire corps was instantly energized and cheered. "Commander Dian has joined the fight." We're saved." Dian pressed his lips tightly together. "If I gave up at the slightest hint of despair, how could I have survived after 8 long years of war?" Dian charged forward like a killing machine. "The only difference is that my current enemies are demons. Think carefully." He jumped onto the shoulder of a giant monster. He plunged 2 daggers straight into its flesh. "Let's see how I can survive in this situation." The monster thrashed about, throwing his body far away. Seeing this from behind, Ben shouted anxiously, "Lord Dian." Just as the dagger was about to fall into his hand, "Let's see what I can do." Dian immediately circled behind it and delivered a fatal stab to its back, causing the monster to roar in pain and collapse on the spot. My specialty isn't killing, but carving deep the fear of despair. Dian continuously stabbed the monster's body multiple times. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the space in front of the lesser demons red. Demons, with their inherent sensitive instincts, will flee immediately once they feel overwhelming fear deep in their bones. He quickly pinpointed the locations of the surrounding demons. Although it doesn't work on every demon, with just 1 slash, he handled them cleanly. But my current goal isn't to intimidate all of them anyway, so that's not a problem. All 3 of them were already in a miserable state. Ben, holding a large rock, was still burning with fighting spirit, warning them, I dare you to touch a single hair on Lord Diane's head. If the demons flee, we'll have a chance to survive. However, in the long run, this isn't the optimal solution either. Thinking this, he immediately called out, Devian. The second commander heard the call and instantly turned around. Yes. Dian remained in a defensive stance, turning his head to tell her, prepare to set a trap. Right now, we need to kill as many as possible. After the trap was fully set up, the monsters, seeing that they weren't attacking, aggressively marched forward. But after walking just a short distance, some were decapitated by an invisible force. The monsters were bewildered, and although they didn't understand what was happening, they continued to walk slowly. As soon as they moved, their flesh and limbs were sliced off. Those poor bastards didn't even know what was happening or why it was happening to them. Both sides remained in a static state. The monsters paused for a moment, then recklessly stepped forward again. In the air, dozens of invisible steel wires surrounded the monsters. The second commander quickly expressed her concern. Even though they've fallen into the trap, I don't think we can hold them off for long. What are you two planning to do now? We successfully stalled the monsters as they walked into the invisible trap set up under Lord Diane's instructions. And at the same time, we've also restricted our own movements. Ben turned his head and saw Commander Zero walking step by step toward the monsters. He hurriedly shouted, Lord Dian, the first aid I applied to your arm is only temporary, so please be careful. Dian shot him a cold, warning glare, expressing his displeasure. By the time he stepped right up to the trap they had set, the second commander also hurriedly tried to stop him. Are you planning to go into the trap to wipe out the monsters yourself? Unless you have experience, it'll be very difficult to identify the positions of those steel wires. Seeming to realize her words sounded a bit off, Devian hurriedly waved her hands. It's not that I'm doubting your abilities or anything. Dian held his dagger, an eerie smile on his lips. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared straight at the battlefield ahead. I'll find them myself. I'm pretty lucky, after all. In the dark night, Diane's figure moved as fast as lightning, slipping through the trap that seemed invisible to others. Step by step, he approached the monsters, who were still confused and unaware of what was happening, quickly and suddenly delivering finishing blows to them. Diane's eyes widened as he realized the monsters were attacking him. He quickly leaned back to dodge. Sure enough, the monsters hit the steel wires, their arms instantly sliced off and falling to the ground. The second commander, having just witnessed that scene, had a face full of horror. How is that possible? He lured them to where the steel wires clustered together. Can he actually see them? In the eyes of others, Dian stood in the middle of that wire matrix, dominating the entire battlefield. The monsters that rushed at him were immediately sliced to pieces. Dian stood at the center, no different from a cold-blooded demon manipulating the situation. In reality, he could see everything. The moment the moonlight shone down and reflected off the wires, making them glisten even for a split second, he could see the positions of the steel wires. He perfectly kicked a monster, sending it crashing into the trap to be sliced to pieces. I don't know if it's because I've spent my whole life running away from heat and light, but I've always been very sensitive to light and feel incredibly comfortable enveloped by the night. That's exactly why I can pull this off. Thinking this, he smirked with a look of complete satisfaction. It really is thanks to my good luck. The monsters actually stopped, growling in anger. Seeing this, the second commander cheered joyfully. The tide of the battle has completely changed. The monsters are so scared they don't dare to carelessly advance anymore. As expected of Lord Dian, Ben, on the other hand, was still constantly terrified and worried. But their numbers are still a problem. He kept blaming himself for letting Commander Zero rush into this battle. Things could turn at any moment. He's constantly pushing his limits. Not only that, his arm is injured too. When the hell are reinforcements arriving? Up ahead, Dian seemed exhausted, resting his hands on his knees and coughing violently. Ben immediately panicked with worry. Lord Dian. Dian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and yelled with angry eyes, "Stay right there." But I have to heal. Before the words even left his mouth, he hurriedly swallowed them. Wasn't this already within expectations? Don't bother doing anything unnecessary. Stick to the plan. Dian struggled to stand up, finding it difficult. He let out a long breath. looking at the core fighting with all their might, then looking at his current self. I feel like I could pass out at any moment. Dian kept charging forward like that. Even though I've dodged most of the direct hits, the backlash from them keeps piling up on my body. Seeming to have reached his limit, he was attacked by a monster. Not only that, my right arm has completely lost feeling. Over here, Ben, who had been enthusiastically smashing monsters, was startled and looked toward him. Lord Dian. Exhausted, Dian could only drop to his knees right in front of the monster's weapons to support his body, looking heartbreakingly helpless. I just need to hold on a little longer. Just as the blade was about to touch him, a short sword flew in from nowhere, embedding itself straight into the monster's head, killing it on the spot. From a distance, an excited female voice rang out. "Hello, Lord Dian. Long time no see." This short-haired female demon was the 7th commander, Sinoha. Seeing his back, she laughed happily and said, "I heard there was a party, so I ran here as fast as I could." The word party sounded incredibly grating to his ears. "I'm about to die here. What the hell does she mean by party?" His original personality had returned. Dian clutched his right shoulder, wincing. What happened to my arm? And what just went down here? Dian looked at the entire situation before him and started to recall what had happened. Even he couldn't help but be startled. Liquor. That's right. I drank the glass of liquor Ben gave me, and then joined the battle. Damn it, did I do it again? As soon as he turned his head, he met the deadly gaze of the 7th commander. No, this isn't Lord Dian. Dian trembled slightly and muttered, "Sorry." The 7th commander's face darkened, muttering in regret. He was still Lord Dian just a moment ago. How is this possible? What do I have to do to see that Lord Dian again? Dian glanced at the attitude of the person in front of him, involuntarily repulsed. What's wrong with her? She's so creepy. A second later, Sinoha held up a monster in front of him, saying with an excited face, "Lord Dian is a true demon. Please, grant it eternal slumber with your dagger." Hearing those words, Dian started to fear the person in front of him, wanting to back away. What the fuck? What's wrong with this fanatic woman? Sinoha still looked at him with an expectant face. What's wrong? Surely you're not scared, right, Lord Dian? The surrounding noise must have ruined your mood. At this moment, the 2nd commander suddenly approached and patted her shoulder. 7th commander, stop it right now. What the hell are you doing here instead of protecting the border? Sinoha completely ignored the person behind her, saying happily, "Don't worry, Lord Dian. My subordinates will wipe them out right now. Except for your share, of course." A swarm of warriors appeared from behind and immediately charged forward, taking down the remaining demons. Deviania finally understood everything. This is insane. Who would have thought you guys were the reinforcements the Demon King sent us? But how could you just abandon the border to come here? Don't tell me you brought your entire personnel with you. Hearing this, the 7th commander crossed her arms and sulked. Abandon? I left everything to the vice commander to handle. And aren't we the perfect reinforcements? Finishing her sentence, she sharply pivoted back to the old topic. Come on, now that everything is settled, Lord Dian, you should also. But before she could finish, the person in front of her collapsed onto the ground. Ben hurriedly ran over to check on him. Lord Dian, in this condition, please don't push yourself anymore. Please rest and leave the rest to us. Hearing this, Sinoha was utterly disappointed. I know you must have been very disappointed with me earlier, but please give me another chance. The more he listened, the more bewildered and confused he became. Dian tried his best to recall everything. Earlier? What earlier? Did I lose too much blood? Even thinking is hard. After all, he couldn't do anything with his current body. Then I trust you all will handle the rest well. Right after, Ben came to his side and helped him up, leaving behind the 7th commander throwing a tantrum and screaming. Is he going to rest? Lord Dian, please show me that side of you one more time before you go. Please, I'm begging you. Just one more time. Besides Lord Dian, nothing could distract Ben at this moment. He said coldly to the person behind him, 7th commander, why don't you go help the 2nd commander? Sinoha could only wail in despair, clinging to her dream of seeing her Lord Dian. It didn't take long for the entire forest to quickly return to its original quiet atmosphere. The 2nd commander stepped forward and reported, except for the ones that fled, everything has been taken care of. On this side, Ben had also finished treating his wounds. The treatment is complete. You can move your arm now. Dian replied politely. Thank you. The second commander turned to look at her comrade. It seems everything is sorted out. Why don't you leave, seventh commander? Sinoha seemed unwilling to accept it, scolding her. Do you really want me to just leave after everything? I didn't expect you to be so cold, Devian. The second commander was extremely calm, even explaining with a hint of mockery. It's for your own good. We'll be departing for the second city next. You haven't forgotten who's protecting it, have you? The second city, the 10th commander. Just mentioning this made the 7th commander scowl, grinding her teeth in anger. Then maybe I should get moving. I really don't want to see that bastard who doesn't deserve the title of commander at all. She stepped in front of Dian and bowed respectfully. Until the next time we meet, Lord Dian. Dian felt like a weight had been lifted from his mind. I thought she'd be more stubborn. Oh well, as long as it benefits me. Hearing their conversation, his brain quickly processed the information and he also showed doubt. If it's the 10th commander, they must be talking about Guy Siddle. His heart was full of questions. Why does she hate him so much? But he very quickly got his answer. As soon as they stepped into the second city, a vampire, who was also the 10th commander, Guy Siddle, immediately gave them a dedicated welcome. It's been a while, hasn't it, Lord Dian? The welcoming atmosphere was as festive as a party with trumpets and drums, leaving all three of them completely speechless. I think I understand why now. The atmosphere of the party was incredibly lively. There were a few girls blowing trumpets, and a few other girls happily waving to welcome everyone. Hooray! Dian, wearing a cloak that covered his head, sat on a palanquin adorned with lots of flowers. Beside him were several soldiers carrying the palanquin. Dian didn't seem very willing. There were still a few streaks of blood on his face, sweat continuously dripping down, his lips pressed tightly together. A voice suddenly rang out. Lord Dian, what do you think? The 10th commander walking beside Dian seemed very happy, waving at him. He said enthusiastically, I rushed to prepare all this super fast after hearing you were coming here. And this is called a sedan chair in the human world. Apparently, only humans of high status get to sit on it, so it's absolutely perfect for you, Lord Dian. Hearing him say that, Dian's face darkened and he put a hand to his forehead. He thought angrily, this is so embarrassing. This bastard. Suddenly, the 10th commander's face became extremely panicked. He was scared by his own thoughts. Oh no, do you have a headache? Or is there something troubling you? Dian was so exhausted he didn't even want to answer him. He buried his head in his hands. Dian cursed him in his mind. What's troubling me? This exact situation is troubling me, and you too. He cursed out loud. Damn it. I can understand why Sinoha hates the 10th commander so much. In just such a short time, Sinoha had grown to absolutely despise Guy Siddle, the 10th commander, whenever she thought of him. Meanwhile, the 10th commander was now so terrified his face turned pale. He continuously pressed Dian. If you tell me what's bothering you, I will. Before he could do anything, Ben panicked. Lord Dian, you have a headache, right? Let me treat you right this instant. On the street, many people were standing around watching Dian's army leave. A young man, after seeing Dian, asked the person next to him. So that's the commander of the 0th Corps? Commander Zero? The other guy felt incredibly excited upon seeing Dian. I was wondering who would sit on that embarrassing seat, but it actually looks really cool. And now I finally get to see Commander Zero sitting on it. The girl next to him was equally thrilled. She replied to the person beside her. Of course. It's because of his cold and leisurely aura. Since no one knows anything about him, only rumors keep circulating. I know he's a human because I don't feel any demonic aura from him. But how can a human have such an aura? Even the commanders of the other corps find it really hard to please him. Everyone gathered around to catch a glimpse of Commander Zero, the human who had been granted an extraordinary title by the Demon King. The person whose mere presence was acknowledged by the mighty commanders. The person whose role and strength were kept completely secret. In terms of power, he is second only to the Demon King. Dian, constantly annoyed by the 10th commander, coldly spat out one word, scram. The 10th commander didn't hear clearly and asked again, Did you say something, sir? Dian coldly repeated 2 words, scram. After clearly hearing what Dian said, the 10th commander's face instantly changed. His eyes widened with fear. Then he hurriedly turned and ordered everyone present. Scram right now. He wants all of you to scram. What are you still doing? He's being bothered by all these demons crowding around. Chase them all away at once. Dian covered his mouth tightly with both hands. He cursed Guy Siddle in his mind. No, you idiot. This pile of flowers and pollen is making me nauseous, so I wanted them gone. Why are you chasing away all the innocent demons? Dian coldly watched Guy Siddle's soldiers chasing all the demons away. Commander Zero is very angry right now. If you don't want to die, leave immediately, Dian thought. And if you keep using my name like that to chase them away. He looked at the eyes of the demons in the city, which had turned glowing red and filled with resentment. See? They're already super pissed off. Now I'm going to become the public enemy of all the demons in this city. The noise on the street continued to echo. Hey, I still haven't seen Commander Zero's face yet. Maybe if you find the right angle, you can see him from over there. Dian deduced. I guess it's too late to peacefully rest in this town. A soldier sneaked a peek at Dian. He thought to himself, I guess hell is going to have a hard time. Dian glanced over. Dian looked at the crowd holding teddy bears, paintings, and balloons, all featuring his face. The person hugging a teddy bear shouted, Everyone, let's pray for Lord Dian. Then, a loud cheer erupted. Long live Dian. Long live Dian. The girl clasped her hands together, reverently shouting, Long live Lord Demon Dian. Dian thought angrily. Long live Lord Demon Dian? What the F? Another voice suddenly rang out. If they want to believe in something so meaningless, they might as well believe in Lord Dian. Hearing that sentence, Dian suddenly froze. His eyes widened in shock. He recalled a time before, when a girl had once told him, Huh? Believe in Lord Dian? Dian's religion? Founded bot. Dian realized something. Wait a minute. No way. Founded bot. He remembered Renelle, who worshipped him immensely. Dian wasn't entirely sure. He asked himself, Is it you, Renelle? He gritted his teeth, thinking angrily. I even gave her a cookie to stop her from doing anything useless. Damn it. This is driving me crazy. In the past, Dian had once given Renelle a bag of cookies packed in his luggage. He even gently reminded her, I'll give you this, so please don't do anything weird. Renelle accepted the cookies, asking excitedly, Oh my gosh, is this fan service? Dian looked angrily at his arm. Guy Siddle knelt on the ground, bowing his head to sincerely apologize to Dian. Please forgive me. If I accidentally upset you, please pardon me. Guy Siddle bit his lip tightly. Around his neck, a thread was wrapped tightly, causing a long bloody mark to appear. Seeing that thread, Dian felt extremely suspicious. A thread around his neck? Deviant. Without knowing when, Deviant had appeared behind Guy Siddle and used a thread to wrap around his neck. Deviania smiled and said to him, It seems you're being bothered by him, Lord Dian. Her eyes flashed with killing intent as she stared intently at Guy Siddle. Deviant asked for Diane's opinion. Should I kill him? Seeing this scene, Diane's jaw dropped in shock. His face turned pale. Dian thought to himself, I swear, killing between commanders is definitely not allowed. I guess they're just holding back. They might actually kill each other if they feel like it, regardless of whether they're fellow commanders or not. But this. Diane's voice suddenly rang out. He said, It's noisy. Dian stepped down. His next sentence completely shocked Guy Siddle. There's no need to kill another commander. He walked past Devian, then said to her, Let's go shopping. Isn't that why we're here? Dian thought with a bit of fear. If things don't go according to plan, they might kill me at any moment too. The thread around Guy Siddle's neck was removed, but a long cut mark left by the thread appeared on his neck. Deviania replied to Dian, If you say so, Lord Dian. Guy Siddle knelt behind them. He used sparkling, worshipful eyes to watch Diane's departing back. He happily shouted, Lord Dian, I will serve you with the absolute best, as if my life depends on it. Dian coldly walked away, completely ignoring Guy Siddle's words. He thought, I thought I had a safe tool, but it was all a lie. Dian widened his eyes, reminding himself, I'd better stay on my guard. At this time, there weren't too many people passing by on the street. Devian stretched her arms out, her mood seemingly very good. I bought a lot of pretty clothes today too. Meanwhile, Guy Siddle followed behind her, his arms full of the things Devian had just bought. As for Dian, he was having his clothes adjusted by a subordinate. He thought tiredly, I thought I had become a dress-up doll for a second. Although getting out of those blood-stained clothes is definitely nice. Devian still wanted to continue shopping. She excitedly suggested, Lord Dian, let's go over there next. Or maybe go buy some accessories. Just then, the 10th commander, holding a large pile of mangoes, interrupted their conversation. He called out loudly, Lord Dian, these fruits are called mangoes. They come from the south of the human world. Would you like to try some? They're really sweet. Suddenly interrupted, Deviania was furious. She shoved Guy Siddle's face away with her hand and started scolding. Can you not jump in the middle of a conversation? Where did you put all the bags, huh? Guy Siddle weakly argued back. But since we've been to so many stores, we should eat something. I left them with the subordinates in the back. Dian was so annoyed by their noise that he got angry. Lord Dian, Lord Dian. Lord Dian, my ass. Can't they just leave me alone? Suddenly, a horse unexpectedly charged toward them. Dian was protected by his subordinate as the horse galloped past. Dian watched the horse that had just left, feeling extremely suspicious. A horse. The subordinate who had just protected him asked curiously, Lord Dian, what's wrong? That horse is heading inside the castle. Dian voiced his doubts. Most of those demonic beasts should be at the bay. It's strange that the castle gates are wide open like this. He deduced. Come to think of it, there seem to be quite a lot of items from the south of the human world. Is there a border nearby? Guy Siddle's pile of mangoes all dropped to the ground. After hearing the man speak, Guy Siddle used his pale face to ask him, How did you know? Suddenly asked back, Dian froze, his eyes starting to dart away. The scene now shifted to a slaughter. A horde of monsters was continuously being killed and pushed back by them. Devian let out a breath. Phew. The monsters here are way too aggressive. Guy Siddle pointed forward. Over there. We discovered a border not too far from the southern region of the human world. Diane's eyes widened as he looked in the direction Guy Siddle pointed. In that place, the sun was rising, illuminating the entire space. How could you hide this? Guy Siddle clasped his hands, fearfully explaining. When else would the people of our city get to experience the human world? Since we just happened to stumble upon it, I thought we could enjoy it a little. Dian helplessly rubbed his forehead. Guy Siddle cried out, hurriedly explaining. But we even established rules and traveled back and forth in secret, so we won't be discovered by humans. And as you can see, we've tried our best to stop the demonic beasts from invading their world, just as he said. Indeed, on the ground were many corpses of slain monsters. Dian asked himself, true, and that is quite a relief. But what should we do now? He felt extremely conflicted. If it's the southern part of the human world, then it's not even a part of the empire. Should I care? No, but it's still the human world. Dian dismounted his horse. He told Guy Siddle, we have to report this to the Demon King. Guy Siddle bowed his head, agreeing with his approach. I understand. Dian looked toward the border. He told them about his next plan. But before we do that, I have to confirm it myself. I need to check if it really connects to the southern human world. And if it does, we need to see which country it belongs to. Dian ordered his subordinates. Let's go. On the other hand, in a small country in the south, a highly suspicious voice rang out. They were covered in blood from head to toe, and they crossed the border into the human world. The king of this kingdom, upon receiving the news, immediately flew into a rage. Those crazy demons. The subordinate who had just reported saw him painfully rubbing his forehead and shouted in panic, Your Majesty, call the royal physician immediately. The king sighed. He told the subordinate, Forget it. It's not a problem a physician can cure. I knew the demons would suddenly cross the border. I pretended not to care because nothing had happened, but now, all of a sudden, I have more than enough to worry about just running madly from the empire. I can't afford to have any conflicts with the demon realm anymore. The subordinate bowed his head, fearfully continuing his report. There's another major issue, Your Majesty. Seeing his attitude, the king immediately became anxious. What could possibly be worse? The subordinate's face looked terrible. Despite being terrified, he was forced to continue reporting what he knew. We've confirmed that one of the members of the demon group is the commander of the second corps, Deviania, and the other unusual demon. Judging by how they respect and serve him, it seems to be the rumored Commander Zero. The king's face looked just as terrible. His jaw dropped in shock. Commander Zero? What is he doing here? The grand hall was now filled with a terrifyingly silent atmosphere. The king clenched his fists so tightly they trembled. After a moment of thought, he made a decision. Hide it. No matter what they do in the human world, we must cover up the fact that Commander Zero and his gang have come to our country. No matter what. At this time, Dian was being reminded by his subordinate, Lord Dian, make sure you wrap yourself tightly in your cloak. The sunlight in the human world is very harsh. Dian pulled the hood of his cloak lower. He thought, the sunlight is too bright. Never mind that. He asked himself, but why are they following me? Devian asked him very enthusiastically, Lord Dian, where do you want to go first? A bustling street full of people, or a quiet place? Dian thought tiredly. I just wanted to come to the human world by myself. They should have stayed in the demon realm like Guy Siddle. Guy Siddle scratched his head, awkwardly declining to go with them. I have to go back and fulfill my duty of protecting the second city. Dian convinced himself. Devian knows a lot about the human world. Maybe she'll be useful. After thinking it over, he replied, then let's go somewhere we can observe the lives of the humans here. We need to figure out where we are anyway. Deviania immediately made a decision. Then we'll go to the market. But right at that moment, a man appeared, blocking their path. Devian asked him, what the hell? What do you want from us? The three men who had just appeared bowed to them. The leading man spoke up. Please forgive us for blocking your path. Dian deduced. Are they the knights of this place? The man explained the reason they came. We came to express our deepest respect to the mercenaries who stopped the monsters from crossing the border. He continued, thanks to you, many lives were saved. As the knight representative, I sincerely thank you all. Dian didn't answer them. He thought to himself, no need. It's nothing. They think we're mercenaries? I thought something bad was going to happen. Thank goodness. The knight representative offered a bag of gold and a cloak. It's a small token of our appreciation. Please accept this gold and cloak as a symbol of our gratitude. We prepared these cloaks thinking you might be covered in blood from fighting the monsters. We mean well. Devian and another subordinate stood in front of Dian. Dian's face instantly changed. His jaw dropped as he realized, damn it. I was so worried about myself that I forgot. They're completely covered in blood. Dian fell silent. But wait a minute. Deviania and Ben put on the cloaks offered by the knight representative. Deviania even thought to herself, so showy. Dian suddenly realized, anyone can tell that Deviania and Ben aren't human. They weren't even wearing cloaks. So why are these people still welcoming us so warmly instead of kicking us out? The knight representative offered the bag of gold. His entire body was trembling with fear. Please accept this as well. Dian approached him, carefully observing the man in front of him. They're scared, but they're not panicking. Dian confirmed. They must have encountered demons before. The man holding the bag of gold, despite his face showing his fear, still tried to appear calm. Dian deduced. I'm guessing the southern country discovered this border a long time ago. The knight representative shot a sharp glance at Dian's group. Since the king didn't mention anything when we met, I'm guessing the whole kingdom is in the dark. All right, it's wartime right now. It's very hard to reveal to the whole kingdom that they have another border. So they want to hide the fact that demons can come and go as they please. Dian accepted the bag of gold. He covered his face with his hand and laughed nonstop. His action made the person opposite him tremble in fear. If they want to leave us alone, then I can relax. Seeing Dian laugh, the knights all showed clear signs of confusion and fear. Why is he laughing like that? I'm so scared. Dian, along with Deviania and Ben, turned and left. He had realized their intentions. They're probably hoping we'll just quietly go back without causing any trouble. The three knights bowed to them. Then we wish you a safe journey. Dian continued to laugh loudly. Devian observed Dian. She thought, Lord Dian seems to be in a good mood. Dian thought happily. This is awesome. They even gave me money. Don't worry. I have no intention of causing trouble. The three knights were still bowing, seeing Dian's group off. The leading knight slightly raised his head. He used eyes full of killing intent to watch Dian's back. An unusually clean outfit compared to the bloodstained clothes of the demons. Of course, because this guy is the only one who changed clothes. And an unusual aura. This guy is just nervous. He must be Commander Zero. After Dian's group disappeared from sight, the three knights finally dared to relax. One was so scared he collapsed to his knees, sighing in relief. The leading knight stood up straight. He placed a hand on his chest, telling himself, "My king, we've done our best. The rest is up to them." The scene now shifted to a bustling market. Everyone was busy with their own work. Dian bit into a meat skewer. He looked around and felt extremely amazed. There are so many people. He ate the last piece of meat. In his heart, he was feeling extremely happy, but Dian didn't show it on the outside. Looking around is pretty fun, but I should start gathering information about this place. While walking on the street, he was suddenly bumped into by a man. He cried out in surprise. Devian hurriedly stepped forward to support Dian. She called out anxiously, "Lord Dian." The man looked at Diane's seemingly painful state and felt extremely suspicious. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Then he asked himself, "Did we bump into each other that hard?" Devian also felt something was wrong. Bumping into a human shocked him that much. Dian looked at Deviania. I can feel her suspicious gaze. I get pushed over too easily. It's just because of my wound. My right shoulder still seems to hurt a lot. Textbook excuse. Devian, after receiving the answer, instantly became happy again. So that's why. Dian asked himself, is that good enough? It's a perfectly reasonable excuse for Ben to treat me. Suddenly, Ben aggressively charged forward, grabbing the man by the collar and scolding. "What's your problem, you stupid human?" The man was terrified by Ben. He turned pale and hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry." Dian felt extremely confused by Ben's attitude. Why is Ben overreacting when Deviania is acting perfectly reasonable? Finally, they remembered their roles. Ben thought in surprise, "I'm the doctor." Devian's eyes widened. "I'm the one who should be overreacting." Now Dian felt things were back to normal. That's right. Then, Ben and Devian hurriedly swapped places. Ben approached and supported Dian. "Are you okay, Lord Dian?" As for Devian, she took Ben's place, grabbing the man. "How should I scold you?" Dian realized the situation was starting to get out of control. He thought, "No, this is enough. Stop." The people on the street saw their actions and stopped curiously to watch. Whispers began to echo. "What's going on?" A knight ordered his subordinate. "Arrest that bastard." The subordinate immediately took the order. "Yes, sir." Dian started to get worried. They look like royal knights. They're blowing this out of proportion. I knew we'd run into trouble somehow. He looked at the approaching knights and hurriedly raised his hand to explain. "Sorry, we didn't mean to cause." An arm was wrapped under the armpit of the man. He was easily lifted up by two knights. Dian completely couldn't understand their actions. As for the man, being suddenly arrested made him very scared. "Wait, what? Why are you arresting me?" The knight's cold voice rang out. "How dare you cause trouble in the middle of the market? Take him away." The man, being dragged away, started crying tragically. "Huh? Causing trouble? We just bumped into each other." Diane's eyes widened in shock at the swift and decisive actions of the royal knights. The human world maintains order really well. Is that it? But right after that, Ben was tightly holding onto someone else's hand, making them drop a coin pouch to the ground. Ben's eyes flashed with killing intent, breathing out a puff of white smoke in anger. He warned the child who stole the money. "Miniature human. What were you trying to steal from Lord Dian? You want to die, don't you?" Suddenly, a royal knight with a pale face hurriedly rushed over to stop him. "Leave it to us." He hurriedly tucked the child under his arm and carried him away. Another knight bowed to Dian and said, "Just let us handle it." As soon as anything happened, Dian, after taking a bite of the mango in his hand, was disgusted by its taste. "Why does this taste so awful?" The moment he finished speaking, the owner of the fruit stall was immediately arrested by the royal knights. They shouted, "How dare you poison others? Arrest him." Dian felt extremely confused. The fruit definitely has issues, but it's not bad enough to arrest him. The royal knights show up every single time. Inside a building, someone's tragic screams echoed. "I won't do it again. Please spare me." Why are the royal knights here? The royal knights seemed to appear everywhere. Dian started to get annoyed by their actions. He deduced, "I think they're trying their best to handle everything before I cause trouble and draw attention." Wherever the three of them went, they received fearful glances from the locals. "Don't go near those people. If you even touch their clothes, the royal knights will come and arrest you." So scary. But who are they? Nobles. Dian was so bothered he got a headache. He rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Because of you guys, we're drawing even more attention. I don't think we can investigate anything else at this point. Let's go back. Suddenly, he noticed an argument. I told you we don't sell Ducati leaves to merchants. Nearby, two men were arguing. The man in white said, "Why are those bastards so persistent?" The man in orange scratched his head awkwardly. Their name is the Merchant Guild, but since they're new, they're very enthusiastic. They insist on importing Ducati leaves no matter what. The man in white crossed his arms. You said the Merchant Guild? He continued his sentence. Right. Why don't you let me see the face of that bastard? As soon as he finished speaking, he was startled by Dian suddenly appearing in front of him. Dian narrowed his eyes, staring intently at him. The man asked in panic, "What is this?" However, Dian didn't want to do anything to him. He just wanted to buy tea leaves. I'd like to buy some Ducati leaves. The man immediately turned to find the tea leaves. A customer. I'll get the goods for you right away, sir. While getting the tea leaves, the man secretly observed and evaluated Dian. From the outside, he looks like a normal traveler. But why does he have such a terrifying aura? Is he a noble hiding his identity or something? After asking to buy the tea leaves, Dian remained completely silent. He was thinking, Ducati leaves. In this kingdom, finding these tea leaves is almost impossible because there are very few plantations. Besides, they're usually sold at high prices exclusively to nobles. A southern kingdom rich enough to have this precious tea leaf at a common market. The man placed a small square wooden box into Dian's hand. Here you go, sir. Dian accepted it. A small kingdom that exports tea leaves. Ben threw him a large bag of money. He even said very generously, "Keep the change." The man in white immediately bowed. "Thank you, valued customer." Dian looked at the tea box in his hand and smiled. Devian walked up from behind and asked him, "Are you done, sir?" In a spot that Dian and the others didn't notice, a knight was secretly hiding behind a wall, observing them. After watching them leave, he finally felt relieved. They're finally gone. Another knight felt very lucky and said, "Thank goodness they didn't cause any trouble. But I don't think that's Commander Zero, because at the market, he was weak and even coughing up blood." The man next to him asked curiously, "Then who is it?" "I don't know. I just hope they never come back here." The scene now shifted to the national battlefield. Inside a tent, an astonished voice rang out, "What?" The man sitting on the chair was extremely angry. "You came all the way here to speak with me privately, just to ask what?" Yalaster smiled, repeating his question. "I wanted to ask if you remember the death of the first prince, the biological father of the crown prince and princess, as well as your older brother." The king rested his chin on his hand. He ordered his subordinates, "All of you, get out." When only the two of them were left in the tent, the king began to answer Yalaster's question. "Do I remember the death of the first prince?" The man with a warm heart. The only one who cared about Eduardo Dizzer among us. He remembered his older brother calling him Ed with a warm smile. And the person who killed him, Duke Grades. The king continued asking, "Is it like they say? From the very beginning, it wasn't him. You were the one who killed him, weren't you?" Yalaster flashed an incredibly eerie smile. He said, "Oh my, you already knew." The king smiled and cursed. "This is pure madness. It wasn't until after Duke Grades and his family were executed for assassinating the prince that I found out Yalaster was the true mastermind. I had no choice but to temporarily cover up that crime because the nobles were rising in power. But I didn't expect the culprit to turn himself in like this." The king felt extremely curious. "What are you plotting?" Yalaster narrowed his eyes. He confessed to the king himself. "I'll tell you the reason I eliminated the first prince first. Everything was just so I could climb to the highest position." A look of smugness seemed to appear on his face. Yalaster detailed his plan to the person opposite him. All the princes and princesses would fight for the throne if the legitimate heir, the first prince, died, right? I wanted to place someone I could control on that throne. But I didn't expect the ninth prince, a prince who always kept a low profile, to turn the tables. The king remained silent in the face of the duke's scheme. If he has already become a duke, there is only one position higher. The king. The king rested his forehead on one hand, his eyes extremely sharp and cold. Yalaster was born like that. The king tiredly closed his eyes. At this moment, the king was immersed in his own memories. The first prince sat by the bed, speaking gently to him. "I'll be back later, Eduardo." The first prince looked at his two younger siblings sleeping soundly on the bed. He instructed his younger brother, "It won't be long. Please take care of Alypidius and Alosha for me." The king in the past didn't say a word, but used a confident face as his answer. Later, he felt immense regret. I should have stopped him the moment I noticed something was wrong. A moment later, the king in the past finally spoke. "Yes, don't worry." He obediently bowed his head to let his older brother pat it. "If I had known that was the last time we'd meet." The first prince gave an incredibly warm smile. "Thank you, Ed. I wouldn't have let him go." When he first heard the news of his passing, the king collapsed, standing beside the blood-stained sword and clothes. "I should have investigated instead of using my sword like that." He tightly gripped the blood-stained clothes. "But the rumor that another brother of mine killed him to seize the throne made me draw my sword. I hate you. Die. And now, I'm just so tired." Yalaster told the king, the one who killed the first prince, the Church of Atonement, and Diane's participation in the 8-Year War. He smiled. "You already know who's behind it all. Back then, Diane's family went to the palace to meet the king but were stopped. There's been a mistake. I told you our eldest son, Ruan, would be the one participating in the war. We sent a correction request stating there was an error in the documents. The knight guarding the gate absolutely refused to let Diane's parents in to see the king. I already told you, there's nothing more we can do. And we confirm that we haven't received any corrections whatsoever." Diane's mother immediately broke down. "Diane, my son." She covered her mouth and started crying. "My poor child. He's already so weak." Her husband sat beside her, comforting her. At this moment, she was drowning in guilt. "And I couldn't even hug him because I was afraid he'd get sick. If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have." Diane's father didn't give up. He continued to beg the gatekeeper to let him meet the king. "Please let us see the king. I will speak to him myself. So please, let us see Diane." No matter how much he begged, all he received was the gatekeeper's refusal. "The king is not in the palace." Diane's mother angrily questioned the gatekeeper. "Please, why is it that every time we come, he's never here? This is absurd." The gatekeeper offered them a solution. "Then leave a message for him." And right at that moment, Yalaster happened to walk by. He secretly glanced at the couple beside him, an incredibly smug smile on his lips. Yalaster got into his carriage. He handed a stack of documents to his subordinate and ordered, "Burn this too." Yalaster fearlessly and bluntly admitted, "That's right. I destroyed and hid all those documents." "So you had no idea that Diane's enlistment was a mistake?" "At least, at first." The king bowed his head, remaining silent in the face of the newly revealed truths. He continued, "But when you found out the truth after the war, you still stood by and watched Diane slaughter his own family. If he knew the truth, I wonder how he'd react." Finally, the king was enraged by Duke Yalaster's words. "Duke Yalaster, do you want to die?" Yalaster flashed an incredibly arrogant smile. "Didn't I already tell you? You can't kill me, your majesty. If you kill me without any reason, my honor will remain intact, while your reputation will spread even further." "The reputation of a tyrant." The king coldly asked him back, "Do you think I'm afraid of those rumors?" Yalaster replied, "Oh, of course not. But the power of the royal family and the heir will plummet uncontrollably. Both the princess and the king will be in trouble because of them." The king remained completely silent. Yalaster continued, "I'm sure that's not what you want." His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Furthermore, you've always pretended you knew nothing." Yalaster told the king that he was his accomplice. "So aren't you my accomplice?" The king seemed determined to kill Yalaster. He said coldly, "If I leave you behind, you'll naturally shut your mouth." Facing that threat, he wasn't afraid but instead provoked him. "All right, why don't you try reaching out your hand? I'm very much looking forward to having you end my life with your own hands." After speaking, Yalaster stepped out of the tent, a smug smile on his lips. "The king is alive because he cannot die. That's right. That look. I can't let you die when I haven't achieved my goal yet." Inside the tent, the king still sat silently in his original position. He crossed his arms over his chest, deep in thought. Yalaster. But now, on the king's face was the determination to kill Yalaster. "I will not rest until I grant you the most gruesome death." As for Duke Yalaster, beside him was a horse. He confidently asserted, He won't die until he kills me. Yalaster slightly narrowed his eyes. That's the reason I came to see the king, and to let Klin manipulate the Revolutionary Army. On the arm of the knight in front of him was the badge of the Revolutionary Army. Yalaster confidently asserted, "Everything is going according to my plan." At this time, the king was riding his horse quickly through a forest path. The branches in the forest the king had just passed suddenly rustled. It seemed a figure had just been standing there. The king's horse continued to accelerate. Behind him, two people appeared, chasing after him. The king glanced at the two people pursuing him. Suddenly, he stopped his horse. The king sat silently on his horse, seemingly waiting for something. He flashed an incredibly sarcastic smile. "I just came out for some fresh air, yet there are still annoying cockroaches following me." The pursuers finally caught up. They were all holding weapons in their hands. What was special was that they were wearing the logo of the Revolutionary Army on their arms. Even though the king was alone, he didn't flee in fear. He coldly asked the newcomers, "Did you come to see me?"